Oh, no, no.
We dancing and we chatting. What are we doing?
Oh, no, no.
We dancing and we chatting on this Sunday as I'm waiting for a package to pull up. A very important package that I decided to get and invest into because I said, if I don't get it this time, I'm going to regret it. And I ain't want to regret it. So, yeah, man.
Efectos especiales. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sí, señor. Una tentación. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tú y yo a la fiesta. Tú y yo. Toda la noche. Tú y yo a la fiesta.
So we've been listening to a lot of dark psychology this week. We've been getting into a lot of different topics and things. And there's two topics that stood out to me the most. And the 12 Masks of Power and the Invisible Chessboard are the main two ones that have stood out to me the most. Also want to make it clear that, like, because those two are so well written, I have to go back into it and take notes and present them two together because I enjoyed them so much before I walk into the next thing of what it is that I plan to be teaching you guys.
Adiós, el silencio loco, bailando, bailando, amigos, adiós, adiós, el silencio loco, bailando, bailando, amigos, adiós, adiós, el silencio loco, bailando, bailando, amigos, adiós, adiós, el silencio loco.
All right. Listen. So, as you know, this is copyright, so I can't always play all this music, but I could play bits and pieces of it, but not all of it. Because some of these mixes, you know, these people monetize off of their videos and stuff, and I don't want to take that away from nobody. Definitely tune into Book Club Radio. They got some nice mixes for those of you who like rooftop parties, outside parties, anybody from the city that love any type of underground type parties. This is the vibe for you. Definitely for you. Okay. Glad that I found them. Because I've seen them around before. Yeah. Book club. All right. All right. So here we go. So let's get to chit chat of everything. So the chit chat of everything today is that Dark Psychology Week month technically hasn't going very well. And it started with the Black Woman's Guide, right? It started with that. Then from the Black Woman's Guide, we walked ourselves all the way into dark psychology, because the artistry of manipulation branched off into where we are right now. And because of the artistry of manipulation branches off to dark psychology, it pulled us into Dark Psychology 101, Dark Psychology 202, Darvo. Then we also walked into the CIA, MK Ultra, and these different things, kamikaze mind control, you know, where they can get people to, you know, set off a bomb and stuff like that, where people use people's spiritual practices against them, kamikaze mind control as well. Hopefully I'm not incorrect about that information and by the name of it. How the CIA has done, the CIA has gotten people to team up with them, such as in our local hospitals and certain businesses. So these are the different things that we begun to learn how brainwashing is a part of manipulation as well, right? And so with all of this said, when I started this whole Black Woman's Guide and I get into the whole story of it and everything, the main thing about it, the main purpose of it became exactly what the title was. And I didn't expect it to become this whole entire series of me going this far with it, but it just happened. And I'm actually pretty proud about how it happened. Because the attack right now, this year of the snake, for whatever reason, is the Black woman. Some reason the Black woman is becoming everyone's target of discussion. There are people who are saying that Black women are suffering right now. Okay? There are people who are saying that the rate of Black women's abuse has gone up. And I think her dying now has gone down to 3 to 2 point something a minute, an hour, whatever the case may be. And that's pretty goddamn sad. And we also know the power of the pen is strong and goddamn mighty. Okay? My tongue is prepared like a ready writer. One of my favorite quotes. My tongue is prepared like a ready writer. So the pen is very powerful. So whether you believe these statistics or not, they are out there for us to know and to read. The Black Woman's Guide, as I begin to do it, I begin to realize that there is an ultimate in heavy manipulation. There's an ultimate in a heavy SW aura disruption that goes on with the Black woman. Those who know what I'm saying when I say SW. And the war is against her, and she has a war against herself. I came across a discussion that was talking about women's self-esteem, and it was talking about Rihanna and ASAP, right? And so I said, okay, this is pretty good, right? And it went into how somebody made a comment and said something about the grandmother said that you can tell a woman's self-esteem by the person that she's with, right? Or the man that she's with, or something that they said that their grandmother said. And everybody was like, yeah, Nana was wise. That's very true. So they were saying how dating down is not so much about money or something like that, that this particular video was saying. And I feel like pulling it up because it was really, really good what she was staying in this. Also, the latest book in audiobook vision is Dangerous Manipulation Techniques. That's the most recent book that they have published. Because I believe the person who is running the page is the person who is also, doing the writing the book. So go ahead, we're going to play some music. I'll be back with this video. It's called Why Dating Down is Not Just About Money. And it gave me an idea too when I saw that title. And because sometimes I listen to people for a few seconds and then I kind of turn them off. Because some people's voices, I don't know what they be trying to do. They be trying to sound sexy. They be trying to sound cute. I don't know what it is, but it gets on my goddamn nerves, whatever the fuck they be doing. Okay. All right. So let's get back to the music. And we're going to get a little bit back to the video.
Mesdames, Messieurs, le disc-jockey Zach est de retour.
All right, all righty, all right. So the video expresses how dating down isn't just about money. Okay. And this is a big, big, big thing with Black women, is that everyone says that the Black woman dates down. I mean, same thing happens in the friendships too. But how do we get to understand why people choose the relationships that they choose and the type of friends that they choose and these different kind of things? Understand that sometimes people get something out of people. They get some emotional fulfillment. They get some kind of fun. They get some kind of freedom that they don't get in other places. They get to self-loathe around these people the way they want to. Whatever it is, these people attract who they are with. And that's just the facts. Whether you're in a relationship and you don't like the person that the person's friends with, whatever, that's what they attracted into their lives. Okay? Okay? Well, however you feel about it. Also understand that this perception is a perception that you are giving about someone else's situation, but that doesn't make it what it is with them. Also understand that because you will have $1 billion and you will go be with somebody who's worth $1 billion too, it doesn't mean the next person will do that. Everybody dates for who matches for them. Everyone has friends for who matches for them. Even if they're complaining about the friend, there's something they're getting out of being friend with that friend, and they still around and they still not letting go, and there's a fucking reason for that. And that's just how it is. Okay? I'm sitting here contemplating, do I want to play this damn video? Because my thing is, what I'm thinking about is how, you know, the main thing in life is that, how do I say this? People have been given this perception, and this is coming with time for me, right? They have been given this perception of, well, if you're of this status, imagine me put my hand up at that status, you should be with someone at this status, which would be above where my hand is standing at right now, right? You should be with someone of that status. And I say, there's a lot that comes with that. You see, just because somebody has a lot of money, finances, and materialistic thing does not mean that they are confident in themselves. Does not mean that they have self-love. Does not mean that they give self-care. Does not mean any of that. Finances is a plus to that. Having the finances is an add-on to manifesting them things for themselves, but it doesn't mean that it's there. It doesn't mean that this person did, you know, you can't say, what I'm trying to say as a whole is it doesn't mean anything because of it. Because you could just take somebody on a small scale with the American dream house, with the white picket fence and the nice car, the mom van, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And you can take that very same thing, and that very same person could be jealous of that bitch in the projects in that minimalist apartment. Because it's something much deeper going on there. And when people are in relationships, there's something much deeper going on there. Okay? And when you understand that, you can have a brighter day. And you can understand the things in your life. When you see somebody who's in a relationship with someone younger than them, that is a sign of someone who needs control in a relationship. That is somebody who is a sign of, even if that young person chased them down, it doesn't matter. This is a person who's very controlling and they like to be in control. And they like things to go their way. And the younger person dating the older person, a lot of times subconsciously, they want that person to fight for them. That's the dynamic of those two relationships. From an astrological perspective, when you meet people who have the same Saturn sign, what you're going to find is that there is a karmic connection that is there that the two of them cannot let go. And that's what it is. All right? So all of these things have meaning. And I can go on and on and on. Because that relationship works for the person that the relationship works for. And this is an answer to all of you who are out there and you monogamous people out there. Yeah, so when you're sitting around and you're looking back and you're looking at a relationship and you're wondering why they're together and you're wondering why they're not going away from each other, you have to look at the person that you like. The person that you're trying to put your claws into, as a friend of mine would say. And you have to look into it and say, well, what is it that this person likes about this person? What is the personality of this person that tells me about something I don't see about this person? And that's before you get into the astrology and numerology of that connection in which you're looking at. So then it also comes to the point of, how do I say this shit? Like, you got to look at what you're attracted. Now, how did I get all the way over here with the conversation? Because people have a tendency to project. And as an intuitive person, we speak from internally. We speak from what we see in the spirit of somebody, sometimes the soul, right? Depending how deeply intuitive we are. And depends on how deep we want to get, right? Depending on how deep we want to get, right? And what I have always found is that people who have the eyes to see people's relationship and to know what it is, that takes a special kind of gift. Especially when you can see your own relationship. See, y'all look at ASAP and Riri and y'all think to yourself, well, what the fuck is this? And anybody who's ever followed my blogs, I have been did it helping ASAP Rocky find love. It was an article I did, a blog I did years ago. And I even said in that blog, I said there's a woman around him and he needs to be with a Pisces, and look around him. It was his best friend. She was up under his nose the whole time. So ASAP and Riri are best friends that became lovers. They were homies that became lovers. Y'all just didn't pay attention to what was in y'all face. Friends with benefits that became lovers. They had children together. Now, her and the Packy man, we don't know because I wasn't, you know what I'm saying? But her and ASAP had children together. So everybody's argument is he's making her a baby mama. And like one person said, maybe it's a risk for her to get married to him. She has the control. Believe me, he loves her down to her dirty drawers. He worships her feet. Anything Riri wants, he will give it to her. And Rihanna knows that. They share Caribbean background. He's from Barbados. His background is Barbados, like she is from Barbados. His background is Barbados. So there's a soul connection that is there. And it goes on and on and on. But there are people who don't understand that. They go into the shallow world where you were with this packy guy that was worth millions. But she may have suffered in that relationship. Riri was in her Saturn return. Riri wasn't creative no more. Riri wasn't dressing up no more. Riri was suffering over there. And now she back to being herself with the colors and the art and all that. She with her Libra now. But I can see that. But that's just me because I'm an artist myself. And I know what it is for an artist to suffer and suppress themselves as artists. Everybody's looking on the outside of, you was with this millionaire. You should have. Nah, she should be with who works for her. And if ASAP works for her, he works for her. And even as a divested woman, or a divested dyke, however you want to refer to me, I'm going to still stand on what I see works for somebody. I'm not going to be that goddamn arrogant about it. There are some people, they are for each other. And ASAP and Riri are definitely for each other. Made for each other. It's a drought out here, y'all. If y'all don't know. That's why I said stop listening to married people. There's a drought out here. If you got to light a candle, do a little sage, whatever you got to do to attract what you need in your life, then you do that. And when you get it, you hold on to it. And however y'all have y'all relationship, or however y'all have y'all relationship. That's all I'm saying. For somebody to find somebody that they connect with is not easy out here. Just to have somebody you have something in common with, that you just don't leave it at the level of let's just be friends and leave it at that without it wanting to be more, or would it be into a point where you want to marry somebody? If you have somebody out here that you're talking to and you feel like, damn, I really think I want to get married to this person, then you have something very beautiful in your hands. Long as you're not getting dark, psychologically manipulated into that, but as long as you know for sure in your heart that that's what you want with this person, then you shall have it. Because that's not easy to come by in these times. Millennials and Gen Zs, and then the alphas that's coming up behind us, which is most of our children from the millennials. The Gen Zs are the Gen Xers children. And what is happening is, this communication, this long distance, this pornography, this virtual way of communicating is the most safest way that they enjoy relationships. This cosmic poly relationships, which means long distance relationship virtually and stuff like that, is what makes them comfortable. Falling in love with somebody from overseas and having a relationship and going to visit them from time to time and being in love on camera is comfortable for them. So if you're in a time where you can actually have a physical face-to-face relationship with somebody that you can talk to, share things, if things fall apart, y'all could talk about it, y'all could get through it, then you need to understand that that is a great thing that you have in your life, because that's not easy to come by in these times. And you're talking to somebody straight up from New York City, the media capital, and I'm telling you the same thing. It's a drought out here. You got so much mental illness, and I'm not making an excuse, but you got some people who they're not trying to fix themselves. That's how fucked up that they are. And that's just what it is. So you can have fun listening to these dating channels and these dating shows and shit like that. I did that shit when I was in my 20s. I cracked myself up thinking about it now. You can go listen to these married people trying to tell you who's in this world single how to date all you want to. And you tell me how that work out for you. Times are different, y'all. When you build connections, you have to build connections. You have to be in people's spaces. You have to go. It's so wild, right? It's so wild because if you're anything like me, you're so quick to cut people off. After a while, you just be like, oh, you get so exhausted and overwhelmed with people, right? You're so quick to cut them off. And in the moment you really find somebody that you really like, I mean, you really like them. You really feel in your heart that you actually have love for them. You really feel like they're worthy of your time, right? The moment you find that in your life is the moment you don't want that shit to go nowhere. I heard somebody quote this years ago, and here I am quoting it now. When you have a relationship with somebody that you really fucking like, I mean, you really care about them and you really like them, and it's really going well between y'all, the number one thing you want to do is not fuck it up. The number one thing you want to do is not fuck that relationship up. And then, you know, like me, I'll be like, yo, I ain't shit. And for you to love me, for you to care about me, for you even halfway think about marrying me, that's something goddamn special. Okay, that's something, because you got to be something special to like me. Okay? And this is how I feel. And if you have that same honest feeling about yourself, you hold on to what you have when you got something good. It's a drought out here. I wish I could call her right now and come on the show. Word up. Cuzzo, like, listen. Was texting somebody, and she wouldn't mind me telling y'all this story. She was texting somebody, and the person was like, you're texting, and she's like, well, you can just get to the messages later. Just respond to me later. I know you at work, but I have some thoughts I want to share. And then later on, the person tells some other shit, and it's just like, what happened? Because people are not trying to put that level of effort into anybody anymore. They're not going to put the legwork in. And this is the downside of what social media and these long distance type of connections has done to everybody. They don't want to put that legwork in of saying, hey, okay, well, this is how you communicate, but this is how I communicate. And well, this is a problem for me, but if you want to text me like that, well, here's another place to reach me, or here's a time to text me. Well, I listen to the things you say, and I don't per se agree with everything, but let's talk about it a little bit more without arguing. It's these little tiny things that people forget how to do when getting to know somebody. It's like the line has been crossed about knowing somebody and not knowing somebody. When someone want to abuse you, they want to throw it in your face that they don't know you and that you're a stranger. And all of this stuff is able to happen because people are across a fucking TV screen. And so all these masks and hidings and true selves can be kind of just constantly cloaked depending on what kind of person it is before somebody walks away and be like, something not right with you. Then when you're sitting there in somebody's face all the time, you know, when y'all farting at each other, burping in front of each other, when you really got to take a shit so you can't hold it in, you know, when you're sick and you need somebody to be there for you, those times when you don't really got money like that, you need help, things like that, like these times, like when you have those moments with somebody, when you have those type of bonds with somebody that's in your face, that's a different story. That's a different kind of connecting that goes on in your life. You don't forget those times or two you had to split a sandwich together because neither one of y'all had money to eat. So about one of y'all bought like a $4 sandwich and y'all split it together. You don't forget these things. You don't forget the little routine things y'all do together. Like going to Starbucks and then what we order and then our special day and then all of these memories that you build with somebody. It can't really be built across a fucking computer screen. It can't be built that way. And it can't be no true love that way. Okay? It can't be. And another thing, guys, it's a matter of what this says, a power to beyond this world. What do you mean? I'm not gonna say that. Like somebody posted it on Facebook. What the fuck that mean? Right, let me get back focused here. Oh, that's what I gotta do. Hold on, y'all. Let me go have this music going. I'm gonna come back 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Come on, where you at? Where's the play button? Let's go. Oh, it was never the play button. That was the problem.
Trip with me to a land where love is free. Follow me into the light where everything's gonna be alright. Let the globe and take my hand. I will show you promised land. Stay with me in paradise. So our future can be nice. Come on and take a trip with me to a land where love is free. Follow me into the light. Everything's gonna be alright.
I'm back. All right. So these things are very important to know. These things are very important to understand that it's so much deceit. Okay? It's too much deceit. And you can become something in somebody's playground out here if you're not fucking careful. And you don't want to become something in somebody's playground. People are going to play games. Regardless of life, that's how they go. People going to play games. Okay? I think I'm going to go ahead and just play this video for y'all. Let me find it. Because one thing I do want to say, everybody, is that there's too many married people. Okay? I need y'all to hear me out very loudly when I say this shit. There's too much people who are married. Okay? And you need to understand why I am going in on these married people. Okay? I'm going in on these married people because, number one, okay, these people were married first of all, they with the person that they're with. They've been married to them for a long time, meaning through different fucking phases and styles in the dating world and all of this. So while they've been married, everybody else been single, in and out of relationships, whatever have you. So these people can't tell you a fuck ass thing about anything that's going on out here or how to do anything. I think that married people are the most deceitful people because people think because they're married that they have the answer, the golden wisdom of what a relationship is. And the truth is, it's not. Somebody like myself can have way more wisdom about a relationship. And somebody who's never even been in a committed relationship past 5 years can have way more wisdom than me about a relationship. You get my point? A married person cannot tell you and prepare you for being a fish out of water. That means you just came out of a relationship. That means you don't really know the world like that, but you're trying to go out here and date people and you're only going to get played every time. A married person can't teach you about being a fish out of the water. A married person cannot teach you about what to prepare for, do's and don'ts when it comes to an online relationship if you decide to have it. And they damn sure can't tell you nothing about being in a poly relationship because, hey, they're married, right? They're monogamous. They're one-on-one, so-called, right? So you have to understand who is it that you receive great relationship insight from. First of all, pick up a book. Judge it for yourself how you take that book. Get a therapist. That's your judgment too about how you utilize your therapist. And then you begin to find your own, and then of course journal, all day journal. Then you begin to find your own relationship patterns, your own relationship mistakes, your own relationship woes and mishaps. And you begin to check yourself. And then you begin to know how to have a relationship. The moment that I had a situation where one of my partners was like, yo, I don't like how you just ghosted me for the day. You did not text me back. I was texting you. You just, and then when you want to talk, now it's time for us to talk because you want to talk. That's not fair. And I got chewed out. I got chewed out and barked on too. Yeah. I got real barked on for doing that shit. And my thing is, that was checking me and my behavior. That was checking me and things that I was used to doing a certain type of way to help me understand you're not with that same person. You cannot do this over here, not to me. And see, if this was an online long distance relationship, it probably would be worse. Because the person even that told me straight up, like, I'm about to pull up on your ass. So you can't really pull up when you're in a long distance relationship unless you that crazy. You know, that's another topic there. But you have to face, constantly have to face, have to talk, have to confront things. You have to constantly sit back and observe your own self when you're in a relationship. This is why people don't want them, because they don't want to. You know, some people, you can't even give them criticism of themselves. You can't even give them criticism of themselves. You can't even just be like, bro, you know that's annoying when you do that. And then next thing you know, they want to cut you off. There are some people that they just don't care. And that's another thing. You have to notify people like who just don't care. Another thing. When you begin to understand that you are the universe, and I know I drill this in your head all the time. You are the universe. And it takes self-reflection to understand that you are the universe. And therefore, what you attract is you attracting yourself. And therefore, you have to look at what you are attracting. And when you find that that's what you are attracting, that is the very thing where you begin to understand that, okay, what is my pattern? Why am I attracting this? Why is this happening? We don't went through this with the whole burn book situation, right? But I don't have to go down that road, right? So we're going to go ahead and watch this video. I mean, we're still doing our dance music stuff. But yesterday I played music, I didn't chat, and so I got a copyright strike. Okay, so I'm dealing with the consequences of that, all right? So we're going to go ahead and listen to this video. I kind of let it play it already, but let's just go ahead.
Into Rihanna's. And Rihanna, by...
Bruh, I don't know why she got music playing, but that shit is like the most annoying part of this shit. Like, do we need the elevator music, shorty?
extension, has access to resources and connections that ASAP wouldn't even know about. So this kind of places Rihanna in a hypogamous relationship because she's the one with most of the resources and wealth, and then ASAP Rocky kind of stands to benefit from being in a relationship with her for that very fact. And these type of arrangements, hypogamous...
For the record, if Riri was a one-hit wonder, has been, ASAP will still be in love with her. Just want to put that on record.
Relationships don't typically fare well for women because women often have to assume the role of mother and the fatherly provider. So typically in hypergamous relationships, they tend to work where the man has more resources because men typically earn more money than women in general across various industries. So you're kind of almost at a deficit as a woman if you date a man who earns less than you. The fact that he simply exists as a man, he stands to earn more money than you. So now, not only did you have to work very hard to become a billionaire and make money.
Yes, we live in a patriarch. Yes, there's rules and regulations of the biological male and the biological woman and all this shit that everybody's telling you. When you live life a certain type of way, you could give a damn about any of this shit, okay? When you are not when you are a self-centered woman, which we are here at V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio. When you are a self-centered woman, what matters is what you achieve for you and what you have incubated and achieves for them and what you help them achieve in their life and the wisdom that you pass on to them to achieve what they need to achieve in their life. That's what you do as a self-centered woman. And as a self-centered woman, you go for what benefits you. It may not benefit the self-centered woman to be in this relationship with this male who has all of this money, because something in her needs more than just that. And that's hard for some people to believe because people are projecting to you what it's supposed to be for you. There are some women that they are just happy with having someone to hold them, to care, to love them, to not talk about money, to just be there when they're going through things, when they're breaking down. There's people that need that type of connection. The money they'll get for their goddamn self. The money is just an add-on. It ain't everything for their relationship. So again, people are looking at Rihanna, this very beautiful Barbados woman, with this beautiful woman, beautiful Caribbean woman, and a prideful Caribbean woman, a black identified Caribbean woman, okay? Talented. She's been here since damn near teenager. And so everyone wants the best. She's American. She's our sweet. Rihanna is the archetype of the sweetheart. They said the good girl gone bad, but she's still everybody's sweetheart. And because of that, they want the best for her. So yes, that super rich Pakistani man would be the best for her in the eyes of what everybody wants for her. But ASAP may be the best for her emotionally. ASAP may be the best for her as a friend, as someone who understands her in a way that that Pakistani man probably doesn't. And it's so funny because the Paki man is a Libra and ASAP's a Libra. And I think that's quite interesting that she went to these two different dynamic of Libra males. And she's also an Aries moon. And Aries, Saturn and Aries is coming in May. So Rihanna got lessons her way anyway. She already has them because Saturn's in Pisces. But she has a little bit more in the more of her emotions now in the moon sign department. But that's another topic. And we also know over here that something's going on with Rihanna because Rihanna is birthing nothing but boys. So something in Rihanna has already been broken down, and something in Rihanna already has a low self-esteem. And she may not feel, see, that's another thing too. You can sit here and you can go into the world of riches and people with money, but God damn it, do you match? Before I got with this person I'm with now, it was another person I was talking to. She's in the medical field. Her mother was a practitioner. Sounds just perfect for me. But I begin to feel almost intimidated by the fact that I'm not going to be with this person. This person's going to put their medical career first. So I got to taste of my own medicine. And I didn't like the taste of my own medicine. And so I begin to feel almost intimidated by the fact that I didn't have, this was somebody I was going to literally feel like I had to chase. And I chose who I chose because it was more of an emotional bonding, understanding, laughter. There's a bit of happiness that's there. I chose who I chose. So once again, let's not fall into what people try to tell you that you're supposed to be doing.
You had to do that as a woman, and now you're dating a man who wasn't able to literally use his male privilege to his advantage to make more money than you. And again, yeah, he's a millionaire, whatever. For the fact alone that men out-earn women, as a woman, you should only strive to date men who earn more money than you because they have male privilege that works in their favor. And when you date someone who earns less than you, it's almost like you're taxing yourself because now he's able to reap the benefits of the labor that you had to work twice as hard to achieve when he could have simply just found a way to use his privilege to his advantage to get ahead. So now he has to dip into your pool that you had to work twice as hard to earn, which is not fair. When women in a hypogamous relationship, again, they have to, not only do they have to sort of be that nurturing mother, they then have to also be the provider. So you're going to find yourself, even if you don't have kids with him, but in this case, we're talking about Rihanna who does have kids with him, you know, making sure that your children's financial and emotional well-being is taken care of. Obviously, your man's emotional well-being is taken care of. That's traditionally your role in the relationship as a woman. But then also, like, you have to take care of all the finances because you're the one with the money. So you're playing both roles while he kind of sits there and does nothing. We're seeing that imbalance even more where Rihanna is having to kind of take time out of her business and taking care of the kids to now go and support someone who committed a crime. And I'll talk about that later. But now, if Rihanna were to marry A$AP Rocky, she would put herself at risk financially, especially if she didn't get a prenup, because he would either be entitled to half of her net worth or he would likely receive a very expensive alimony check each month from Rihanna. So a lot of couples, they lose their wealth from...
Rihanna and A$AP are so goddamn smart that they will already be married and nobody would know unless TMZ or somebody expose it.
Divorce when the other party takes half of their net worth. So, you know, if she were to make the mistake of marrying him, then she would have to get a really nice ironclad prenup, making it very clear that he's not getting anything. But even if she had that, getting alimony alone, especially from a billionaire, is going to be expensive. Like, he can stand to get tens of thousands of dollars per month from her alone. if she made that decision to marry him. And obviously, you know, it's still pending as to whether or not he's going to go to prison. And I think that once the recipient is incarcerated, those checks stop. But even if he didn't, that's too much of a risk for someone like Rihanna. So I totally support her decision to kind of just, you know, despite her having kids with him, which I think is a big mistake, at least she did not allow herself to get caught up in the Black community's expectations of marriage, and she did not marry this guy. Just look at what happened to like Mary J. Blige. Like, Mary J. Blige works so hard now because she has to pay for alimony for her husband. Like, he pretty much took her to the cleaners, and like, she's having to pay for that month after month. She's not even able to work because she wants to and build her craft or get to her bag. Like, she cannot afford to not work because of this alimony bill that she has. So all that aside, Rihanna blundered in even being associated or seen with ASAP. And this is why dating down
Okay, first of all, y'all, any astrologers out there,
isn't just about
Riri,
money. Yes, there are, you know, financial risks in dating down as a woman, especially a woman like Rihanna who has billions on the line.
Yeah, it's the elevator music for me. First of all, any astrologers out there, Riri is a goddamn February Pisces. Okay, they are very ratchet. And then on top of being a February Pisces, she's an Aries goddamn moon. Rihanna be cutting the fuck up. Rihanna is known for going to the club. Beanie Siegel, another Pisces, said he used to see Rihanna in some backdoor club in Philly. Rihanna was back there hanging. This is Rihanna's personality. And she's Caribbean. I don't know what the fuck y'all think Rihanna is. Rihanna is wild. Wild. Okay? Rihanna is wild. She has always been wild. I don't know what this thing about Rihanna that y'all got. You think that it was accepted in that Pakistani boy family when Rihanna was with him? They roasted, they treated her like shit, told her she had little girl hobbies and all kind of shit. They disrespected the fuck out of Riri. I just wanted to add that in there. Let's continue. Fair use.
But outside of that, dating down also has to do with the way that you are perceived. Rihanna blundered in being associated or seen with ASAP because, number one, he's a rapper and they have a bad reputation, and clearly we can see for a reason. And number two, because of that reputation, Rihanna kind of cheapens her image because those rapper stereotypes are alleged to be true, and now she may forever be known as the baby mom of a convict. The stereotypes honestly write themselves. And yes, Rihanna is a billionaire, so she can honestly do whatever she wants. Even if she was a millionaire, she's an entertainer. She's built herself as a businesswoman, so she can do whatever she wants. But when it comes to the optics, because society tends to use public figures like celebrities as representation of the general public, Rihanna being associated with someone like A$AP Rocky kind of paints the rest of us as Black women, all they do is choose the losers. All they do is choose the thugs, which is also why I say that you need to make a clear distinction between you and the ghettos. I love Rihanna's music. I love her beauty brand, but you know what? I'm going to put myself first. And so I choose to stay away from people who behave like Rihanna. So if you know someone in real life who likes to date convicts, because, I'm pretty sure Rihanna knew what this guy, or had an idea of what this guy was about, but it's imperative that you stay away from.
She has a point there. She told everybody to stay the hell away from somebody like Rihanna. That would be the answer, because she's showing you who she is. Also, A$AP and Rihanna were best friends. They have been friends, so she knows very much well who he is. She's a Pisces, he's a Libra. Pisces and Libras are very, very close, okay? Just saying.
From women who behave like this in real life. Again, number one, because you both are not afforded the same privileges that Rihanna has. She could decide tomorrow that she's done with A$AP and the whole ride or die chick, Bonnie or Clyde image, hire a PR team and clean up her image and continue to make billions. She has the luxury and the ability to do that. You and I do not. So the way that we can protect our image, especially in a climate that is increasingly becoming more and more right-leaning, people do not care about being labeled as racist. And so if you look like someone that looks ghetto, like Rihanna's behavior, you are going to be lumped like the rest of them. And it comes down to even the way that you style yourself. You could be the smartest cookie, you could be the most successful, and no one would ever know if you do not look the part, which is also why I talk about the importance of not only leveling up your look so that you can benefit from pretty privilege, but so that you can benefit socially and not be ostracized for being too close in proximity to the ghettos. So if you, again, know someone like this in real life, steer clear, not only because of how things look, but also you don't want to get caught up in drama. Rihanna's situation is not something that's new. Unfortunately, just regular women, regular Black women deal with issues like this because when they choose to deal with losers who don't want to stay out of trouble. And you could say, oh, well, maybe, ASAP or men like him have cleaned up their image. Well, I'm sorry, but it's too little too late. The courts are now choosing to prosecute this case and it could end differently. You don't want to get caught up in the legalities. God forbid, you have to help this guy get through his issues by, helping to fund his legal representation. Like, you don't need that. You don't need all of the stress of having to deal with, is he going to be locked up for years to come? Do I have to put money on his books? And if you have children with him, I'm going to have to deal with raising my kids alone. You don't want to have to deal with that stress. So the fairy tale that is painted in the media will not play out in your favor in real life. And you will be treated accordingly. You will be excluded from not only elite spaces, but even being able to get a good job, with good pay, benefits, etc. You will be excluded if you look like the Rihanna type. Rihanna kind of reinforcing this stereotype, she gave A$AP Rocky a legacy through 2 children and, contacts. He ended up giving her what most men in the industry that look like A$AP Rocky typically give Black women, which is embarrassment. Every time Rihanna enters a room for the next year or so, all people are going to talk about is that's the baby mom of the convict or of the accused, and not, oh, that's the multi-million-dollar brand owner of Fenty Beauty. And honestly, Rihanna will be fine because, again, she's a billionaire. She owns a multi-million-dollar company amongst a few other things. So she can afford to be closely related to someone with a bad reputation because honestly, at this stage, people will do anything to be around a billionaire. So someone of her caliber can literally get away with anything. On the grand scheme of things, she can also afford to hire a full-time nanny for each of her kids if she wanted to. So if he does go away, at least she doesn't have to worry about raising the kids alone. She'll have support. But again, it comes down to representation, and we cannot act as if people do not try to emulate the lives of celebrities, okay? Celebrities, their primary existence, the reason why they're held in such high regard in society is so that they can influence the masses. And so the average woman but for the average person like you and I, we are not afforded the same luxury that Rihanna has because we simply don't belong to the same social class and are therefore not awarded the same privileges. And even if you're doing well financially, you earn 6 figures or more, you still have to be careful with who you are associated with, if not more, because your ability to earn and build a social network as someone who is local and not an international household name is dependent upon your reputation. One slick move, even outside of your work, and you can get fired, and other employers may even be hesitant to hire you if you have a reputation on social media. We've seen so many instances where people go on racist rants or they harass someone and it gets posted online and immediately they're fired and they pretty much get blacklisted from similar employers because they don't want to deal with the drama of your tainted reputation. And obviously, Rihanna's situation is not this extreme. She's not the one who is accused of the crime, but even being associated with someone in close proximity like that can look poorly upon you because it signals to others that you have poor decision-making skills. If you can't even make a simple decision as to who you choose to be in relationships with, then how can I trust you to have sound judgment on the job? And A$AP Rocky apparently committed this crime like in 2022, which was like well into when they were together. I'm sure Rihanna saw some signs of some questionable behavior that could signal like, hey, maybe I need to cut ties with this guy because he's going to be a problem. And this is also why celebrities have PR reps, people who pretty much coach them on their image, people who coach them on what to say, what not to say, where to go, where not to go, who not to associate with, for this very reason, because they understand that your image is pretty much your net worth in that circle. Look at Beyonce. Beyonce's PR team does an amazing job. They only post specific things on social media that's going to make money. She only goes to certain events where she's going to be honored or where, it's about her or her daughter Blue Ivy. Very, very strategic about her imaging and where she is positioned and who she is identified with. When Kanye West started to crash out years ago when he embarrassed Taylor Swift, that was the last time that you ever publicly saw the Carters with someone like Kanye West in public. And this is also why I tell women to be careful of what you post on social media and to honestly even forego social media unless it's making you money. As an aside, I personally believe that we need to get back to a place where privacy is sacred and personal info is reserved for those who are closest to us, but I digress. It's unsettling to me that unless your account is private, a complete stranger can see your profile, see the most intimate parts of your life, and have access to you that way. And this honestly goes back to the low self-esteem element that I speak about with Black women, but particularly successful Black women, because Rihanna was once dating and almost rumored to be engaged to Hassan Jamil. That's the name of the Saudi billionaire that she was dating and businessman before she got with A$AP Rocky. But mind you, in Rihanna's defense, Arab men are known to be super traditional, and he may not have liked the fact that Rihanna was so liberal and independent, especially working with other men, and may have desired a more traditional role for her.
See, I said that.
If they were to get married. But honestly, if she was able to get a billionaire once, she can definitely get another one again. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think about this one down below in the comments, and I will see you in the next video. Memberships are now live on this channel.
This is what I'm saying. Okay. Riri and A$AP. I cannot speak but from a very simple astrological, numerical, very grounded, logical explanation of what I see with A$AP and Riri. Because I'm not new to them. I've been on A$AP and Riri for a very long time. Okay? And who is this? I'm sorry. Is this somebody else? I thought I was on Black Exoticals. Okay, how did I get there to somebody else's page? Are they a trans? I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, she just did a video on why white women are triggered by Meg and women of color in general. Meaning Megan Thee Stallion and women in color in general. The big girl wants to benefit from pretty privilege. What I learned from my self-centered grandmother. Okay. I had a self-centered grandmother too. Okay. Anyway. We might get to that video. I'm not sure. Going back to what I was saying, y'all. People have to understand that people are with what works for them. Okay? And because people are with what works for them, that's just what it is. Okay? You can have a close family member, cousin, whatever. And by the way, you have gotten to know this close family member, cousin, whatever, even your own child. You can state what you feel is best for them and what they can do better and blah, blah, blah. At the same time, what I have learned is you don't really know people how you think you know them. Okay? You don't know people how you really believe that you know them. And when you can come to that understanding, you need to know that the person that they are sitting there with is a reflection of who they are. Okay? Is a true reflection of who they are. And are you ready to face the reality of seeing that? Because that woman is smart. She said, you stay away from women like this. She did a big twist on it. I didn't expect that. But she said it. You stay away from women like Rihanna, like Riri, who make choices like this, who be around people like this. You just get away from them. You can holler all you want to what kind of relationship they should be in and who they should be with, but you need to look at what they is with. And what they is with is telling you who they are. Just that goddamn simple. Back to it. Listen. Let this music play for a minute while I go do something. Shit. Hopefully I don't get copyright. Me and get ready to dance, man. Boom, shakalak, girlie, open your mind. I'm a white ragaman, baby, one of a kind. Now ragaman, yes, gonna make my day. Open your mind, I'm your getaway.
Get away from my getaway. Get away, baby, now I'm gonna break out. Get away from my getaway.
Choosing BPM is a big problem. Choosing BPM is a big problem. A lot of people get hurt just for nothing. To inhabit.
I feel like that song gonna get me some copyright strike, so I'm back again. All right, so I found another video, and it says, "Why are white women? Why white women are triggered by mag, and women of color in general?" Okay, this is a topic because we talk about the Black Woman's Guide, so we need to talk about this, right?
Do I start the one where my ex is dating the Megan? Was it the Megan Stallion? What's her name?
Meg the Stallion.
Meg the Stallion. Megan. I'm just gonna call her.
Girl, ain't this you?
Star. Cause they ain't never finna buy shit. Sorry, hoes hate me cause I'm the it girl. I ain't never asked to be the shit girl. Don't call me sis cause I'm not your sister.
So you don't know who Grammy Award-winning rapper Megan Thee Stallion is, even though you've been singing her songs for the past 4 years. Got it. And to intentionally mispronounce her name, even though she has one of the most basic American names, did not escape my notice. That was hella microaggressive. The real question we should be asking is, who the hell are these broads? Because I have never seen them a day in my life.
I just wonder what his type is, because you guys dated, then he was talking to other girls when he was talking to you, and like they all look
Very
like
similar. Like
you
we all looked,
guys.
yeah.
So I'm just curious what his type is.
The hell? Megan Thee Stallion is everyone's type. It sounds like someone's salty that he didn't pop back out with a Becky and went back to the home team instead.
My package is here.
Hi beautiful ladies, welcome back to my channel. You've probably already seen by now the clip that I just played of those 3 women making passive aggressive comments about Megan Thee Stallion. I have a lot to say about this, so I'm just going to get right into it. First and foremost, and I know this is going to piss off a lot of people, but you should know by now that I don't sugarcoat things, so if you're easily offended, just go ahead and skip this video. But white women who date Black men in general, 9 times out of 10, they do so because they cannot access their own men. So they go to where they think that they'll be valued and receive the admiration that they couldn't get from their own men. And a lot of these women, they have difficulty gaining access to white men for a number of reasons. But we all know that white men out-earn Black men by a landslide. You could say, oh, it's because of racism. Well, we're not going to go down that route because, yeah. And white women have always been self-serving to gain access to comfort, ease, luxury, health, etc., and rightfully so. I think that Black identified women could honestly take a page out of their book and do the same. But white women, they will choose to date and marry someone who they believe have access to resources in order to improve their quality of life or maintain their quality of life and sort of give them access to resources and their children to give them a good quality of life. So white women choosing to date or marry someone with less resources as a collective, when their whiteness alone can give them access to the top resources in the world, is a loss. If they could gain access to white men, they definitely would, for the reasons that I mentioned. And so again, they kind of go to the next best thing.
Bob is a white girl.
Yes.
And you get attention from Black guys.
Yes.
In my experience and all the other white girls that I know, we don't think that getting attention from Black guys gives you a status of some sort. If you get attention from the white guys, you do have the status more than if you get attention from Black guys.
As a man, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with that.
Well, as a woman who gets attention and who grew up in a white culture more than a Black culture, I'm going to tell you that getting attention from Black guys is not a badge of honor if you're white.
Okay.
And I'm white.
You are white.
Yes.
All right. No,
if a white girl gets attention from a white guy, that's more valuable in white culture than if she gets attention from a Black guy. If she gets attention from a Black guy, that doesn't make you a better anything. Like, that doesn't raise you in anybody's eyes. As a matter of fact,
in some people's eyes, it does.
As a matter of fact, it's a little bit of oh, you know, she's basically not good enough for the white, so she's good for the Black guys. That's how it's looked at with white people.
I see it the opposite way, but
and this has nothing to do with beauty or looks per se, but mentality and character. And I'm talking about white men in this regard. If you're seen to not embody certain values that white men embody, and that includes canoodling with Black men, you are written off, because white men value their image to the point that they won't even associate with underachievers because they believe it taints their image, and they won't allow themselves to be tainted by women who have been tainted themselves. Nothing to do with the color of your skin, your phenotype per se, but everything to do with degenerate behaviors, demoralizing characters that could indirectly reflect poorly on you if you're seen in relation with people who possess these characteristics, which is why I tell you guys to stay away from ghetto Blacks. I know that's going to piss people off me saying that, but I don't care. Your image is important. Your image is a form of social currency, which you can then use to social climb. And so you canoodling with people who possess antisocial behavior. Antisocial behavior does not mean, oh, I'm anxious and I can't really talk to people. Antisocial behavior is being loud in public when it's not appropriate to be loud. Talking about controversial topics, you know, as a way to stick it to the white man or to stick it to people. Just having no class altogether. Those are antisocial behaviors that reflect poorly on the person who's doing that. And if you are seen in close contact with that person, even if you're in the same company but you don't really know that person, if you are seen together with that individual, people will automatically assume, especially if you share the same race and phenotype, people will automatically assume like, oh, I see Angela over there hanging around Deborah and M. So she must be friends with her. She must be just like her, because why else would she be around that individual? And so the same thing applies in this case. And this honestly is where the whole mud shark term comes from, where white women who date Black men, they are labeled as mud sharks, and white men pretty much write them off. Again, it's not centered around racism per se. So to say like, oh, if you are automatically seen around people with darker skin, your image is tainted because you're with those people who have an African phenotype, and the African phenotype is innately inferior. It has nothing to do with that. Maybe for some people it is. But for the rest of society that has managed to evolve, it's not that case, because Black women and white male relationships are on the rise. And these marriages are the most successful in America, even compared to white women and white male relationships. And you could say, oh, well, what about athletes and rappers? White women, they don't go after white men because they can get access to athletes and rappers. And, these men, they have access to resources to give them a good quality of life. I'd like to push back on that, because despite these groups having money, athletes and artists, it's not about the money. Again, it's about how you look socially. Because athletes and artists, rappers specifically, they're known to be abusive, they're known to be absent fathers, and they're known to be unfaithful. First of all, it's a social faux pas to be this type of individual. And when you chronically see these same issues happening with the same groups over and over again, it stands to taint the image of your group entirely, which is why I tell Black women to divest from the Black community. Again, it has nothing to do with choosing not to date Black men as a whole. It has everything to do with staying away from those harmful antisocial behaviors. Again, these type of behaviors place a stain on society, and people try to stay away from this as much as possible. And if you are elite, which usually in these industries, it's predominantly white men who are the elites, they will do anything to stay away from that type of stain, if you will, because it just simply does not look good. And again, if you are in cahoots with that or seen to be in close contact with that, that's going to reflect poorly on you and negatively impact your social standing. Memberships are now live on this channel. Click the link in the description box to sign up to receive access to exclusive content and perks. So I'm saying all this to say that as a Black woman, and just woman of color, honestly, there's really no sense in you getting upset and riled up by white women who specifically target these industry dudes, because they're only doing so because they have no other choice. And I know that they have no other choice because once they go through the ringer and they think that they're going to get better treatment, and they realize that they're not going to get the treatment that they were hoping for, a lot of them try to go back to their communities, and it doesn't work out for them. We look at Kim Kardashian. Like, she had the whole urban look to the point that people accused her of cultural appropriation, trying to mix fish, black fish, whatever, trying to co-opt the Black woman's image in order to gain access to the Black community and siphon money from there and gain access to Black men. And now that Kanye West has embarrassed the hell out of Kim Kardashian, she's kind of switched up her entire look. She's kind of gone to like the clean girl aesthetic, trying to look more white. She's even kind of gone towards like the Italian aesthetic, because even though she's a white woman, she does look ethnic. She does not look like an American white woman. She looks like a European white woman, like an Italian. So she's trying to co-opt that image as well. And it's not being received too well. I've seen comments online by white men saying, yeah, don't touch Kim Kardashian with a 10-foot pole.
Okay.
Sign up for the PF Black Card and get your first month free. $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends March 13th.
Hey, I could do a real quick rant here. I'm sitting here grilling, got a little salmon on the grill. Just saw a post on Twitter, New York Post, that Tom Brady is supposedly dating Kim Kardashian. I can't have this. I can't have this. It makes me want to puke. No, I know Tom Brady's the same age as I am, and I have no right. Who am I to like talk about other people's dating game? I'm dating a girl much younger than me. People have said shit. So who am I, right? Who am I? Well, I'm the number one Tom Brady guy in the universe. He and I got, what, a combined 12 rings together? I've been in the trenches. I've gone to jail. Tom Brady can't date Kim Kardashian, okay? Kim Kardashian, listen, she's hot. She's a bazillionaire. But she's like a paparazzi girl. She fucked on camera to get famous. Sure, she's talented. She does other stuff. She ruins every man's life she touches. She's a Daily News, a Page 6, a reality TV girl. Nothing. I'm what am I? I'm nothing. She's like, I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. But you're Tom Brady. You're better than that. If you're not better than that, none of us are better than that. It just drags him. And then what Kris Jenner is going to be running his life. He's going to be on Meet the Kardashians and like talking about nail polish with Scott Disick and fucking Kanye and that other guy who keeps having the babies, the Laker guy and Khloe. And it's, no, I don't want him in that world. Tristan Thompson, we're going to be like, it's going to be dinner with Tristan Thompson, Kanye, the Kardashians, fucking Kris Jenner. No. He's better than that world. So I did a quick list here. Who he can date. Like, oh, Dave, you got all the answers. I don't know if these women are all taken, single, some are taken, but you get the point. Kardashian's an A-list, but she's like a dirty A-list. It's not the real A-list. It's not Scarlett Johansson, Keira Knightley, Halle Berry, Margot Robbie, Ana de Armas, Isaac Gonzalez, Candace Swainpool, Dua Lipa, Taylor Swift, Zendaya, Rihanna. Like, these are real A-list. That's like who Tom Brady should be dating. He wants a fucker. Go fuck her in a motel and gossip and tell your friends. Date. We're not dating the Kardashians, Tom. You're better than that. If you're not better than, if you go down to that level, we all go down. We're better than that.
Okay, we know why this man said that. The man that she slept with on camera was a black man. Maybe he would have felt differently if it was a man who looked like him. Every guy who she's dated, whose life she's ruined, has been black, except for that one white guy that she married. So we know exactly what he means. And again, it's not a racial undertone to say, oh, he's just saying that because he's racist and he thinks that black people are dirty. I don't know this man. Maybe he is racist. But when you look beyond your feelings and emotions and you look at things logically, it all has to do with social standing and class. And he's telling you exactly what I just said, how he views white women who step out. So again, there's no need for you, black women, to feel triggered or upset by white women who try to ruffle your feathers to get a reaction or try to make you feel insignificant. They're doing this because they feel insignificant about themselves. And so instead of doing the inner work to become a better person, you kind of feel like your social status and your social standards are less than the black woman that you're mad at.
One of the worst, honestly, I feel like I'm in denial sometimes and I can't accept some of the things that I've done. There is one thing that, I tried talking to a therapist about before, something that I had to do for a scene that was really rough for me. Basically, this guy had a bowl and he liked me until I threw up into it. And then he iced in the bowl. And during the scene, he asked me to do it. and I didn't know how to say no. It was one of the most disgusting, foul scenes I ever had to do. And I'm telling a therapist this, and they don't even fucking know what to say to me.
Yeah.
No one can relate. Like, no one fucking knows what to say about it.
Which takes me to my next point. A lot of these white women dislike Black women specifically because we are the blueprint and the trendsetters in terms of fashion and beauty trends. And now I know that there's European beauty standards that tend to be pedestalized on a global scale, but there are beauty trends that we cannot ignore. For example, having like the slim, thick body type, like that more leaning towards like the more athletic build over simply just being slim. One of the girls, like her lips were lined with like a brown liner, and then she had like the whole, like the lighter lip gloss in the middle. That is a trend that Black women started and have been wearing since the 90s. At the beginning, they're like, oh, that's not elegant, that's ratchet, blah, blah, blah. Regardless of what you think about that trend in particular, you know that your aunties and your mom and them have been doing that since at least the 90s, which means that like she's co-opting that look because not that she's trying to appropriate Blackness per se, but because everyone else is doing it. It's the fashion trend now. And so it's like, I want to look hip and in the know, so I'm going to adopt this look, even if it doesn't look good on me, instead of her appreciating and elevating her own beauty, which a lot of white women are doing. Like they're bringing back the voluminous 80s, 90s blowout, which I think looks so amazing on any hair color, but especially when blondes do it, I think that looks chef's kiss. So instead of them using that status marker, if you will, that they have at their advantage, they're trying to co-opt your image while also trying to disrespect you at the same time, which is very common. Like, look at this picture of, I think this is Olivia, and I'll talk about her later on, but look at the picture of her trying to look mixed here. The whole baby hairs, trying to get fuller lips. And just in general, whiteness is increasingly not the pinnacle of beauty, as the beauty of other women of color is becoming more celebrated. If you go on TikTok, for example, for as short of time as we have it, you will see that more and more women are being celebrated. So Black women and their beauty are being celebrated, Indian women, Asian women, and it's not just by themselves. Like, it's not just other Black women or Indian women bigging themselves up essentially and building up their self-esteem. You're starting to notice other races of men take notice and say, yeah, I've always been interested in this group of women, especially white men. They're starting to make content saying, you know, I've always been attracted to Black women or Indian women. And I'm pretty sure the white girls are taking note of that, that they now, what was once an environment that automatically favored white beauty is now being challenged, as while the beauty of others is being celebrated, and now their pedestals are being challenged and sometimes being toppled. So essentially, there's more competition that they're having to contend with, and people don't like competition. So now that Tori's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend realized that she was not going to get the royal treatment that she was hoping for, she's kind of given up the whole blackfishing look and is trying to gain access to her white privilege by embracing her Eurocentric beauty. Look at this photo of her here on the screen, and if you go on her Instagram, she looks like a completely different person than when she was dating Tori, which honestly is what she should have done in the first place, because her Eurocentric beauty is a social climbing tool that she could have easily accessed and would have had received better treatment from white men in the beginning and access to all the resources that white men have access to without her time being wasted and being embarrassed, crashing out on the internet by trying to be passive aggressive, acting like you don't know who Megan Thee Stallion is. Because white women know that for the most part, Black men pedestalize them, they're kind of shocked when some still choose to date Black women or at least sleep with them, especially since a lot of Black men who date non-Black women will disparage Black women to these women. So kind of doing the complete opposite by dating who you said that you supposedly don't like will catch anyone off guard. And to be honest, Tori probably told Olivia.
Menti is back, baby. Resurrected like Osiris in this motherfucker, okay? be resurrected. All right, so let me comment because I've been listening. So, Megan Thee Stallion is a bit alternative. Okay, she's into anime, she's into gaming, she's super smart, she's an Aquarius. So until you get to know her closely, you will find that Megan is more than what she appears to be. Understand that some of us, hip hop was something that was in our lives that we had to be a part of, even if we didn't want to be a part of it. We get older, we get into our rock music, our anime, our K-pop, whatever we decided we want to get into. Careful, Bella. Bella? Bella? No. No. Whatever we decided we want to get into. And so when that happened, you know, people who got so much to say about Megan, they're not paying attention to Megan. Megan is a nerd. Megan is super smart. Megan is under the brainwashing of Black culture. Megan thought she was safe by being with a Allen nigga. And then she had to learn the hard way with them. Megan's another example of being in a relationship with someone who's at the level of what she wants them to be. But Megan Thee Stallion definitely needs to divest, and she needs to go date her some Asians. Because that's going to be the ones who are going to take care of her and love her for who she is. She's the first black person in general I've seen on Crunchyroll. For any anime heads out there. She was on Crunchyroll being interviewed. And they don't do that. She has a song with an Asian guy. I don't even know who that is she did the song with. Megan is smart. And you have to understand that Becky knows what kind of Black woman, of woman of color, that her brother, her dad, her uncle, her friends that are all non-Black men will be attracted to. Becky knows that I am the kind of Black woman that her lesbian cousin, sister, aunt will be attracted to. She knows that. The men too. If she never thought that, if she saw Megan as some ghetto hood rat bitch, she wouldn't say nothing to her. But Megan is a threat because of energetically what Megan is. That is the true answer to this. Because even these Black people don't even be saying it. I'll be noticing that.
That Black women aren't his type, which could also be why that point even came up in the first place. Because maybe he was like,
this is going to be in the Black woman's guide too. Know your true magic as a Black woman. You have the power to pull anybody that you want to pull into your life. Do you understand this, Black woman? You have it in you to use that energy to manifest someone who will do anything for you, Black woman. The smart ones understand this. Megan knows, like, Megan is fantasy girl. She's not just fantasy girl in Black. She's fantasy girl outside of other cultures. That very smart, very bright Black woman. You know, she's still Black. She's still very much a Black woman, but she has a very tasteful Black woman personality. She has a very loving and likable that even the most racist person will still love her for who she is because she's that likable. Right?
dark-skinned women are not my type. And some people say that Megan Thee Stallion isn't dark, but to Black men, if you're not white or close to white as possible, you are a dark-skinned woman. So that's honestly a common triangulation tactic that Black men have used against both sides of women, regardless of race. to make them hate each other while trying to fight for his affection, which it kind of seems like this girl is doing, because if you really didn't care, you wouldn't have called your girlfriends over to make an embarrassing podcast about not knowing Megan Thee Stallion. Because Black men tend to be immature, like these type of industry dudes, they tend to be immature. They use this triangulation and fighting against each other to boost their social standing and desirability, because having access to a plethora of women, especially of all races, is a status marker for many Black men instead of respect, wealth, assets, social capital, the type of things that other races of men tend to value over the color of his wife's skin. And obviously, we haven't heard Tory outwardly say these things, or at least I haven't heard him say it, but you can look at the trends. Okay, he already has a baby mama who he did not marry, which should be an indicator of the type of man that he is. Which is why I believe that Black women should not date Black men who predominantly or who have dated non Black women. Not because I think that non Black women are less than or dirty, so don't go there, but because you'll often be subjected to this triangulation treatment and him trying to play both sides and then creating a war, if you will, behind your back, even on a smaller scale. And you just really don't need to be dealing with that drama or that stress. Um, or even some Black women, because they tend to question their worth when they deal with men. They deal with Black men who predominantly date non Black women, because a lot of Black women still grapple with being accepted by Black men. And so they place their worth and identity in whether or not Black men accept them, which often translates into the type of women that he's dated. So Black women will think like, oh, a Black man must really care for me or accept me if he's dated only Black women, or if he's dated predominantly Black women, or if he's told me that he doesn't really like non-Black women and I'm his African queen. And honestly, Olivia and her friend's behavior in this video is a reflection of their internalized feelings of inadequacy, because the one on the left, her name is Lana Rhodes. She is a retired corn star and discarded baby mom to an NBA player. I say discarded because he dumped her as soon as he impregnated her. So the one in the middle is Meg's current man's ex, Olivia Davis, who I referenced before, who is a quote unquote influencer and podcast, which honestly is another way of saying unemployed. No shade. Maybe she comes from a wealthy family and she can afford to not have a job, and the one on the right is Alexa, who does OnlyFans. And we don't shame SCX workers on this channel. I don't give a damn what you do in your personal life or how you make your money, but these women are clearly triggered by Corey dating Meg after dating Olivia, because he literally upgraded. He went from dating the influencer to a Grammy Award winner, which would honestly bruise anyone's ego, regardless of race, because it makes you question like your choices in life. Like, am I actually successful? Am I actually doing well? Like, he was with me and he said that he loved me for who I am, but then as soon as we broke up, he's now dating this super successful girl, which would also make you wonder if he even was into you in the first place, or if he was kind of dating you as a place marker because he leveled up and dated a super successful girl instead of another influencer. It's kind of like many of you who stalk your ex's current girlfriend to see if you have any leverage over her to make you feel better about the breakup. Like, oh, well, she's not as pretty as I am, so that's okay. Like, I win in him not being with me anymore. Or she's just a cashier while I am a lash tech, to make you feel as if one job is better than the other socially. And on top of that, Megan is the total package, okay? She's hot, she's successful, she has a banging body, she's not a baby mom. Everywhere you go, you turn on your local radio station, you're likely to hear at least one Megan Thee Stallion song, whether it's the current one that she did with that Japanese artist or the one that she did a couple years ago with Beyonce. Megan Thee Stallion is everywhere. But despite being the total package, a lot of Black women find themselves entertaining losers because, and I did a video about this with Whitney Houston. I did a live about this, about Whitney Houston and other Black women who like dating down, because many Black women grapple with self-esteem issues and feelings of unworthiness because their identity is rooted in being accepted by the Black community and Black men. And that false acceptance comes with a price that is often withheld. And in order for Black women to kind of get any form of respect or recognition in the Black community, they must be a mammy, they must take care of the emotional and financial needs of the family and community, and they must also sacrifice their well-being for the benefit of the rest of the community without getting anything in return. I honestly don't know why Megan would date someone like Tory or even allow herself to be seen in public with someone like that, because he looks like the same stereotype that she was messing with previously that was just sent to jail. Honestly, that kind of sounds like Stockholm Syndrome, but I digress. It's really not a good look for her image because it stigmatizes her as a stereotypical Black woman who dates thugs, abusers, rappers, artists, baby daddies, who all have a reputation for being morally bankrupt and the underlings of society, and rightfully so. And it also signals to people that she has the inability to choose better for herself, especially after what she went through again with Tory Lanez. And I don't think it's a coincidence that she's dating someone with the same name, but anyway, because Megan Thee Stallion honestly has been exposed to better. She, again, is a Grammy Award winner, which means that she has met literally the cream of the crop of society.
I believe as music artists, creatives, or any type of artist, we are fucking cursed in matters of the heart. I really stand on that. Okay, we are truly very cursed in matters of the heart, because I swear, this is around the globe. This is males in the music. This is male creatives and music artists too that I see. People don't understand what it's like to be in this world and have that gift, have that channeling gift, and all that comes with it. And then on top of that, you are now having to go into the world with your heart, with other people. And then you're choosing what benefits you better in the relationship. And then you're this very beautiful, bright, because you know it's not easy being beautiful out here. And you're very beautiful and bright and creative in who you are. And everybody's looking at who you're with, and it's like, well, that's not the standard of what we believe that you're supposed to be with. That's not the standard. And it's like, you can't satisfy nobody. Because something about beauty, people want to hold you, possess you, and tell you what you are supposed to be doing with your own beauty. And that's exhausting. And yes, Corey, she should not have dated nobody after that situation with Tory, who clearly was very envious and jealous of her, and she was not aware of that. Remember, Jay-Z told y'all male should be jealous as a female trait, and y'all believe that fuck nigga. And that's what got y'all fucked up out here. Because that's not true at all. Jealousy is a spirit thing in any fucking gender. It does not fucking matter. Then on top of this, I say Megan needs to go into the world of Asian men. She needs to go date them. She needs to go get her a Japanese, a Korean, something like that. Not a Chinese, a Japanese, a Korean, mainly a Japanese something. A tall Japanese, if she can even find one. She probably can. She needs to go be over there. She does not need to fuck with the Caribbean. She don't need to be with them Chinese Caribbean motherfuckers. No. She needs to go all the way over to Japan and Korea. Even Vietnamese, Cambodia, one of them. She needs to go over there and date. And she'll be much happier and much more satisfied in her life. She has a conflict. She was raised around her uncles who are niggas. That's Megan's conflict. This is the brainwashing of the Black woman that constantly has to happen to her. And this is the part of the brainwashing in the Black woman's guide. And we're going to get into full detail of the brainwashing of how the mammy is created in Black culture. All right? I just heard a beat. Let's go.
People that we don't even know exist who make moves behind the scenes to keep the music industry afloat and to make it what it is today. While men in general will date a variety of races of women without there being a reasoning behind it, they're just attracted to beauty. Tory, let's be honest, is likely dating Megan for clout and to boost his own image because of her success and her notoriety. I mean, again, the Tory Lanez drama is still fresh, and along with her super successful music career, and contrary to popular belief, a lot of men, especially Black men, are the real gold diggers. They date based on their ability to benefit financially or socially, which then would lead to, of course, more connections and more money. Again, Megan is a Grammy Award winner. I've said it probably 3 times already. So she's been exposed to high caliber men. So she could have chosen men from that group, to be honest. But people try to fearmonger and say that these men are dangerous and not good for you, that they're abusive. But honestly, that's just a tactic to keep you in the gutter with the bottom feeders. And Black women fall into this trap every single time. I just did a video on Mariah the Scientist where she was dating, still is dating Young Thug and some other rapper before that, which literally bottom of the barrel. While any man can and will embarrass you or waste your time if he wants to, the chances of that happening with these men, these industry men who have a lot of social capital as well as money on top of that, the chances of that happening with them are slim and are far and in between because these men understand social currency and they know that scandals, especially concerning abuse, will erode their social standing, which they use to...
Now, this goes back into the conversation I had with a friend last night about the Southern woman versus the up North woman. And I might just turn the show off and start another show about the Southern woman versus the up North woman. I got shit to do. I'm giving myself another hour to get it done. All right, listen. The Southern woman does not have the same cues and reality and understanding of the Northern as the Northern woman or the West Coast woman has. The up North woman or the woman in more big cities and areas have an understanding of male and their nature and how they move, how to deal with them, how to navigate, which ones to curse out, which one you can't, which ones you get the fuck away from, and which ones you run from, and which ones you do not come near. This is the social understanding that the women have up north about males, and they know how to use them. Women up north are very shallow women. It takes a lot for her to have any man in her life or any dude that she deals with. Okay? And the dude that she deals with like that is a dude she has known for a very long time to deal with him like that and deal with his shit like that. That's just how it goes. Another thing. Understand that the Southern woman does not have that same type of reality or understand that same type of trickery of males as the up North woman does. That is the problem. So yes, she's going to be from Texas and she's going to be impressed by Tory Lanez from Canada. She's going to be impressed by a party from fucking Jamaica. She's going to be impressed by these things because these things are not around her. She doesn't have the different variety of understanding culture and people. I can run down all the Caribbean men and the type of Caribbean men to stay away from. I can give you their body type. I can tell you how they walk. I can tell you how they talk. I can tell you how their eyes look. I can tell you how they wear their hair because I've been around it and it's in my family as well. I can tell you even men of other cultures who not to fuck with because I've been around it majority of my life. Majority of my life. Right. My bad. I got a picture of some food that looks delicious. Oh man, that looks delicious. So all of that. Here's another thing. So Megan is not aware of this. I know it's like, well, that's a grown woman, this and that. No. There is truly a difference between the up north woman and the southern woman and the west coast woman. Because the up north and the west coast women are very similar in the same way because they live in the cities and they know what it is with different cultures and people. People in the South don't really have that reality. That's why the joke is black, white, and everything else is Mexican. That's the joke. But that's a very dark joke. And so therefore, this is why when you're from the city and you have a different kind of accent and type of style, either people treat you like a fucking superstar or you can get shunned by people because you are what you are in these very small towns in the South. And the thing about Megan is she does not understand or see or understand these things. I can see what kind of nigga Tory Lanez is. I ain't know nothing about him until Megan was with him, and and I had a friend that was very big into Megan, and that's how I know about Megan. I can tell you what kind of party, like, nigga, your name is Party, like Cardi B, and he's Jamaican, so I already knew what he was. I knew nothing was original, nothing's creative about him. He's a copycat. I can go on and on and on. When I saw the nigga name. So understand that she doesn't have the same reality as the rest of us do. Not making an excuse for the grown woman. I'm just speaking the reality. Here's another thing. Here's the truth. Those of us that got taste, we don't find black males attractive. We don't think nothing is attractive about black males, but we are bullied into believing that dark, ugly skin and all these different things are attractive and beautiful on the black male. We have been bullied into that. We have been bullied into accepting what this look is that the black male has to try to tell us that this look is beautiful and it's sexy and it's strong, and this is not. And that's a whole nother topic with black women. Because if you look at what's considered as the alpha male, strong male look in other cultures of men, there is a major fucking difference. And that is something that is not looked at. And I'm not going down that path because that's a whole argument there, but for the sake of the context of this topic, we're going to just go there with it. So when you're sitting here and you're looking at a black woman who is successful and beautiful, you have to understand the psychology of what black women have to go through. What options the black woman has. What's seen as something that is so goddamn beautiful to have and lucky to have in black culture with these males. You have to also look at what is emulated through the masculine women in the black culture. You have to also consider what is praised in black culture. You have to consider the fact she's an artist and creative, so she probably doesn't want to be with no plain Jane ordinary type of guy because she's not no plain Jane ordinary type of woman. She don't want nothing to do with that. That's not impressive to her, and that's okay. That's what it is to be an artist. As a creative, I like that I have a very grounded partner. She's so very open to things and listens to things and supportive. She's a very supportive partner. But she's not in, like, as far as doing art and all this, that's not something that she does, but she keeps me grounded. That is the kind of partner I need. And some artists, I think that's all the kind of partners we need. You don't really necessarily need to be with another artist, but there are artists that like to be with other artists and they work out well together, and that's absolutely wonderful. Let's get back to the video.
Social climb in order to make more connections and money. The black male athletes and rappers, because let's face it, we don't really see that many white male athletes behaving in a negative manner compared to the black athletes. They don't understand social currency, which is why a lot of them, they don't understand like leveling up in general, which is why a lot of them end up going broke or bankrupt when they're no longer working, because they come from fragmented families and refuse to educate themselves or observe how white men social climb, but will chalk it up to racism when they're excluded from elite spaces where employees are not invited. You need to keep in mind that these athletes are employees, okay? They are working to make money for management, the coaches, those who own the teams. They are employees. They got to clock in and perform well. Otherwise, they will not get paid. They will not get drafted again. They will not be traded to another team. They'll kind of just be ostracized and thrown away, which is also why you see next to no Black men in executive positions in the entertainment and sports industries, because they lack those same skills that I mentioned. I mean, you have like Jay-Z in the NFL. You can't even say Diddy, because Diddy was also an employee. He did sponsorships for like Ciroc and like other brands. You could say 50 Cent because he does own his own studio now, and his own production, same with Tyler Perry. But for the most part, that's just a handful and pales in comparison to the plethora of white men and like other races of men who own shit. I want to see more Black women winning like Eve. She was rolling in the gutter with industry dudes like Stevie Community Dick J, but she cleaned up her image and married entrepreneur Maximilian Cooper in 2014 and has been peacefully married ever since. I haven't heard of any scandals, embarrassments, or drama. I think it's good that Megan isn't responding to the drama and is kind of keeping quiet. But Megan, if you're with this guy because you just want the D, please don't get pregnant and allow him to slow down your career. Just be smart, Megan and other women, and do not let these men stunt your growth by implanting their babies in your womb. Do not become baby mama number 2, and give that
Okay, anyway. Listen. So the thing that I'm saying as a whole with all of this may come with maybe it's coming with age. Okay, maybe I've always kind of felt this way anyway, but like maybe it's coming together more with my age. All right. People attract what works for them. People do what works for them. People are with the people who work for them. Meaning energetically, spiritually, mentally, this is what works for them. All right? Hold on. The people are with whatever it is they benefit, even in friendships, from them. I was having this conversation with a friend of mine. And this conversation I was having with a friend of mine, right? What happened is I realized that I said that, I was talking about a particular topic. I was like, this person still benefits from this raggedy person being their friend. There's something still there that they benefit from this person. No matter how small, no matter how cheap, there's a benefit that is there. And this person is around in their life because of that. People also have secrets. And so these people are telling you these people's secrets. The invisible chessboard. The 12th mask. You don't know people. The way you think you know people, you don't know people. You don't know how suicidal they are with themselves. You don't know how mentally abusive they can be. You don't know how much they don't love themselves. You know people who hate themselves. You don't know people who you just don't know. But the way you do get a glimpse of who the fuck they are is by who they with. And as long as you keep making excuses for them, the more you're going to be in denial. And that shows your own denial of everything going on in your own personal life. Kanye West is who he is. I don't give a damn if his mama died. Megan is who she is. I don't give a damn if her mama died. And I don't mean to say that in such a harsh way. It may be a part of the psychology of why she's experiencing what she's experiencing. But still, she's attracting what she's attracting as she's still young. I don't even think Megan is 30 yet. Because Megan didn't even have her Saturn return yet. What year was Megan born? So all of that to say that what these people show you is who they are. I just told y'all prior to this person I'm with, even though I'm poly, and I can go back and talk to that person that's into the medical field and that's a photographer. I tried already because they do photography and film. I can go back. But at the same time, I still chose who I'm with now over that person. I sat down with it. And for the first time in my life, I felt intimidated by somebody who had something very simple. And it was like, why do I feel intimidated by someone who would be the actual match for me? Because I didn't want to chase. That was my example. I did not want to fucking chase. So then what did it turn into? It turned into a situation where, goddamn, you understand? It turned into a situation where I'm just like, well, goddamn, like, what else was I supposed to do in that situation? What was I supposed to do in that matter or that circumstance? It turned into something where I began to see my own insecurities. That was the main thing. I'm going to prep another video. Enjoy the music. Be back. V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio.
When is good enough good enough? Go to soundstripe.com to get the highest quality music and sound.
All righty. It's V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio. I'm your hostess, Amenti, the writer. We are doing goth dance and chat with me. I mean, we're actually having conversations in between the music sometimes. It's just been a while since I actually been jamming and actually playing some good music and talking to y'all and everything. We've been doing the dark psychology for a little bit long, you know what I'm saying? And I've been on that dark psychology real heavy and topics and writing things down and all kinds of stuff. And now it's come the time, let's just cut loose a little bit on a Sunday. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and pull out some more stuff. And I want to get into something about the topic of father wound. Okay, that's not a good mix. Okay, the next video I'm gonna play is called "They Don't Actually Want You to Do Better." All right, y'all. So we're gonna go ahead. They don't want you to do better. We're gonna go ahead and jump into this one. Oh no! I'm glad we're going away. All right, let's go.
What are you doing? It's a beer. What's the big deal here?
We got drunk at a party the other night. I think you might have liked it a little too much.
Yeah, well, beer is a big deal for us. Oh, goody. Goody, now I get the lecture from the big brother who I've known all of 6 months.
You don't have a clue, do you?
About what?
About Dad.
Yeah. Dad used to drink and then he stopped. Next.
You know why he stopped drinking?
Because he ran out of money?
You know why my mom left him?
Because she went for a guy with more money?
She left him because he was an abusive, ugly drunk. Don't you ever talk about my son! Son! Stop! He's my father too, man. Alcoholism is in our family, and you shouldn't drink.
Sean?
After the other night, John, I feel like I can never drink again.
You were drinking?
Yeah. What do you figure that was about? I wonder.
You know what, Sean? Shut up. Okay?
We
agreed to stop drinking. I have. You obviously haven't.
What do you think that's about? I wonder.
And by the way, I happen to have been an adorable drunk. You should have seen me.
I did. You weren't, and this isn't about us. Sean, it's okay. Look, we can talk about anything. If there's a problem, we can figure out what to do.
Nobody's listening to me, okay? I drink this stuff because I like it. It makes me feel good. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Problem.
Corey, hi. I'm glad you came. Why wouldn't I come? I was invited for dinner, so I'm here for dinner. Where's my dinner?
Corey's right. Why don't we eat?
Aren't you going to get that?
No, it's just the facts.
Oh, they gave you a fax.
Why didn't they give you a fax, Corey?
Well, at my level, they don't fax you. You just know. What's that ringing? Nothing. A cell phone.
The company gave it to him. Good for you, Sean. Yeah, they also gave him a credit card.
Oh, a credit card too.
Corey, the company gave Sean a cell phone and a credit card. What'd they give you?
They gave me these.
Corey, they look like janitor's keys.
Yeah, they are. I'm a janitor.
Okay? It's all out in the open now. I hope you're happy. Thanks.
Corey, there's nothing wrong with being a janitor.
Corey, look. I didn't want any of this to happen, but it did, okay? I really want to enjoy it.
Sean, no one's stopping you.
I can't enjoy this because of what it's doing to you.
Because it's killing me. Okay, all of my life, you're the one that messes up. I'm the one that cleans up after you. That's the way it's always been.
I know. For the first time, I'm doing something on my own, and it feels good. It feels really good.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to feel good. You did great. I guess for the first time, I'm just jealous of you.
Of me?
Corey, stop putting so much pressure on yourself. Everyone knows you're going to be fine.
I'm sorry I underestimated you. I'm real proud of you.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, too.
Commercial. Hold on, y'all. That was a long ass intro. Oh,
If you ever had a dream of publishing your own book, here's why you should definitely go for it. And I believe this quote by Toni Morrison sums it up best.
If there is a book you want to read, but it hasn't yet been written, then
Hi, beautiful ladies. Welcome back to my channel. As you saw in the previous two clips from the popular show Boy Meets World, that was honestly one of my favorite sitcoms growing up. You saw Sean kind of receive an intervention from his friends, his girlfriend, and his half-brother, where they were pretty much letting him know that he drinks too much and that he should be concerned about that because his drinking is turning into him becoming an alcoholic, which is impacting his quality of life, his ability to function, and ultimately his relationships. His half-brother was saying that, they share a father and their father ruined both of their families. So the father ruined Sean's family by not being there and by consuming most of his time with drinking. And his brother Jack was saying that their father also ruined his family with a different mother because for the same reason, he consumed all of his time with alcoholism, and then he became extremely violent towards his mother and himself. Throughout that entire show, Sean is kind of known as the underachiever. He's known as the underdog because of his upbringing. Like, he was raised in a single parent household, I believe in a trailer park, just very unstable living conditions. And obviously that played a role in Sean's development. He was more prone to getting himself into trouble. He wasn't doing as well in school. He had fractured relationships with authority. There are many times where he got in trouble. And sometimes his best friend Corey, who was raised in a two-parent household, he would kind of stand in and be that voice of reason to try to get Sean on the straight and narrow. And Corey's parents, more so his father, would kind of step in and be like, hey, Sean, get it together. And there was one episode where Sean was like, I'm an orphan. I don't have any parents. You're not my father. You can't tell me what to do. And so he had a very troubled, tumultuous childhood in a nutshell. Later on in life, both Sean and Corey ended up getting work. Sean got a really good job where he was given a pager, a cell phone, and a credit card, a company credit card. And then Corey kind of got a job as a janitor. So immediately from that transition from childhood to adulthood, there was sort of a turn in events or in destiny, where instead of Sean continuing on the trajectory of kind of being the basket case and kind of struggling, Sean hits that point in life where as he becomes a man, he gets a really good paying job. Whereas Corey, who was once, he had life pretty much handed to him. He was raised in a very good family. He wanted for nothing. Now he's struggling. As a janitor. Him and Topanga, after they got married, they were living in a really beat down apartment. They didn't even have clean running water. But Sean and Angela are thriving on their own in their apartment. And again, Sean is doing really well in his job. And so as you saw in the second clip, that really angered Corey. That upset Corey because his whole identity was being the top dog. His own identity was also affixed to Sean being the underdog. Even though Corey looked like he was the winner, always winning in life, always having to step in and set Sean straight, or kind of be the voice of reason for Sean, or even a source of self-esteem for Sean, being there to boost Sean's self-esteem and let him know that, hey, like, you're worth it, you can make it, start making better decisions, I want to see better for you. And now that his friend has finally cleaned himself up, turned his life around, and is pretty much on Corey's level now. Okay, he's responsible, he's working, he has a healthy, loving relationship, he has his own place, and he's actually, in fact, doing better than Sean, because the apartment that Sean and Angela live in is nicer than Corey and Topanga's, even though they were all once roommates. And Sean and Angela's relationship at that time was stronger than Corey and Angela's, because at the beginning of their marriage, they had a lot of tension. And so I guess in Corey's mind, that is a shocker for him, because it's like, wait a minute, I've always been the top dog. I've always been the one to kind of set you on the straight and narrow. And now it seems as if the student has outmastered the teacher, so to speak. And now not only did you take my advice and you're doing well for yourself, you're actually doing better than me. And that's a double blow for Corey in Corey's mind, because it's like, how can this guy who came from a trailer park, was an alcoholic, had a fractured upbringing, single parent household, how can he be on my level, let alone now surpass me? Which honestly highlights the point that I always say. A lot of people, especially friends, family, people who are close to you and they've seen your past, they know your past, they know your dirt and where you came from, a lot of times they don't actually want you to do better in life. They'll want you to be confident until you actually become confident. They'll tell you that you need to love yourself until you actually start loving yourself. They'll tell you to put yourself first until you actually start putting yourself first. And a lot of times when you are leveling up and you know that you're not at a good place in life, or you know that you're not at the place where you should be, and that you have a lot of work to do to become a better, more well-rounded person, you need to be careful of the words that people say to you. You need to be careful not to internalize and ingest those words, because a lot of times it's just lip service. Yes, people will say, yo, I'm cheering you on and blah, blah, blah. But a lot of times you can see how that person really feels about you when you start doing better for yourself, especially when you start doing better in their mind, when you start doing better than them, when you stop being lazy, when you stop being a loser in their mind, when you stop being broke, when you start losing some weight, when you start learning how to improve your looks, and you start dating better quality men, it's like, oh, I didn't actually think that you were going to do it. And so people telling you to do better and, trying to coach you on and tell you that you deserve better in life, 9 times out of 10, they're not actually telling you that because they want to see you do better. They're doing it as a form of their own moral compass to signal to themselves and to you and to others around them that they're a good person. It's all for selfish gain. And I know this to be true because Corey's reaction to Sean's success is not anything new. This is not a phenomenon. This is not a shocking, like, oh my gosh, Corey, how can you be like that? We all have encountered someone like this. And if you have not encountered someone like this, then you are that person. You are that person that probably goes around giving fake advice as if, you actually really care. But then deep down inside, whether you want to admit it or not, if you were really honest with yourself, you would acknowledge that, yeah, my friend, my once broke friend doing better, it bothers me. Which is why I always warn you to be careful who you share your struggles with. Unless you know that they have the tools to help you to get to the next level in life or to solve that one issue in particular, they have a demonstrated track record of being able to help in that specific area. Say, for example, you're having issues with a difficult client in your business. And
you put your heart and soul into making your book. So do we. Blurb, high quality custom books.
whoever you tell it to they themselves are a business owner. They've had years and years and years. Anyone who owns a business will know that you're going to deal with difficult customers. Then only would you share. But by you trauma dumping on people, sometimes for our own selfish gain and our own flawed human ego, a lot of people like to see other people struggle, and they are expecting you to continue to feed that ego by keeping them updated. So when they ask, oh, how are you doing? Sometimes they're not asking because they actually care. Sometimes they're asking because they want to make sure that you're still struggling. And you can see that to be true in that person's body language. Like, look at how when Sean opened the door for Corey to come in, immediately Corey's attitude. It's like, this is your best friend, your childhood best friend that you grew up with, now into adulthood. And you're acting like that. You're not even trying your best to try to hide your disdain for your friend's success. And then, shockingly enough, he was honest enough to be like, yeah, it makes me jealous. Some of you guys have some friends and family members where, when you started your little business, as they called it, and they laughed at you, now they see that your little business is expanding and is becoming a household name in your community. Now they're looking at that and you can see them giving you a dirty look. Or before they used to be cheery and would say, oh, hello, so-and-so, nice to see you. And now they don't even have the energy to expend to be fake and greet you. They just kind of look at you with a stank face. They don't even talk to you as much anymore. They don't call you as much as they used to. That is their true reflection. That is their true feeling coming out. And if you listen to Robert Greene is the author of 48 Laws of Power. If you haven't read that book, I highly recommend that you do. He said that if you want to see how a person actually feels about you, just take a look at their face in the very first 5 seconds or first few seconds of them seeing you.
Micro expressions, which is a sort of a fashionable word now. Paul Ekman kind of brought that out, where you look at people, they have a half of a second of a reaction, and then they put the mask back on.
Yeah.
Envious people will have that little slight for half a second. You will notice if you tell them some bad news about yourself, a little smile will appear on their face.
Yeah.
Or if you tell them some good news, a little bit of something unpleasant will cross the face for just a millisecond.
Yeah.
And Schopenhauer said, you can find these people out by deliberately telling them something good that's happened to you or something bad, and they will reveal themselves.
I have experienced people smirking and doing a slight giggle at things that made me feel unhappy. I have experienced that. Somebody told me they was in the backstage. Hold on, y'all.
And this is especially true for a lot of Black exoticals who don't yet realize their worth and are insecure. Okay. A lot of times you think that people are your friends, especially it's difficult to be able to measure that when you're not yet self-aware and it's happening with friends and family. You're going to be a lot more trusting, which is why a lot of people end up falling into dangerous situations because they're so blinded by the facade of having a close relationship with loved ones that they think that, the fact that my loved one tells me verbally that they're happy for me, like that's gospel. But once you start to elevate even more and do better for yourself, you're going to start to notice that they just can't help themselves but be haters. Like they'll say things like, especially even if they're ahead, mind you, even if they're ahead of you in life, maybe, I don't know, you just graduated from university and you're starting this entry-level job in a contact center. That's all you could get. And you have a colleague or a friend who is a senior manager, right? They're obviously earning a lot more money than you. They have more seniority, more skin in the game. Sometimes you'll hear them say things like, "Oh, you need to be humble. Oh, you think you're all that." Or they'll even remind you of your past, constantly reminding you and almost like weaponizing dark moments in your past to try to make you feel as if you are unworthy, to try to instill imposter syndrome so that you feel like, okay, maybe I shouldn't show up as much as I have been. They're doing that to stunt your growth. And they do this because your insecurity served as a marker of success for themselves. Many people see your worth before you do, and they realize that you have untapped potential. And the moment that you decide to actually tap into it, they think that it's over for them, because instead of them developing their own self-esteem based upon their own accomplishments, on their own feeling of self-worth, they've established a very shaky sense of self-esteem upon whether or not other people do well, which is why like some people, they immediately get super depressed when someone does well. Sometimes when you're in too close proximity with people that you grew up with,
there you go,
they want to be the only ones to say that they've become successful, especially if the both of you came from a low community. And God forbid, come from like a middle class.
You don't got to show your face on cam, boo. I try to put, there you go. Okay, there you go. I'm about to put you up, all right? I want you to get off cam first. I'll be wanting to everybody protect themselves out here. I don't show my face, so I don't be wanting nobody else to show theirs. You know what I mean? I'm about to put you up on the stage.
I got you.
What's good, Sage?
Hey, peace and love.
My phone just died. Like literally just boop, boop. I gotta go back there and get the charger for my lady love. Text me and she be getting mad at me.
Right, you better handle that.
Girl, hold on a second. Hold on. So let me just say that I got my new steamer that I told you about.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to act, man. That shit real good. That shit clean real nice. That shit steam real nice. It do a dry and a wet steam. I don't know how to okay. I'm about to make a sauna in this bathroom. Yeah, I felt it when the other one, I was like, man, I'm gonna be disappointed as fuck with that. I just felt it because it was cheaper. But I was like, nah, I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm gonna go ahead and bite the bullet and invest into a good one. This one is good.
You have to,
Yeah, this one is good. I kept thinking about it for a while. I like, damn, I need a good, because I'm trying to tell you that steam clean, that's the best kind of clean. I'm trying to tell you, man. It's a good ass way of cleaning. And now I can add, just probably I gotta read the instructions and see if maybe I could add some oils or something in it. You know what I'm saying? And I can do spiritual work with this steamer.
Ooh, okay.
Would you be like, man, listen.
Look.
Girl.
You have to think outside the box these days.
Right. So basically, this is a goth dance parties, chat, whatever. And we got into a few conversations that I asked you to pull up because I was expressing that, everybody chooses what works for them. And there was a topic about pretty much like Rihanna and A$AP Rocky, you know what I'm saying? And how, everybody feels how they feel about Rihanna being with A$AP, how everybody feels about Megan being with who she was with and stuff like that, right? And so I came in and I said, look, people do what works for them. And then I brought in the perspective of also because I myself am a creative and artist and you know what I'm saying, and all these different things. We already energetically have a different way of living and seeing the world than other people as artists and creatives. And so we would choose something that benefits us emotionally, because nobody can understand what it is to be an artist and go through that. And it's a lot to be a creative. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I also expressed that pretty much like, hey, look, people, you are the universe. So whoever somebody is with is telling you who they are, pretty much. You have to deal with the reality, whether it's a friend, and you know my personal situation with the friend, and whether it's the the relationship that they're in already, whether it's your own or however your dynamic of a relationship is. When you're looking at somebody and you're like wondering, well, how is this person with this and that, and this person is this and that, the person they're with is telling you who they are,
Yeah.
and it's kind of hard for people to accept that, but the reality is that's what it is. It's telling you exactly who that person is. Now, a lot of people don't know this. Rihanna and ASAP have been friends for a very long time. They're born the same year. She is a Libra, he is a Pisces. Okay. Then on top of that, she is a Pisces with an Aries moon, and he is a Libra with a Cancer moon. So they have a connection that is between them that they share that nobody will ever know how deep it goes between the two of them. And that's ASAP and Riri. That's just the basics of just their connection. Hence, that's why she has the children with him. All right. Now, and not the Pakistani man or whatever rich man she was with from before, because whatever he did not fulfill, whatever it was that she wanted for herself, right? So again, you can go ahead and give your opinion. I don't want to do all the talking here. I'm just saying, like, I think people's association tells us who they are, their secrets, their insecurities, the things we think that they are, that we think that we see, the things that we think that we know. That person they heavily associate with tells us very much what kind of person that they are.
I agree with you, because and I also agree with you saying that sometimes people don't understand or they don't want to accept it, but it's the truth. Because when you are a certain way, if you're dealing with somebody else who's not that, even if you decide to deal with them, you're only gonna deal with it so long because it's so not you. You're not gonna want that around you. You're not gonna want that kind of energy around you. So the fact that you're sitting here and keeping it close to you, yeah, that speaks volumes. I don't think that it might have something to do with love, but even then, at some point, you're gonna be like, no, this is not for me. I don't want to do this. So if you continue to keep doing something, I mean, you love it. That maybe it changed you. But I know for me, if we're not on the same wavelength, yeah, you pretty much gonna get not dealt with, and that's not being ugly. That's just I can't tolerate certain things.
And remember the conversation we got into today, being transparent, and I was like, this is that person's friend, and I'm not interfering with that. I'm just focused on what me and this person has right here. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not entertain that, because I have been around hoes that play whole games, okay? And when I tell you they are like little kids in the park throwing rocks at people, throwing sand and running off and giggling, that is exactly what hoes do, like literally. And I also know one thing from one that I knew who was a sex worker as well. Just hit it. Some people might be offended, but it made me cackle. So you remember that? Pay attention to how deep the universe is on this one, right? So what happened was, you remember that song "The Weeknd" by SZA? A lot of people was in an uproar about.
Yeah.
Okay. The Weeknd song. Okay. By the way, I love that video. I love how she's dancing on the chest, but SZA's very creative. That SZA was very creative. But anyway, meaning she got the guy she dealing with. Okay. We just call him Libra. I think he was a Libra. I'm just going to throw some zodiac signs out there. He's a Libra. This is his girlfriend. This girl that I'm talking about, the SW, is a Gemini. Okay. So the Gemini is looking at, she knows this guy since middle school. Okay. Middle school. She's known this guy. Okay. Now, she known this guy since middle school. This other chick is the girlfriend, the current girlfriend. So the Gemini is on the current girlfriend's page, and she's like, The girlfriend is posting about SZA's song The Weeknd, and and basically criticizing SZA in this song on a weekend and what SZA's talking about in this song. We're going to get to that song in a minute. Now, mind you, the Gemini is seeing her man on the weekend. Do you see how the universe works? She don't even realize why she's so damn triggered by this song. And so the Gemini is laughing. Okay? And let me tell you how deep the whole games get. When the Taurus that she knew from middle school too came around and was with her, and she realized that the Taurus was trying to get with the Libra. I'm just saying, I'm just doing else he said, knew that he was trying to get with the Libra. The Gemini had a problem with the Taurus and told the Taurus she don't like the way she move. When I tell you, these women have the most wildest, crazy, chaotic lives. Trust me when I tell you they do.
And these are people with money, right? Like, why are you worried about little simple stuff?
Because the money that they get their money into material things, that sugar daddy is paying for you to stay in this place. That sugar daddy is giving you, you're in $1 million mansions and you're getting fucking $300 bottles of wine. It's all materialistic root chakra stuff that they're getting. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not things where she's flipping the money into her business. Not saying she didn't have one, but she's not, she's flipping the money into the business or flipping money into something conducive or flipping money into the children's. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's very materialistic stuff. Name brand pocketbooks, expensive this, expensive trips across seas. Don't get me wrong. I would love to, like, when I get my passport, I would love to go traveling anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I get it. But this is the kind of root chakra things that they have that they can really, to me, they can provide for themselves. You see what I'm saying? So it's different levels to the sex worker, sugar baby life. But the only thing I do see about them is that they do stay in the root chakra of the type of things that they achieve and that they accomplish and get. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you.
That's the perception. Yeah. So what I'm saying is women who have this type of energy, this very promiscuous type of energy, and I don't slut shame over here. I really don't. My thing is, from my personal experience, and you know what I'm talking about, is I just know the kind of games that they play. Do you get what I'm saying? I just know that they get a kick out of, I'm working with this chick and I'm fucking her man and I'm just getting a kick out of doing that. Or I'm fucking her wife and I'm just getting a kick out of doing that. That's just what they do. I'm going to call it fake cry so she can run and come to me so I can prove to her that I got the right, I'm the one. That's just what they do.
I just wouldn't want the karma from that. I don't think people understand how that come back around really affects them. It's just stupid to me.
Well, see, that's the thing where I had to come to realize this in life. And this is going to come out very harsh to anybody listen to it, but I had to come to this realization. When people are losing their homes, when people cannot keep a job, when people have that kind of energy, that tells you what kind of person that they are. It's deeper than they don't want to pay for something or they can't afford it or whatever you think it may be. There's something else internally going on with that person. And it's telling you literally that person really ain't shit. I hate to say it that way. See, your situation is different, just to put you out there. So there's no shade. Like your situation is not this. You're not down on your ass. You had somewhere to go. You like me. You had somewhere to go. That rent gonna get paid. Some gonna get paid, or you just gonna walk away from it. That's a very different situation. You know what I'm talking about. With people, like it'd be like homeless again, shelter again. What the fuck's going on? See what I'm saying? Nowhere to go again. All these people staying in the house, but nobody can pay the rent. That's all energetic shit. and it tells you who that person is.
On some kind of level, it should, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you don't feel sorry for people like that. That's what I'm trying to tell you,
Mm-mm.
that you get into people who live these kind of certain lifestyles and stuff. That's what you're going to find every time. And you're going to find that because these people internally got some dark shit going on with them.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they get off on, they have this thing in their mind of status and hierarchy. And it's like, well, I knew you before them. They're still very young minded. You know, I come before you, and it's very petty fights that is not worth your time. Like I said, I don't have time for a petty fight. I got goals and ambitions over here. I'm over here excited about a steamer to clean my house and my kitchen, okay? I don't got time to be I don't got time to be thinking about beef with somebody.
Right. You can say that again.
I don't got time. You know what I'm saying? I just told Honey Love, just pulling up on me, calling me because of something I said. I was just like, you know, you can go spend time elsewhere. You know, I talk my shit, and I'm going to continue to talk my shit. But my thing, but my thing is like,
you done?
No, I got a text message.
Okay, my bad. I thought my phone had went out.
Hold on. So my thing is, so I talk my shit sometimes just because that's what I do. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, girl, I ain't got time to be going back and forth beefing with nobody. Can't do magic wars and shit. I got shit to do.
Right.
I got things to accomplish. I have a home that I'm decorating and putting together. I'm about to buy a rake to start raking around my yard. You think I got time to be thinking about beefing with somebody?
On
some petty war shit, and who come before who?
That's low vibrational, anyways.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you know,
some people like to function and they thrive in that type of mindset and that type of energy, but nah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I at this point in my life and where I'm at in my life, like, I don't have time on my hand like that.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? That's what
Absolutely.
it is. I don't have that type of time. I don't know about you, Sage, but I ain't got that type of time on my hand.
For me, it's a conscious decision to understand that this person has something way more going on that ain't got nothing to do with me, and I just don't want to devote my energy to it. I choose not to. If I can understand about a person that what you're going through and what you're doing, the way you're behaving, ain't got nothing to do with me, I'm just gonna look at you and just go on about my business. I just don't want to devote time to your foolishness. I don't want to. I don't have to have the last word with a person. I don't have to sit here and try to embarrass you because you embarrass me. The universe is going to take care of me anyway. The second you try some stuff with me, all I got to do is sit back and watch anyway.
Girl, that is the same thing that I feel. But from the topic at hand, going back into relationships, right? I feel that people choose what works for them. No matter how we look on the outside and say Rihanna this and that, that's who she chose. Okay. No matter how we look at Megan, and you know, I personally feel Megan should have not dated for a while after Tory, and what he did in that type of trauma. But she went on with her life, and she ended up dating another guy named Tory of another race, and then his ex-girlfriend was, you know, dragging Megan and stuff. We had showed a video on that before you got here, and she was all trying to drag Megan and stuff like that. And the thing is that, again, I feel like Megan will be better off with a little anime dude, with a little Japanese, Vietnamese, or something guy.
Oh, you
That
know
would be,
Megan Stallion?
yeah, fit her
You know,
more.
I hardly don't follow celebrities, so a lot of times I be new to stuff when people be talking about them because I just don't.
Same here.
But
Yeah, same here. But that, you know, from my analysis of Megan, because I had a friend that was very crazy over Megan Thee Stallion, and I like Megan personality because she's a gamer, she's an anime head and stuff like that. So that's where I relate to Megan. That's what I'm saying.
gotcha.
And yeah. So Megan needs to be, from what I observe of Megan, she needs to be with someone that's Japanese, Asian, or something. Not Chinese though, but like Japanese, Vietnamese, Cambodian, that type of Asian. She needs to go over there. And I feel she would benefit more. That's just what I feel. But Megan is choosing these relationships and these type of males that she's choosing for whatever she benefits from it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another thing that I pay attention to. Okay, so this guy Tory, this not the Tory Lanez guy because he's in jail, we know, but this Tory guy that she currently was with and the ex-girlfriend was dragging on Megan. My thing is, if he is with women who used to be, you know, OnlyFans and porn stars and this and that and the third, and I mean, the ex-girlfriend is an influencer, you know, whatever, then her friends are porn stars or whatever the case may be, all these women that's talking about Megan, that's telling you energetically about Megan's energy. See what I'm saying? Megan may need a relationship that matches her freak. You see, you know what I'm saying? Like Megan, you don't know who people are and what they get out of what they're with. Like, okay, I'm gonna tell a story again because you came up here. The current partner I have right now, there was a woman from the UK, very beautiful, masculine woman, in the medical field. Her mother was a spiritual practitioner, things like that. That would have been the perfect person for me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I began to feel a bit intimidated because I knew that medical and that was more important to her life, and that what I wanted was a relationship at the time, and I did not want to chase that person. But I did feel a little intimidated for the first time in my life by somebody, because I never get intimidated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I chose who I'm with today, and we see the benefits of what that has come out to be from choosing that person. Right. But at the same time, somebody who knows me closely would probably say, well, damn, you should have chose the one from UK and this, that, and the third. But for me, it was like, but I began to feel intimidated because this person was not going to put a relationship first. This person was going to put me in a place of where I probably damn near was going to chase them. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it kind of was me getting a taste of my own medicine as a creative, you know what I'm saying? And dedicating my life to my creative endeavors and all this kind of thing. So someone would say, well, you should have chose that over that, but I don't think I would have got half of what I have right now with that person with what I get right now. Do you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And this person traveled a lot too. So it's possible they probably not even North Carolina anymore. So it's just like so many different dynamics of these things with people. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And so you may say on the outside what you feel, going back to Rihanna again, what you feel Rihanna should do and what Rihanna should be. You feel me? In this dynamic of what relationship she in, because of the whole packy guy she was, because Rihanna was with a whole billionaire from the Middle East, by the way, because you say you don't keep it's okay. But the thing with Rihanna, when she was over there, it was too conservative for her. Rihanna was not the colorful, fun Rihanna that she had been. Rihanna, the mother was telling her that she had silly little hobbies, so she didn't even respect Rihanna doing Fenty. Rihanna went through a lot over there mentally with that in that family. And so now she's with who she's with now, who's ASAP, that everybody's so against because he's a rapper, he's this, see that. But I've been following ASAP for a long time, and I can tell you a lot. He's more than a rapper. ASAP is a very intelligent man, more than what people realize. And he's a Libra. Okay? I'm going to stand on ASAP because he's a Libra. You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. She'll be back. But like I said, I was in the middle of a conversation. But like I said, it comes out to be that part. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and continue from the ladies. Oh, she's back. Okay. I thought I heard you. Okay. All right, making sure you're cam. All right, you back. So as I was saying, basically, because with this is the base, the one to pull out. But Rihanna chose to be with who she with, who was her friend, her best friend, which is ASAP, right? So people, to me, have a tendency to believe what they want to believe that someone is supposed to be with from what they've gotten to know about that person. But who that person chose to be with is very telling of who that person is. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Do you agree?
I agree. You are the company you keep.
Yeah. So that person, you know, is telling you who they are by who they are with. You understand? That woman who's sitting there with that man in her life that is a complete pervert, so much that every woman in the room is uncomfortable around this man, that woman is a pervert. You see? You know,
Melania
you're looking
Trump.
at, oh, huh?
Melania Trump.
Oh, okay, Melania. Right, there you have it. Right. He's a representative of her own dark side. The same way he's a pervert, she's a pervert. See, that's how we have to start looking at things. These people are not victims.
Right.
The person I'm with is very mean and angry. And that's exactly how I feel on the inside. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. So this person is a true, it's still a part of who I am as a person. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm not insecure, and they have their insecurities, but there may be things that I'm insecure about, but I may not even recognize that I am. Do you see what I'm saying? And I may have to do the shadow work and see what that's about for me. So people want to make people be what they want them to be for whoever they feel they should be with. I get it if it's your sibling. I get it if it's your cousin. You know, I get it if you feel like you've gotten to know the person closely, but the reality is you don't really know people as you think you know them. It's the same with the mother with the son. And I you know, I have sons here, and your sons are older than mine. But I don't know if your sons are dating or what the situation is. You don't have to get personal here. But I'm interested to see what kind of women my sons choose to date. I'm interested to see what kind of men my daughter choose to date. You see what I'm saying? Or even, you know, if she dates women or whatever she choose to date. I'm just curious what kind of personality they're going to choose. Because that's going to tell me a lot about my child. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of parents don't think that way, but for me, that's how I'm going to think. Like, what kind of women are you choosing to date? Are you choosing to date big BBW women? Are you choosing to date? You see what I'm saying? So, you know, baddies, or you choosing to date hoes? Like, what are you choosing to date? Because that's telling me who you are. Even though you are my child, I'm still looking at what's being reflected back to me as a parent.
Right.
And that's just,
but even them as children, sometimes, you know, they might start off a little rough. Because, you know what I'm saying, when you're young and you're trying to get into that world, you're learning a lot. So sometimes you might make a bad decision or a bad choice, but you have to learn. Because we can tell our kids so much, but they only gonna listen so much. The world has to finish the rest of the teaching. Like, we can warn our sons about the different types of women. Like, you don't want a woman who's gonna watch you sit there and work all day long and come home and she ain't cooked, but she been there all day and she watching you pay all the bills, and she have a job, but she keep her money in the bank, but watch you spend everything on the house. You know, we can warn our sons so much, but depending on what all we've told them, I think the interesting part is definitely who they choose based on what you've already instilled in them. you know.
Right. And I won't disagree with that, because I remember when I was in a relationship with someone who's pretty much an alcoholic. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I look back at my life to understand, how did I even have a friend that was alcoholic? How did I even get into being around alcoholics like this? You know what I'm saying? So energetically, I even had to do the shadow work and look into that as well. And then on top of that, I'm saying this to say too, because this is going back from what we're saying, but just also another thing too. People tend to look at beautiful people, or what they perceive to be beautiful, and they say, this is what I imagine this beautiful person to have sitting right next to them, right? Or this is what they're supposed to have next to them. But they don't realize that, number one, that person may not feel as beautiful as you think that they are, number one. And then number two, you don't know this person internally, and that's why they're with who they're with. For example, I find people who end up being with someone younger than them, right? Because it doesn't always happen that way. It's the funniest thing, because I know people who do not purposely date younger. They just end up being with younger because they end up attracting someone who's young that likes older. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore, there's something that they like to be in control, and the person who's younger likes to be controlled, as well as they like control too, because there's something about them that feels they can control the older person, vice versa. You get what I'm saying? And so these two people are together. Now, I'm not talking about inappropriate age gap relationships. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about adult consenting relationships. Okay. Just want to make that clear. And so, I find this, or I find people who tend to date people like, the guy who likes to date the women in the projects with the children. You see what I'm saying? There's a control, right? There's a control aspect that is there. And there is even something dark there too, because I always look at people leery who, want to date somebody in that condition with certain age children. And see what I'm saying? I do look at them sideways. Something about that bothers me, if you get what I'm saying.
Right.
And are you who they date these homosexual men? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, these people are showing you internally who they are. You see what I'm saying? You have people who have a lot of money, who have education, and have really nice materialistic things. Very, you know what I'm saying? But they like to be in control. You see, they get off on the fact of taking somebody off the street and cleaning them up and making them the way that they want them to. No, right.
Yeah.
No, nobody ever thinks that this is a reality in life, but it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it sounds crazy, but
women do that a lot.
Yes, but you have people that this is what they do. It's the same thing with the stud who is with this woman with multiple children, multiple fathers, or the father's not involved, and she's dealing with this woman with this situation. And you're looking at her like, she's just making you a replaceable man. She is okay with that situation because something is vicariously living through that woman, or she's getting some kind of love out of this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
These studs is not so stupid to know that these women are still fucking men. They're not that dumb. Unless she's a young stud, then other than that, they're not that dumb. They're getting something. And I always think studs like that are not even lesbians, honestly. I think that those studs are bisexual themselves. So that's another topic in itself. You see what I'm saying? So these people all come together for whatever they can get out of what they get. And some people are good at playing the victim card and being manipulators. Some people are really good at getting people at their worst and keeping people up under them while they're at their worst. There's people that are very good at that too. I'm not dismissing that part, But you want to say something? I don't want to be talking over. I feel like I'm talking over.
No, you good.
Oh, okay. And so, I just have come to this, and even looking at my own self, you know what I mean? And what I usually find myself attracting or attracted to. You know what I'm saying? When I go out here, or just having a poly relationship, and you know, and just all of these different things of myself, and how I have a dynamic in my life of having how I carry on relationships and with people. And I just find it so interesting that people don't really understand or see, like, if you disagree with what somebody is with, they're just telling you who they are, you know. And I understand some people do get mixed up. Some people do go through a state of depression in their life, and they may be somewhere where they don't really want to be. I've been there. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, that person has to figure it out for themselves. You know what I mean? Just like I had to figure it out for myself. So with all that said, I just have come to see that everybody wants to say what this said person is supposed to have standing next to them. But we need to just start realizing this is what this person is choosing, because this is who this person is.
Absolutely.
That's basically what I'm saying as a whole. Like, this person is choosing this, or Megan is choosing this, because this is what Megan is. You see, Megan, you know, Megan may have a very Aquarius. Aquarius are very nasty. Like, I know your experience, Aquarius wasn't so much of that, but Aquarius are often very nasty and very freaky. You know what I'm saying? So that might just be something she's getting something out of that with these relationships. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, like, it's just, you know, it's not nothing else but what it is, people. You know, like, it just can't. People get upset, you know, at Rihanna and what she chose and this, that, and the third. And it's like, I'm not surprised. Rihanna is a Pisces with an Aries moon. I don't know what everybody's expecting from her. And she's a February Pisces.
I don't know what people expect from other people in that manner anyway. Like, why would you have something to say about who Rihanna is dating? Like, that's her life. If she wants to have kids with this dude and date this other dude, like, I don't know. Do fans really think that celebrities are supposed to pay them attention like that?
Well, I don't even think that is so much of fans. For what I'm getting from the women I'm listening to, it is the image of the Black woman that's the problem. They're tired of seeing Black women of these certain statuses and certain positions that are dating beneath themselves. That's what the real argument is about. Why are you dating? Yeah.
Don't we do that on all levels? When I say we, I mean the totality, the collective we. And you might have some that can, have a brain and functioning and do the right thing. But when you think about all the women that you know, do you know too many that are dating within their range? Most of them are dating beneath, because the pool is, we're not requiring much for men to rise to where we want to meet them at. Instead of us being by ourselves and do what we want to do for maybe a generation or so, no, we lower ourselves to be with them. And that's the collective totality. I don't see too many women who are, just got a man who is on his shit. And most of the dudes that I know of that are dating women are giving bare minimum. The woman ain't happy, and this is just what they doing.
I don't believe that males are above a woman, that spiritually and mentally. I see that a man, if she is truly in her dark feminine energy, she transform whoever the hell she's with. She makes, like, men like what's his name? Bill Gates and Zuckerberg. Look how transformed they are since they've had children and they got married, and the women that they're with. Look how clean cut they look. Zuckerberg would never talk. He's talking now. These are the women that they're with. Bill Gates. These are the women that these men are with. My favorite example is Ozzy Osbourne. He was all plain Jane. Once he got with Cheryl, he became, who's a Libra, he became very much who he is today because of Cheryl. Do you know that he almost died and she came and saved his life? That's
I
the
didn't
one
know
he
that.
ended up. Yes, she said it's a song called Under the Graveyard We're All Rotten Bones. It's a beautiful video. He's talking about his life and what happened that day in that hotel before she said she was looking for him and nobody knew where he was. Her intuition found that man in the hotel. Saved his life. He almost killed her. That's how much she was fighting for him to live. He even said it right now. He'd be like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to give up all this stuff, but she won't let me die. He put his head to the side. She won't let me die. It's the funniest shit. It's a dark thing to say, but for real, she's a part of what Ozzy Osbourne is today. That's why everybody loves her so much. We wouldn't have him. You understand? For those of us in the rock world, they understand why Ozzy is so important, but we wouldn't have Ozzy to this day if it wasn't for her. I see it another way around. Sierra makes that man that Sierra's with. Sierra's giving credit to him, but she made him who he is. He didn't make her who she is. That level up is something she did to him, not so much what he did to her. That's what I'm trying. That's the thing that's missing with women out here. But that's for women who are in the dark feminine energy to know that. I bet if you think about your life, you're going to find that a lot of the males around you transform, whether it's a friend, whether it's something about you, something you teach, something you talk about, something about you. They begin to make some kind of transformation in their life due to you.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see
You
that.
see what I'm saying? So, you know, when I see women who, I use the best example, the Gothic woman. That's me, the Gothic woman. One thing about us, we know how to pick what works for us. You see that Gothic woman, she's all dressed up, she's beautiful, and everybody cracks jokes about what kind of partner she gets. And people don't understand why. Or in the lesbian world, I'm a black cat femme. And then I have like what they call a golden retriever mask. But other than that, people make this jokes about us being together, but at the same time, we are very much like one another. We look opposite because we have on the all black, and that's why we call it the black cat femme. And then she's a little bit more bouncy, and she come off a little bit more like, you know, talking to people and stuff like that. But she's just as dark as the black cat femme. Do you see what I'm saying? Everybody is not together for not a reason. And let's get back to what you said. Go back to what you said, right? The dating pool, it's a drought out here. It ain't even a pool no more. It's a whole drought out here. Okay, let's just call it what it is.
Absolutely.
And people are still choosing what works for them. It's not that there are women out here, like, I don't know about your personal situation with the women with you. It's not that I don't believe that women out here cannot choose something more elevated than what they have. They're choosing what works for them. And they have to accept that reality. If you're sitting here, just hear me out, spiritually speaking. If you're sitting here and you're with somebody who doesn't have as much as you, you have to ask yourself, why did you choose someone who doesn't have as much as you? You have to ask yourself that, and tell yourself the truth. If you had somebody who had as much as you, how would you be acting right now in this relationship? And if people are honest with themselves, they're going to find that they can't be with someone that has as much as them, that they can't be with someone who's just as educated as them. Do you see what I'm saying? Because something in them subconsciously attracted what it is that they're with, because they still are there.
Right.
Nothing ever keeps you stuck. If you don't want to be somewhere, you're going to leave. That's just the facts.
Eventually, yes.
You're going to bounce. When you're ready to go, you're ready to go. Your heart, your feelings, everything is gone, and you just go. So these people have to look inside themselves, like the friends you're talking about. Okay, could you give me an example of one friend? Like, what is her status and what is the status of the dude or the woman that she's with?
You mean like for an unmatched relationship?
Yes, for unmatched relationship.
Okay. So, I have a very close friend. She is very intelligent. She's, I think she has one degree and she's getting another one. I think she's finished a degree. She makes like six figures a year. She be on her stuff. She's very productive, loyal in a relationship. And I have been trying to figure her out for a minute. Right now, she's dating a dude. I don't think he's got any further education. He used to be a street dude. He says he's done with that, but he still has that mindset. He's not very supportive. He's just a negative entity. In her space, he's just a negative entity. I think he's messing around on her. She, for whatever reason, doesn't want to see it. Um, he does a lot of messed up things, and he just slides down her throat, and she just keeps going. No matter how many times she's called me crying, screaming, saying she done, he done did this, she's still there. And I cannot figure it out for
So
nothing in me.
you don't have to get into details, but I'll just pose this question. From the things, from what you know about this friend, because the first thing you said is that she's very intelligent, right? You made that clear. From the things that she tells you that he does, honestly, what does it make you think about her when she tells you the things that he has done?
I'd be like, you tripping, sis. That's one of the first things I say. I'd be like, you tripping. Because I'm trying to figure out why is she putting up with it. And it makes me feel like she don't have any self-love. Because if you love yourself, there's no way in the world you're going to allow a man to keep dragging you down like this to the point where he's doing all of these things. Because, I mean, hearing her say the stuff that he does, I'm like, girl, what the hell is wrong with you? And she just keeps taking it. It's like she just keeps saying more, more, give me more. I'm just like, you need to leave this dude alone. I kind of feel like she thinks eventually he's going to change. And I see a lot of women doing that. They feel like if they stay down long enough, eventually he's going to see her. And then one day it's just going to be magical and he's going to do right. Even if that is the case, by the time he does decide he want to treat you right, how much have you put up with? Are you still willing to go down this road? Most of the time, from my observation, when he finally does come around, she don't even want him no more. So you put up with all that for what?
Do you now? Boom, there it is right there. You just said it. If he does come around, she doesn't want him no more. So what does that subconsciously say about her? Because if you don't have all this drama, if you don't have something to fix, if something is not hard to build, you see, she doesn't want it anymore. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So this is all reflecting somebody's personality. This is what I'm saying. There's women like me, you can raise your voice and I don't fuck with you no more. Okay? You can raise your voice at me and I do not fuck with you no more. And I will call you abusive and all type of shit, and you just raised your voice. Okay? You cannot come around me with complete fuck shit without me saying goodbye. Do you see the difference? There are some women that just will not tolerate. That phone will get hung up on. You will be on the block list. She's out of here. That you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, just using your example, this friend of yours is subconsciously attracting all of this abuse because she needs it to fix something or to believe that it has to be hard in order for it to work. And you said she's accomplished, right? Like she has degrees and stuff. So she's worked hard for all the stuff that she has.
Mm-hmm.
See how it all plays a part. It's all, I have to work hard. It has to be. This is the sign of what they call anxiously attached people. This is how they have their relationships. If it's not something that is exciting, or they have to work on something, or there's a problem, they don't want it. This is the same thing that keeps coming up with me with the raggedy friend. It's the same concept. It's always this raggedy ass friend that somebody is with. You see? So I have to look in my subconscious of what is it in me that always has to have this low-key competition with somebody else in somebody else's life, because that goes back to me being a stepchild. You see? It's little things like that I'm just saying, that's me though. It's little things like that that's telling you who people are without it telling you who people are. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that made me cut off the best friend was, it seemed to me that she was always defending people who were the same people who abused me. And so to me, it felt like, oh, you hate me. Do you see what I'm saying? Whether that was true or not, that's what it looked like to me, because you're defending everybody who abused me throughout my life. You're saying nice things and you're trying to defend these people. You don't even know who has abused me all my life. So it looks to me like you hate me. And that might not have been the case, but that's how it looked. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people as a whole, like I said, you know, these different things, and from like the friend and this and that, these women are telling everybody who they are. So everybody's like, well, why is she choosing this bum? And why do black women keep choosing less than her? And this, that, and the third. I think it's something much more deeply subconscious. Because even if she goes out and she gets her a Brad or a man of another race, you're still hearing the same story from the black woman, where she's still providing and taking care of him. So any woman who's doing that, she needs some type of control. Just think about it. She needs the control. She doesn't want a male that's going to dominate her. I'll give an example. I got a good one. I know a woman who, her mother was in a very abusive relationship with a man. In his time, he will be a man that's considered very attractive back in his day. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so, because he had that kind of phenotype you don't really see very often. And he was very harshly abusive to her, okay? After him, to this day, she hates that man. But after him, she ended up being with the man. Now, this man worked. This man had a job. You see what I'm saying? She worked, had a job, everything with this man, by the way. But very abusive. But after he left, she ended up being with another man. And the man she was with did not work nowhere, did not do shit. She worked, she made her money, did what she did. It was a mess between them. They was in love. They got married. Happiest person she been with in her life. Well, when you look at this woman's situation, she'd rather be with a more docile man than what she had came from. Do you see what I'm saying? And this is why, you know, healing therapy and stuff is key too, so you can take your time before getting involved with people, because people be so afraid to be alone because of society and all this shit, right? This woman chose that because of what she has come from. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
You have women that they need to have that type of energy, because this is what's going on with most black women nobody is talking about. Because I do have a segment called the Black Woman's Guide on the show as well. And this is something that needs to be like talked about, because with black women, it's not so much of who black women are choosing, because everybody keeps saying this shit. I think it's subconsciously and psychologically what the Black woman is. That's being reflected even in her success. We have to look. I think that that's what needs to be examined. Sis, you a whole lawyer out here. You went to school. You worked hard. You got this nice ass car, this nice ass house. But you got a whole bum in your arm right now. What's going on? What
Hey,
happened?
Sabrina,
What's up?
let me log back in. This is my mom calling. Let me make sure she all right.
Got you.
Okay.
Got you. Got you. You have to, like I was saying, we have to start looking at what is it that is the problem. See what I'm saying? It's like, okay, Black woman, you in this relationship, and we looking at this relationship that you in, but we also looking at who you choosing. Why are you with a homosexual? Why are you with somebody who is living off of you, and not only is living off of you, this same person is dependent on you? Why did you choose something like that to be in a relationship with? Okay, Black woman, you done accomplished all of these things, but this person is not even close to the accomplishments of you. Why did you choose that? See, that's the psychology that needs to be examined with the Black woman. Because that's everybody's argument. Everybody's argument. Who she choosing? Who she choosing? Who she choosing? Well, if you are the universe and it's a reflection of herself, then she's choosing what is her. Or then she's choosing what she thinks is enough for her to get. Because the thing is, I need to subscribe to this channel. The thing is, with Black women is, what are truly her options? Because that's the part I was going to get to. What is a Black woman's truly options? Because I'm not trying to even go there. I'm trying to just keep it focused on self-reflection. Okay? What's up with you and divested women being medical students? There's something about that. All right? Why some pretty girls don't get ahead? That's a good one. Black exoticals are crusty, bacon lip, and jealous. Common foolery exposed. Oh, I'm done. I cannot. I don't got time. What to do when non-Black women dislike you? Don't care. Black daughters are treated like the help healing in the glass child. Healing the glass child. Tactics used in workplace to intimidate the it girl, whoever that is. Keep your struggles to yourself. No one cares. Thank you, ma'am. 4 months ago. Thank you, ma'am. Be careful who speaks over your life. She going there with that. Black women, stop muling. Got it. How to avoid being a married single mother. Fixating on beauty is for poor people. Damn. Use beauty secrets from around the world to be that girl. That's true. I love beauty secrets. And it's kind of funny because when I had expressed this hair care product I used that's from East India, I remember this person just kind of gave a look like they weren't really interested in it. Like, it's like, why not? East Indians, you see how beautiful their hair are? What the fuck? Why you should care about Hannah representing you and how to align with, who the fuck is Hannah? Who is Hannah? I'm sorry, who's Hannah? How to align with better representation. I don't know who Hannah is. Black men who mistreat women are closeted. We know that. Cotton picking Hannah, a cry for help, addressing and healing your identity issues. I don't know who Hannah is, y'all. Okay. Let's get back to what I was saying. Female competition, how to tell when another woman is using you. Okay, I like these topics. Okay. Here's the thing that I have to say. All right, lesson learned from Miss Netta, vague envy and downplaying your achievements. Do we need to go here, Miss Netta? I'm fucking dead. Okay. I'm going to say this. Some of this stuff feel like I should watch it by myself. Why you keep getting rejected and how to deal with it. Swirlers, we need to talk. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Let me tell you something. Understand that as a whole, guys, and I mean this when I say this, like literally as a whole, understand that we as a whole, as a people, as Black women, already have things such as the odds being against us. Okay? And such as there's just so much things that's placed upon the image of the Black woman. And the number one is that she does not know how to choose, or she does not know how to choose the right whatever, however she chooses it. She's just not good at knowing how to choose the right person for her. And when is somebody going to accept the reality that the Black woman's choosing what is best for her? If you have degrees, if you have accomplished things, you can put yourself in the space with other people who have accomplished it too. If you're a six-figure woman, you can sit your ass down at the six-figure table. So if this Black woman who's an accomplished Black woman is not sitting her ass down at the six-figure table, what does that tell you about her and her self-worth and what she means to herself? You just heard that her friend is a super smart woman, accomplished degrees, but chooses to be with this nigga from the street. And this nigga from the street is doing all kind of retarded shit to her. And she's just like, she said it, then she said out her mouth, I feel like if he did get himself right, she don't want nothing to do with him no more. So then that tells you that's like I said to her, this tells you who your friend is. She needs things to be hard in order to know that it's worth it. And that's the reality that you have to face when dealing with people. My relationships, my current one, it gets manipulating. It gets manipulating. It gets flirty. It gets seductive, and it gets manipulative. It gets emotional. But that's the relationship that I like. It don't get toxic. It gets emotional, but that's the kind of relationship that I like. Hold on. I say this. The Black woman is choosing what's best for her. And even if the black woman goes and dates non-black, she's still going to choose what's best for her. So even if you say, oh, okay, oh, the black woman, the black woman, even if she dates outside her race, she still ends up being with a powder dusty, and we don't deal with swirlers. It really doesn't matter, because that's who she is with. That's the level of what she wants to be with. So this is the psychology that needs to be looked upon when it comes to this. The psychology of the black woman and who she's choosing, once again, she has to go into that for herself. If she needs a relationship where she's providing everything, if she needs a relationship where she has to flex as if this person she's with is doing everything, though she's doing everything, that is a woman who's manipulative and controlling. You have to look at the personality. And possibly is a liar, and probably lying to her damn self. That actually she is a liar. And therefore she's lying about something with herself, because that exists too. And I understand a lot of these divested black women, y'all want black women to have such great images, and y'all want the black woman image to be what y'all want the black woman image to be. But even you divested the black women have to understand y'all got control issues too. It ain't going to happen like that. I believe there's a hierarchy in different levels of black women. But for black women who achieve and accomplish a certain level of things, I have seen that black woman is very highly controlling. I know a black woman right now. Never got to get to that conversation with her, but it takes time with things to realize that she is doing the same thing her mother did with the man that she married. And that what her mother told her about the man she's with, her mother knew what she was talking about. I know black women who are exhausted because they have to do so much to keep the relationship and the family going and the image going for the outside world. But I also notice the personality of the women who attract this. If a woman is in an abusive relationship, there is something that she's internally abusing about herself. And that person can be the catalyst of her beating herself up through that person being the physical representation of what's internally inside of her. How many people have said that they had a friend in an abusive relationship, and no matter where they go, they just keep getting abused? So who's the problem? And why this person just keep getting in so many goddamn fights and arguments and back and forth? That's something to think about. Okay? Here's another thing to think about. We're going to go into a video because I want to find a video about how black women are not choosing better. Because, can I tell y'all something? For those of you who understand relationships, right? Whenever you're getting into a relationship, it's not easy. It takes time to build. It takes time to grow. It takes time to be what y'all are to each other. It takes time. Give or take, some people you know, some people, you know, they can be together for 8 months to a year and be in love and be married and be happily ever after. But that's those people. And depending on what's going on in their lives, that they can do that. Okay. Most likely will never divest, and here's why. Calling out colorist black women. I saw this one already. Update on Exoticals United addressing black women don't need to be exoticals. Okay. Why don't black women like showing dark skin with 4C hair? Okay. Darker exotic women defy dark skin stereotype. Who is version for I'm not a mean girl, but if you look like me, you would be. No, I'm not a mean girl, but believe me, you would be. Colorism features sexual attitude. How Christianity. Okay, to pick me's. Black men divided black women of color, separated dark skin, light skin black women. The hatred for exoticals with non-black mothers. Okay, so here we go. I think I'm going to go for this one, even though I heard it before, but I'm going to dissect it. Most black women will never divest, and here's why. All right, let me wait for this commercial to pull up. Make sure my microphone is still
mixed women. Hello, my beautiful light-skinned black women. I have to talk about this because I noticed there's this new movement on YouTube called divestment.
Okay, so she said it's a new movement. She said, okay, 3 years ago. That's when I found out about it too.
Where they promote swirling and dating outside of the African American community. And I obviously have no problem with swirling because I am the product of swirling. But let's be honest, most black women will never successfully divest. And here's why. First of all, it seems like the divestment movement seems to support interracial marriages. That's great, right? But the problem is that most of the women watching those channels are not even marriage material. You saw the video I posted of Rashida Strober. She is one of the main spokeswomen for dark-skinned women here on YouTube. And if she is a representation of how some of these women's personalities are, do you really think that she would make a good wife? Let's think about this logically for a moment. If this is how she talks on YouTube when she's not even that upset, this is just how she talks on the internet, imagine how she would behave in a marriage when she gets mad at her husband. I know that a lot of black men are used to being abused by black women because some of them come from abusive mothers.
That's boom. That's it right there. I wanted to add that. Black, Hispanic, and Latin. I have to put it all together. It's a reason. There's a reason it's not separated, okay? Cultures are used to a certain way of their culture. Anybody who's Asian that has dated a Puerto Rican will say that Puerto Ricans got too much motherfucking drama. So I don't want to deal with no fucking Puerto Rican, right? That there's too much. I really like them, but there's too much drama. Somebody who is, let's say, Spanish themselves and be like, you know what? I've heard a woman say, I've been around Spanish women all my life. I don't want to be with no Spanish woman. I don't want to deal with a Spanish woman. I'd rather be with a black woman. I'd rather deal with that than deal with a Spanish woman. So we have a cultural aspect here. A lot of black men are very used to very mouthy women. And don't get it twisted, Caribbean men are too. They're used to very mouthy women.
Black men don't like being yelled at, having things thrown at them, or called names. What makes you think a white man will want that? Anyway, let's move on to the next point. Proximity. Most of these women have never lived around, worked with, or interacted with non-black people. The main women complaining about black culture are also the main ones who grew up.
Most of the white, see, again, I lived in the city, so I had proximity to everything and everyone. But for those of you who don't have that, the proximity that I observe on the outside looking in out here with the black women, these are wiggers that they have proximity to. Or these are loser white males or white women that work amongst black and Hispanic and they don't feel accomplished. Okay, because they're not working around their own very much, so they have to be working around people of color. That includes people who are also foreign, and so they don't feel accomplished. Being around more Caucasians and or white is a sense or a sign of accomplishment. Working a job and being surrounded by a certain group of Asians or a certain class of Asians is seen as accomplishment. Okay? So the proximity is that they're at the proximity of something that symbolizes not being accomplished.
Surrounded by it. Most of these women have never even traveled outside of the United States, let alone getting out of the hood. So what makes you think that they will know how to maintain a lifelong 60 to 80 year relationship with someone from a different culture? When it comes to marriage, people pick who they are going to marry based on proximity. But if a young Black woman spends her whole life in the projects of Detroit, how is she going to come into contact with the next Elon Musk? And even if she does, what makes her think that she will be able to successfully capture his interest, get him to date her for multiple years, get to know her, bring her around his family, save up money for a ring, ask her father for her hand in marriage, go through premarital counseling, plan an entire wedding, honeymoon, join his finances with hers, and then sustain that for the rest of his life? I'll wait. Another thing I noticed is hypocrisy. If Black men supposedly have higher divorce rates when they marry interracially, what makes you think that Black women have perfect marriage rates when they marry interracially? Black men and Black women are often a reflection of one another. I see a lot of women complaining about how Black men are problematic, but who do you think raised these Black men? Black women. Getting married isn't something that just falls into your lap, especially if you want to have a good marriage. It requires planning, strategy, and self-awareness, which leads me to my next point on why most Black women will never successfully divest. Self-hatred. If you hate Black people and you want to marry a white man, you will attract a white man who also hates Black people, just like you. Also, a person who hates themselves does not make a good spouse. If you don't even have the capacity to love yourself, what makes you think you will have the capacity to love someone else?
Boom. We're still human beings on this planet, no matter what race, culture, creed we come from, class. We're still human beings. I still use that example of what was it about me that felt intimidated by this person who was a medical student. I can tell you why. I can tell you exactly why. And the reason why is because I got a taste of my own medicine. Because I like to dedicate my life to my art, to the things I love to do, to the things that come to me first. I like to dedicate my life to them things. And when I came across somebody else who did the same thing, but also came from across seas and also traveled and stuff, there was intimidation there because I even felt, am I even at the level to be with someone like this? You see, you got to check yourself. Just because somebody is accomplished in something, that don't mean that they feel that they are worthy of being in the space of that thing of which they accomplished. Just because they've accomplished being a lawyer doesn't mean that they feel like they're worthy of being in the space of a very high class lawyer. Nobody's thinking about these things.
I'll wait. The next reason that most Black women will not be able to successfully divest is due to delusion. Delusion. Let's think logically for a moment. Do you really think that the next Jeff Bezos wants to spend the next 30 years of his life with Sharkeisha from Detroit? Too many women want an above average man when they themselves are below average.
I have seen white males that are with Black women. And one of them absolutely disrespected one woman. Oh my gosh. Oof. She was too good for him. Okay. And that was a white male. And I remember how she was happy to have this dress on. I'll never forget it. I used to follow him on Instagram. She was happy to have this dress on, and she was happy to show off this dress. And he said, I love to see it hit the floor. And you can see her self-esteem and her anger and whatever self-worth she had hit the floor. Okay? And that is what I'm talking about. It is that type of thing, because when I looked at him and he was talking about how he was into hip-hop, and I was like, this is a case of a non-black male who subconsciously lived his life wanting to be around, associate with black culture, but he has the riches that he has and these type of things, and he doesn't feel good about himself. Unfortunately, I picked all this up about this dude. This dude don't have a good self-esteem. He didn't feel like he matched in his world or whatever culture he came from as a non-black male. Everybody's reflecting somebody in their life, whether people want to realize this self-reflection or not. And I agree with Sage, you know, when we're young, we make our mistakes, we end up being with certain kind of people, but it still doesn't take away what it's reflecting, even when we are with these certain type of people.
I've seen some of these divestment women brag about women who are married to millionaires and billionaires, not realizing that not every Asian or white or Latin man is a millionaire. There are more non-millionaires than millionaires. So statistically speaking, it's more likely that they will get a man who is not a millionaire rather than a man who is one. But these women are not speaking out of logic. They're speaking out of anger. Most of them are just angry at black men for not giving them the worship they desired. And a lot of these women are now looking for white men to give them their narcissistic supply. They think that they can be an ugly, broke-ass ghetto broad who works at Chick-fil-A and marry Elon Musk. And these guys that they're trying to go after are not stupid. These billionaire Mark Zuckerberg types are not looking for some ghetto, trashy woman to come in and steal all of their wealth. These men are not stupid. So this is how I know that a lot of these divestment women are just delusional, and they're just looking for a non-black man to come in and solve their financial woes. If some of these women do divest, they will often get a bottom shelf non-black man at best. I am seeing a rising trend where we now see black women going out and proposing to white men and getting pregnant by him and getting publicly cheated on. Jodie Turner-Smith's husband is a Dusty. I don't care what anybody says. He is a bottom shelf Brad. He is disrespectful, and I would never promote an exotical getting down on one knee and getting with a man like that. After this man got dumped by his white girlfriend, he bragged about Jodie proposing to him and then publicly humiliated her and had photos taken of him kissing another woman just days after him and Jodie were together at a birthday party. That is completely humiliating. And like I said, I would never want that for an exotical. Imagine being pregnant and going through all the changes of your hormones and gaining weight, and instead of your husband supporting you and planning a baby shower and building a crib and doing all those things, he's flying in another girl so he can cheat. That is Dusty behavior. Isn't that why you left black guys? Because you were tired of being impregnated and cheated on? So why would you let a white man do it to you? Anyway, moving on. The next reason most black women will never successfully divest is because a lot of them can't attract a husband of any shade. So how do you expect them to attract a husband of an entirely different culture? No matter what culture the man comes from, he still won't want to marry a woman with a horrible attitude. Any high-value man with integrity will want respect from his woman. So if you're coming at him cussing and calling him Brad and Ling Ling and Jose and breaking bottles on his head and twerking on the tables at family parties and coming into a country club smoking a blunt when his parents are there, do you...
You know what? Stop it. You be trolling Exoticals United. You be trolling. Ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody doing none of that. I had to pause that because she going too far.
Really think he's going to want to be with you? Think about that for a second. Do you really think that any man worth having wants a woman who is trashy and annoying? That's delusional. And a lot of these black women that I see think that all a guy wants is sex. A lot of black women only know how to be friends with benefits. They don't know how to get a ring. They don't know how to be wives. Sex only lasts for what, an hour a day? And I'm being generous by saying that. You still have to spend 23 hours a day with that person for the rest of your life. There's no way you can sustain a lifelong marriage all the way up to your 80s with just sex. No, you're delusional. I've noticed that Black women are good at attracting sexual attention, but they are not good at attracting non-sexual attention. And it's the non-sexual attention that leads to marriage, because marriage is about more than just sex. That's why even though Black women are some of the most sexually active, they are still jealous that lighter skinned and mixed women get married first. It's because a lot of exoticals know how to get the attention where it actually counts, and that's the non-sexual attention. I'm talking about getting attention for actually being feminine, beautiful, smart, talented, a good friend, a good mother, a good wife, a good girlfriend, etc. This is Blackistan women's biggest weakness. They don't know how to get the most important type of attention, the non-sexual attention that leads to marriage. I'm not saying that sex isn't important, but I am saying that any woman can have sex, but not any woman can be a wife. And that's why Black women are mad. It's because they've been pumped and dumped. Trust me, they're having sex.
We got to talk about that. The SW ladies, those who've been around, you know what I'm talking about. I told you that's a conversation inside of the temple that I'm preparing. The SW baby, that energy of the males and that male energy is in your aura. And y'all don't do spiritual cleansing, or you don't clean your aura. I'll be cleaning my aura this week, okay? And you don't do the spiritual banishing and healing that needs to be done. You can do it through the Bible that you read, okay? But there still needs to be that water and other things and the oils and stuff for the spiritual work. Here's another thing, right? Here, man, oh man. True spiritual work and cleansing takes true spiritual work and cleansing. Do you know that goes into the music you listen to? That goes into the shows that you watch, the things you engage with on that algorithm and timeline, how you keep your home organized, the energy of people that you choose to be around. You have to purge. If you feel like, hey, I want to be with someone who is, non-Black. I want to be around more non-Black friends. I want to do whatever kind of lifestyle, or I want more Black alternative friends, or whatever the case may be. You got to surround yourself in the environment. That means you may have to move where you're from, but you have to first move into the spaces you want to be in order to figure out where you're going to move from where you're from to get close to it's energetically what you want. You're going to have to also transform the people around you, not match the things that you want. You're going to have to go through a purge spiritually and energetically, especially if you're having sex with people and your energy, it doesn't matter the gender, whatever you're having sex with, you have to do a spiritual purging. You have to sit down with this spiritual purging and say, okay, this is not it. This is not what I want. I'm transforming the way that I dress. I'm transforming the music I listen to, and I'm transforming the information I engage in. I'm transforming the books that I read. You begin to take all these big, different transformative acts. I don't want to smoke this no more. I don't want to smoke this no more. All these type of different things. This is where I'm getting at. Like, I don't really want to smoke this no more, because this is when I have to go get these things. These are the places that I have to go frequent to get these things. And I don't want to put my energy in these spaces no more. I want something different to change. I want to go to different type of environments and spaces to obtain the things that I want to obtain. You get what I'm saying? I want to change the music. That's already been there. But, the music I'm listening to, the music I'm engaging with, I don't want to hear this energetic music no more. This is why I need to go do this. These are the steps that you can take to transform your life and energetically get yourself moving a certain type of way. Just because you are choosing to date non-black, you don't have to go full throttle with it. And let me help you explain, because this is where the divestors are going wrong. You have to know what is the direction of where you want to go when you decide to go where you go. I like the world of alternative creative artists and spontaneous, unique people who play instruments. Okay? Like unique people like that, excuse me. That's what I like to do. So I go into the direction of that. And therefore, if there are people who happen to be quote unquote non-black, then that is the vibration in which I align with. If that's the vibration that I can align with. Some people, it may take more spiritual work, healing, being alone in order for you to get there. I'm with a woman who's a whole Indian and black woman. And I had a whole European, British woman to be with. And I chose her, Indian and black woman. I chose that over that. And I just gave the whole example of why. So you have to be honest with yourself and what you're choosing. Some of you, I'm not trying to encourage it, but some of you black women are going to get what they call the powdered dusty. Unfortunately. And you know what? He don't have to be a dusty. That's the thing. Let me take that back. He doesn't have to be a dusty. He may be the Polish, the Jewish, the Puerto Rican white. But they also have a knowledge of what black culture is, and they, and they still know what the civil rights is, and they know what Latinx is, and they know about black music and things about. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe that's something you need to be with, or that's something that benefits you internally to have someone like that in your life. Okay? Let's keep it moving, because Exoticals United be trolling, bro.
A lot of them have multiple kids and baby daddies, so they're getting sexual attention, but that's not what they ultimately wanted from men. They wanted the ring. They wanted a man to dedicate his life to her. They wanted a man to look her in the eye and say, there's no other woman that I would rather have in this world than you. And they never got that. So now they're mad. They're mad at the women who do get that, which tends to be exoticals. And then they say men are colorists for doing that. That's not colorism, sweetheart. That's called inner beauty. And it's clearly something that you need to work on. I can't stand this narrative that anytime a mixed or light-skinned person gets married, it's only due to colorism. No, honey, people have this thing called love and commitment. And if that woman is in a happy, healthy marriage, it's because that man saw something special in her to the point where he wanted to commit his life to her. It's not due to her skin tone. Do certain people have preferences? Sure. There are men out there who prefer dark-skinned black women too. So stop trying to put everything on your skin tone as an excuse. If marriage was truly only based on skin tone or outer beauty, then every single dark-skinned woman on this entire earth would be unmarried. And we know that that's not the case. There are things you can do as a woman to hold yourself accountable to make sure that you can attract a husband. Marriage is not something you can be passive about. It's not something that just falls into your lap. You can't say things like, I don't care about marriage, and then expect to get married. How do you think your man is going to feel if he just spent $5,000 on a wedding ring and he's planning to fly you out to the Caribbean so he can propose, and you're over here saying things like, I don't care about marriage? Are you serious? Some of these women are delusional. If you want to be married, the first thing you need to do is be honest and admit that that's what you want. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be married. It seems like a lot of people see it as being a pick-me or being soft if you say you want marriage. But if
no, there's nothing wrong with wanting marriage. Yeah, but here's the thing. This is why I'm coming back in again. What are you asking for? I know what I asked for. I know what I lit a candle and asked for. And I got what I asked for. It didn't seem like I did, but I got what I asked for. I got somebody who opens me up and I talk more. I got somebody who opens me up and I'm a little bit more happier on the inside. I have someone who challenges my thoughts and the things that I say. They don't just agree with me. They actually challenge what I have to say and they don't care. You know, I have all of these. These are the basic little things of me that I need to have as somebody in my life. So you have to know yourself and know what you need for somebody in your life. Because you can have it. It ain't that hard. Trust me when I tell you, women, it ain't that hard. And you know what? It ain't that hard. Any woman who's a wife can tell you it wasn't that hard to be somebody's wife either. It's all about internally who you are. But baby girl, if you got different men and different baby daddies and you got a lot of energetic healing and purging to do. That's just the reality. A woman with 2 children by the same guy is not going to get the same experience by a woman with 2 children by 2 different men, depending on the age of those children. It's not going to be the same experience. Because even though she has 2 children and whatever happened with that relationship that didn't work out, she still has shown her body autonomy by having children by the same person. And whether you want to accept it or not, people do look at that. And your age, they don't make an excuse for that. Believe it or not, there's some people, they still look at you like, well, damn, you did start young having children, but still, they still look at that. See, is now the woman who has the child as a teenager and then she has children after with one man that she wants, that she's married to, you see how it looks a little bit different than the other way around. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to understand that when you really are putting some kind of energetic thing out there for yourself, you have to be putting the work in to manifest that very thing for yourself. I go back to Exotic Kujunae.
If you're going to lie to yourself, okay, that's fine with me. I mean, hey, it's your life. And here's the thing, attracting someone to fall in love with you truly is more about who you are as a person. And I'm not trying to be shallow, but we have all seen conventionally ugly people who are in happy marriages. I've seen 80-year-olds with all kinds of wrinkles, happily married. I've seen some people who are disabled in happy marriages. I've even seen women on my 600-pound life who are happily married. Some of these women are almost 1,000 pounds, but they have their husbands so deeply in love with them that these husbands are quitting their jobs so they can go buy their wives cheeseburgers. If you watch some of these shows, there are men and women traveling to other countries and moving all over the world just so they can spend the rest of their lives with.
Absolutely. Thank you, Exoticals United. Exactly. But what I'm focusing on from the topic here is that you can divest and manifest into whatever it is that you want to, but you may have to do a little bit more purging. You may have to do that spiritual work. You may have to take that spirit. You may have to cleanse your aura, baby. You may even have to cleanse your house and organize things a little bit better than before in your home. I'm trying to tell you, I'm being for real with the changes that you may have to do in order to manifest what it is that you want to bring to you. Because all the people you meet is all just teaching you about what you need to clear up and what you're attracting and what needs to be healed. Let me give you an example of something real quick. All right. So one time, sometimes I tend to tell things the same way and transparent way, but listen to me. One time I remember I looked at somebody and I noticed I'll be like, oh, that's my wife. Oh, that's my that. Oh, that's my this. I give them this title. Oh, that's my this and that. And this was years ago. And every time I said that, this person would be homeless. This person would be a squatter. This person would kind of be thrown away. Even the person who may have been a music artist or creative artist, whatever kind of artist, it was always someone who kind of was like abandoned and thrown away in the industry or something like that. And I started noticing these are the people I would title. in my life. Okay. And I started saying to myself, why the fuck am I attracted to this? Why do I see people who have this very thrown away loser mentality as somebody that, that I have this title with? And then I started putting it together. And what came up was that was how I felt. That was my abandonment coming back out again. That was me and my lack of things I feel like I did not accomplish coming back up again. And before in time, I realized a lot of these things were not my fault because I blame myself for things that were not my fault. That was not my responsibility. I literally was a teenager. I was supposed to have adults that were there for me. I couldn't be there for myself to that capacity. These things came up later on in my life that I have come to this very realization. What happened is when I came to that, I start changing my tune. That's what I do. I start doing the spiritual breaking and work and the spiritual work that I needed to do to get rid of these certain energies and stuff around me. And of course, I moved out of where I was at. I completely got the fuck up out of there, right? So what I'm saying to you is these are the steps that it may take for you to come to the realization if you are not satisfied with what you are attracting. Okay? You have to still do the shadow work to understand. Look at these women up here. This one right here is with a pedophile. I think she's with a white man. We know the black man that this one was with, Mariah Carey, is a complete embarrassment. This is that Dominican lady that everybody was dragging and saying that, if you're dark skinned, you're Haitian, you're not Dominican. We know who Beyonce is. I can't remember her name, but is she with the white man? I think she's with the white man. Nia Long. Nia Long is also with a man that is white as well. What is the fuck is her name? Kerry Washington. She's with a white man. I guess she put the people at the bottom for the reason because she got Rihanna, Tashina. Well, Tashina's a lesbian. Who is Tashina with? I don't know who Tashina's with. She's with a woman, but I don't know if the woman's black or white. We got this one right here. We know it's with that Christian black nigga, whatever he be talking about. I don't like him. Meghan Markle. We don't have to get into her. We got Cardi B that was with a nigga that regrets it and regrets that her daughter's skin is dark and she hopes her skin is not dark as his. Lisa Bonet. We all know her story. You should know her story if you were 80s baby. I don't know what her is here for because I don't know who she's with. We got Tony Braxton. Isn't she with a nigga? Let me see. Who is this? Oh, that's the Jamaican lady. I forgot your name. Oh, Zoe. Hey, girl. Who is Zoe with? She definitely was somebody white. She's with her dad, pretty much. She's with a man just like whatever her dad's mixed with. Don't know who this is, combing her hair at the bottom. And girl, is this my girl? Is this Ella May? Who Ella May with?
With a particular person. So don't try to sit here and lie to me and say it's all about skin tone. That's completely false. The next reason that most Black women will never successfully divest is due to bad backgrounds and lack of role models. It's unfortunate that a lot of Black women come from bad backgrounds and have bad father figures in their lives. But if you do have a good, strong, solid father figure in your life and your mom and dad are married, you are at an advantage.
I have to disagree with that because there are Black women who do have fathers and all of that in their lives, but they still get caught out in these streets. And they still get caught up with some hood street nigga. So, again, it still falls into the internal work of that woman. You see what I'm saying?
Because as a woman, your father will teach you what a man wants. Your father will help teach you how to attract a good man to be your husband. And the same goes for you, young men. If you have a good mother figure in your life and she is married, Your mother can teach you how to treat a woman and get her to.
It's not the same thing, y'all. You don't fuck your parents. I mean, I'm just keeping it a buck. You don't fuck your parents. So this, I hear y'all, but this don't always work.
Want to be your wife. Another issue I see that holds a lot of these women back from getting married is lack of mental health education. They think they can pray everything away or get some crystals or light some incense and everything will be okay. They think if they stomp and holler and shout and listen to a Baptist preacher, everything will be perfect. And I'm not trying to disrespect anyone's spiritual beliefs. You guys know I was raised in a very strong Christian background, but a lot of women today are walking around with narcissistic personality disorder. Even some of the leaders in these churches and spiritual movements are narcissists and scammers. I see a lot of women with undiagnosed bipolar disorder, women who are clinically depressed, women with schizophrenia, and all kinds of personality disorders that they have not addressed. Another reason why most BWs won't be able to divest is because they have a love for exotical and non-Black men, but a hatred for exotical and non-Black women. So if you marry a white man, how are you going to treat his sister? Are you going to call her names like Mayonnaise and Becky? Is that what you're going to call your white mother-in-law? Are you?
These women are not going to last in these spaces. That's just the reality. Listen, we know, and let's keep it a buck. First of all, you attract who the fuck you attract. You like who you like, okay? And that's just the end of it, okay? At the end of the day, some of these women, it depends on what their focus is. Do they want just love? Do they just what the fuck do they want out of these relationships?
Are you going to call her names like Karen? Or what if you marry a biracial man? Are you going to call his sister a biracial Becky and his mom a Karen? You can't get away with this type of behavior in other communities. You can't hate a particular community and then try to join it. That's not how life works. People will see right through you, which leads me to my next point. Lack of education about the culture of the men you are trying to swirl with. You've never interacted with people of other cultures. You know nothing about them. You're not even good at choosing men in general, but suddenly because he's white, he's going to be your new Prince Charming? You're telling me that you're going to go from Pookie and Ray Ray to Jeff Bezos? You've lost your mind. Look at what happened to Jodie Turner-Smith. She literally chose a white version of a Pookie and Ray Ray. He literally is a Pookie in a white man's body. He refused to propose to her. She had to propose to him. Jodie tried to trap him with a baby, and that didn't work, and he still cheated on her. Joshua Jackson is also estranged from his father and said in an article that he hasn't spoken to his father in 20 years. So you divested so you can get away from Black men who don't want to propose to you, who cheat on you, and who have daddy issues. And so you went and chose a white man who didn't want to propose to you, cheated on you.
Because now it is a reflection of that woman. Thank you for that example. Exoticals United. It's a reflection of her. She doesn't really want it. If she's attracting someone who is doing this to her, she doesn't really want it. And that's the reality that everybody has to see. Y'all keep focusing on whatever y'all focusing on, but the real focus is that person that's attracting what they're attracting that we can see. The person we're looking at, which is the Black woman, who we can see her relationship pattern. Rihanna ends up with a man who abuses her. Rihanna ends up in a relationship with a man who mother and family abuses her. Rihanna ends up with a man that she falls in love with and has children with that ends up being abusive to other people because he has a gun charge. When are we going to see that Rihanna is an abusive person? When are we going to just accept the reality of what she is? This is the point that I'm making. And what's going on is there is this gatekeeping that the divested Black women are doing towards other Black women in divestment. We are going to get into that part. Y'all go ahead, listen to this music, okay, that I'm about to play. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to get into the gatekeeping of Black women.
Guess you had to be fair.
Alrighty then. There's this gatekeeping going on with Black women, the divested Black women, and I guess the regular Black women, right? Or what they call mammies, even though y'all all mammies to me. There's this gatekeeping that's going on, right? That is a thing where still see more. Oh shit. The gatekeeping that is trying to control the image of the Black woman. That's trying to, this is a mammy and this is a swirler and this is that, right? But there's a deeper aspect of this conversation that is not being touched because they make such mockery out of spirituality, which to me is very ignorant, right? Understanding just basic psychology. Let's get into just basic 262. Jeez. Basic psychology of a thing. And in the basic psychology, basic psychology of a thing, we understand how subconsciously we attract the things that we attract in our lives, correct? And through basic psychology, you understand, how do I say it? You understand through basic psychology that the subconscious holds a lot of power. The subconscious is technically your bitch, right? The subconscious is really who and what you are truly within. Those of us that understand these things. And even in dark psychology, these things come up as well. I'm saying all this to say that Black women have a lot of internal work that she has to do within herself, along with the SW of the men that she fucks. She has to look at the self-reflection of why she attracted what she attracted and how, in especially if she's attracting dark skin and light skin, she has to look at all of that. If she does not work through that and she looks for escapism by saying dating non-Black, there's a lot of trouble she's going to get herself in even deeper. Understand that there are Black women who choose to still date inside of their race because that's what they know and that's what they're comfortable with. Also understand that the person that Black woman is dating is telling you who she is. No matter how you feel about it. No matter how you slice the pie. When a woman is with a male, it's going to get tricky. And this is why I say a lot of this content is very male-centered content. And over here, we do self-centered content. So when a woman is sitting here and she is with someone and she's complaining about the very thing with that person, she needs to look at her self-reflection. When a woman is sitting here and she's being with the opposite of who she is, and she keeps choosing the opposite of who she is, she needs to look into that within herself. Hold on, girl. What's going on? Hold on, y'all. There we go. (275 degrees Fahrenheit). Ooh, that's some heat. Okay. That must be wet. Okay. I was just looking at my damn steamer. My bad. Let me get back. I'm trying to learn how to work this thing. I don't know why it's on hold, but I'm trying to learn why it's like this. And so the thing is, from what I'm explaining to you guys, is that to want the Black woman to be of this image is a little crazy. Woman to be of an image that you want her to be is a little crazy and a little delusional. But the true answer to all of this, the true way to talk about all of this stuff, is you're going to have to look at the bigger picture of the Black woman. All right? When did I spend 38? Okay. Okay, what's this? Hold on, y'all. I got some shit now. You have to start looking at why the Black woman is attracting what she's attracting. Let me block this card because I'm not trying to have this. Now I'm pissed off. Where does money come from? About the disputed transaction. Hold on, y'all. The fuck is this? Let me see if this was the Spider-Man purchase because it did come yesterday. Hold on. 38.51. It's 38.51. They're gonna give me my money back. What they gonna be doing? 258.11. 50. Yeah, that one was $50-something. So what's this 38.51? 36. That's been paid already. Now we going hold on. Hold on. I have no clue what Amazon. I'm thinking it's that Prime, but it shouldn't take out the money so soon. That doesn't make sense. So I don't got time for people scamming me. Go ahead and block this shit. Yeah, I can't do nothing. Hold on. I'm going to figure it out because I'm going to go ahead and block the card. If I go ahead and block the card, then nothing can be taken out. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Okay, let me get back. We down this road again, huh? Listen. How do I say this? About to harass my neighbor for a minute. I'm bothering my neighbor right now. Anyway, going back again to the topic, all right? The Black woman has to start looking at herself, okay? And the Black woman has to do her own internal work. And that is what's going on. The Black woman needs to examine why she attracts what she attracts while she has the success that she has. Hold on. Hold on. Let me say something. I'm saying a lot here, but just hear me out. Black woman has to start looking at why she's attracting what she's attracting. It goes back to that example that I had. What is causing this? Besides the SW, which we always talk about, but even before then, why did you even attract that into your life before the SW even got there? What happened that got you there? And then you have to look at the insecurities of the Black woman that she has that causes her to go down into this low vibrational place to attract what she attracts. Okay. So the thing is, what I'm saying is, this, I know I'm being distracted right now. I just feel like, as a whole, this gatekeeping of the Black woman, there's something deeper going on there that needs to be talked about. And we're going to just have this panel of discussion of the Black woman. We're going to keep having this panel of discussion of the Black woman divesting and going outside of what she is, and then saying, well, we're not telling the Black woman today, we're telling the Black woman to find herself in this and that. Whatever argument that you do, whatever that is. And at the same time, you got to understand still, there's still work and healing that needs to be done with the Black woman. There's still self-reflection that the Black woman needs to do, no matter how you slice that pie. Black woman still has to look at me, look at you, and why doesn't it make sense? But if you know yourself, then you know. Okay? If you know yourself, then you know. And you can say, this is why it's this way, such and such. And this is why I attract and this is who I love, and this is what I'm comfortable with, and this is why. Okay? And when you can have that enough say, because see, this is what comes with 40 too. This is what comes with the age of 40. 40 is a big year, a big time of self-acceptance, okay? A big time of self-acceptance, all right? And you say, this is what it is, and this is who I am. And that's just what it is. And when you do that, life goes on. But then there's another aspect that has to be looked upon. Why does the Black woman who has this success, why is there no challenge for her? Why is this successful Black woman, why is she not challenged by others? You get what I'm saying? Why is it when she's a doctor, she's still a better doctor than her male, what I don't like to say counterpart because I don't agree with that. But the Black male, why does she not be more higher than what he is? You see? And then if she even goes to the Black male and she goes to a male that's higher than her, how does she begin to act in a relationship with this male? If she even chooses that. Have to understand that the only way we're going to get these answers is to sit down with these women who live these lifestyles and ask them why they have, what is it that they get out of the relationships that they're in, if they can be honest enough with themselves to tell you. I believe women who have children by different males and stuff, they see their children as an extension of something to use. I believe those women, yeah, they probably do want to be loved, but they also use the children as something to lean upon as their crutch. And they know that they always have somebody there to take care of them, to be there for them, because they use everything around them. That's what I see about women with multiple children, and they think they're going to get married. They don't really want to be married. They really don't. They don't really even want these relationships that they're in. This is how I feel about these children with multiple kids and multiple baby daddies. But you have to be able to examine things to that capacity to see that. And I could be wrong, but I doubt it. All right. Wait a minute. And the reason why I chose exoticals, because I wanted to see a certain type of people talking about it. Here's another thing. Aura. Aura. All right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go to this Anton Daniels guy, because he's talking about women don't want men who want them, right? And we're going to get into the whole psychology of that, because it's all a psychology. Can you guys see this shit?
His question. Why do you guys want the men that don't want you? But the actual good men for you, you pass them up.
Yep. And I can tell you this as an intuitive reader. You know how many times I've read for people? women especially, and I got other readers that are my witness, can tell you that there are times when you could read for a woman, you could be like, nah, no, but this one right here, nah, this one right here. Sometimes he'll be of another race. I ain't gonna hold you. This one right here, and they do not want him. But we're gonna dig into the psychology.
I'm quite sure you already probably passed up your future husband.
Has she been going to the school of Anton from AntonDaniels.com? Wait a minute. Hold on. Have I not been saying this for years at this point? As far as me communicating to women and saying, listen, it's a strong possibility that you passed up on the guy that you were supposed to be married to. Let me spin the block. I want to get the full context before we out here in these streets.
Hey, I have a serious question. Why do you guys want the men that don't want you?
But we don't gotta hear this monkey talk. But here's the thing. Just hearing from what she said, let's get back to it. The reason why is because it's all a psychological thing, right? The psychology is, first of all, here's the number one thing. I don't believe that I can have what wants me. That's the answer. That's the number one answer. They don't believe that they can have what wants them back. They don't believe that what they want, that they can have it. This is the psychology of it all. They also want a challenge. They want the challenge of somebody who doesn't want them by making them want them or making it into something that it's not. This is all psychological. So then you have to dig into the psychology of, why do you need to have what doesn't want you? Where does this relationship stem from? And then that's when the therapy and the psychiatry and the antidepressants, all this stuff begins to kick in to find the true answers of these things. See, these people are very shallow on the surface, and they want to fuss and yell, and they want to tell you, well, you keep choosing this and you keep choosing that. Those are the very shallow, superficial people. But we're not shallow and superficial here. We're going to go beneath the surface. It all comes into psychology, right? And so the psychology is, why do I want what doesn't want me? Why do I choose to be in these relationships with people who say they're going to marry me, but they really don't marry me? Do I really want to be married? Am I telling myself the truth about wanting to be married? Am I telling myself the truth about what I say my life is and what I want? You have to be honest with yourself. You have to dig into that. To the people who get on the camera and be like, why you women want, what don't want you? She's mad because probably some bitch is chasing the man that she with, and she tired of it, and she not taking a responsibility. She's blaming a woman and not blaming him for entertaining the bitch. That's what's going on with her, okay? But I think y'all already knew that. Let me add something else to this. You have to look also at, people can be accomplished but still not feel accomplished. People can have degrees and houses because you don't know how anybody got what they got. It could have literally been given to them. They could know that they almost did not pass that bar test, but it was given to them. They could know that they went to law school, but they did it, but they're still not the level where they want to be. It's so much stuff that's internally going on with people that's beyond our comprehension for some of us. And until you understand and know that attracting is telling you exactly what's going on with them. That is there where you find your goddamn answer to all of this stuff. This is where these divestors are getting very upset and angry about the behavior and the actions of Black women. Okay? They're getting upset about the behavior and actions of Black women. And here's the thing. What does the Black woman have to choose from? We got to tell our true self the truth about that too, but that's a whole nother topic. But we're not going to get into that. And we're not going to get into that because it still stems from the laws of attraction. Because whoever she wants to date, it will come to her so she can date them. I one time was minding my business on my phone. It was a white man named Jimmy that came up to me. I never forget it. I probably don't have his name right, but he came up to me. It was like, I think you're the most interesting person. You beautiful. He looked great for his age. Had a nice truck. Everything. He's like, I was talking about somebody stalking and he jumped out his car. I was like, oh no, I'm not stalking you, this, that. I didn't even know where this man came from. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know how to respond. I don't even know what I said or did I even pay him any attention. But that was a non-Black male, a very non-Black male that was intrigued by me. You see, my energy still attracted that. You see, it goes, pretty privilege plays a part in this too. I'm not going to hold you. Pretty privilege is very much real. But when you really authentically live as you are and who you are, you're going to attract the very thing. You gotta ask these people who getting up on the cameras and talking about the things that they talk about. You gotta dig into them a little bit. Sometimes they got a little personal shit going on and they spewing and they projecting. They might be talking about themselves. You gotta be careful. They might be asking that to themselves. Why do I keep choosing people who don't want me? Now they got to do the therapy. Now they got to do the research to why you keep choosing people who don't want you. Why do you keep choosing the opposite of yourself? Trust me, I've sat down and asked myself these questions. Why did I choose the opposite? So it's all of these different type of things. Why do I always attract online the most fat, nasty, bitter bitches that claim to lose, that they about to lose weight, and they go in on Black men all fucking day as if they're really divested from them. You know, like and they always come for me. And like, why do I keep attracting this? Why do I get these women that hate me the most? And I had to realize, because of my beauty. Because of my beauty. And that's something I had to face in reality too, about the type of beautiful woman I am, about my facial features and how I look and this and that, my chinky eyes and my lips and my fucking thick ass Caribbean hair. And soon the body I'm going to have the way I want. Like, I had to start realizing this. That I'm that kind of chick that, you know, that certain type of guys are attracted to or be their kind of type. Especially in the world of women, definitely their type. And these kind of women, they ain't nobody type but an older pervert that date young girls. They ain't nobody type but someone whose self-esteem is just as low as them. They ain't nobody type but someone who finds their attitude to be cute. Now to realize, like, I can't take it personal. Point blank, period. I can't take that shit personal. And another thing is, so I had to laugh at that. My bad. I ain't even mean to go that deep with it. But here's another thing that really blows mine. Like, Y'all be so race focused. Y'all be so, y'all don't be energy focused. Y'all be too race focused. And then y'all start looking crazy. Then y'all look crazy. And you make videos like this. I don't and won't date black men anymore. Do we all need to know this? You know how we know who you date and what you don't fuck with? How you carry yourself. Your energy, your aura, the spaces you frequent, how you carry yourself, how you speak, the music you have in your ear. That's how people know what you don't fuck with. Black men don't like me, baby. If a black male likes black women and only dates black women, he don't like me. But if he's a black male and he's a dude that dates outside his race, we get along just fine. That's frequency, that's vibration. The ones who are pro, I only date black women, they don't fucking like me. The dark-skinned ones don't like me. They just stare, they just don't like me. Something about me, they can't put it together. They don't like me. Short, dark-skinned ones, they don't like me. You know why? Because that's the energy that I project. That's the energy that I put out there. It's nasty. It's only one short, dark-skinned dude, but guess what? He's a black alternative one with a whole white wife. And he started coming around to me. He thought I probably was on some bullshit until he started, you know what I'm saying? And he started seeing me around. I started saying hello to him and stuff like that. He came around to me, but he does his job very well. He ain't nothing to fuck with. He always makes sure he gets paid for this and that. He knows what I want. I'm very nice to the people. I'm very, very kind to people who serve me, okay? But that's my frequency. That's the energy that I carry. I know that about myself. Do you know that about yourself? Let's get into why she don't date black men, and we're going to get into a psychoanalysis. Now we get into the showy, chatty part of the show. All right, hold on. A commercial. Come on. Fair use Article 107.
A little bit about me before we get into this video. I'm clearly a melanated woman or black woman, and I'm extremely independent. I've been living alone since I was 22 years old. I'm college educated. I have a career in corporate America. I have a very healthy income. I'm able to provide everything that I want for myself. I have no debt, and I live in a very high cost of living area. And I do this all by myself with ease. I take care of myself. These, by virtue, would peg me as the stereotypical black woman, except for the fact that I'm not obese, because that is what these crazy black men try to say is black women are undesirable. They're obese. They don't take care of themselves. They have nasty attitudes, which I have a badass attitude as well. So like I said, I definitely fall into the stereotype of the undesirable black woman. However, none of that stops me from dating and choosing very consciously to.
All right, respectfully, I think that this is a very kind, sweet lady. I do. So I'm not going to be hard on how I criticize her or anything that I say. So I just want to make that clear, because I can sense that she's really a sweetheart, and I don't want to do that to her. Miss Liana, congratulations on being an educated woman, a college educated woman. Congratulations on having your own place since 22. I had my own place since 22 as well. Congratulations on your accomplishments, right? This is the perfect example of what I'm talking about here. A very accomplished black woman, beautiful home. I cannot do the white sheets, because you know when you have white sheets, you gotta wash them every day. I'm black sheets, I'm black all day, goth girl, okay, whatever. Beautiful setting, beautiful everything. Tell she's in a home, definitely. Is that the laundry room back there? Girl, look at me in my interior design eyes. But let's keep it going.
Not and never again date black men. And I have a little list here which only took me about 3 seconds to put together,
Right.
of why I don't date Black men. Now, the first reason is because they're extremely, extremely, extremely insecure. If you've seen my last video, then you know how.
Hey, I'm liking her already. The first thing she said is the Black male is insecure. Okay, let's keep it going.
I talked about Black people, melanated people victimizing themselves to white people is not a flex. It's not something that is respectable. It's not something that's dignified. It's not really something that's going to help you propel and move forward in your life. I've never dated a Black man that didn't talk about his experience as a Black man and talk about how the man is always trying to keep him down. And it's so sickening. It's disgusting. And it's my experience dating every single Black man that I've dated. They've always talked about how their experience as a Black man in America is one that is filled with hatred and racism, I guess. Although secretly, I believe every single Black man would find themselves at a higher status if they actually had dated or possessed, was in a relationship with a woman of non-color. But that's really neither here nor there.
Okay, so here's the thing too. This is the problem with this. With the Black male, that I'm gonna have to speak this. It again, this is self-reflection because we are talking about the self-centered woman, right? This is a denial of conversations that even the Black male does not want to address. He does not want to address his insecurity and his victim mentality. There's not a great day that I don't hear a Black male say, I'm a man. I even heard my own son say, I'm a Black man, I'm a Black boy. I heard it from a chat, but it's something innately inside of him with that shit. So he has to address his own shit too, even though we're talking about women and we're being so centered here to see why you are attracting this. Let's continue. She's very pretty too.
I really, really hope that Black men find their preferences away from Black women so that they can continue to level up and do them and go about their merry way and be great. Another topic in the being insecure, I noticed that Black men are really crabs in a bucket. Black men just can't stand to see someone doing better than them.
That's true.
They're very jealous and insecure as well. I don't know what this stems from. Regardless, though, instead of uplifting people, they want to bring them down and knock them down a peg to where they feel that they can be on top of whoever it is that they're dealing with.
This is why conversations with Black people is so annoying to me, because it's like somebody's trying to one up somebody in the conversation instead of it being a conversation of coming together. So I can understand where she's coming from with that.
And I've noticed this amongst Black men that I don't even date. Black men who are supposed to be my mentors. Black men who are supposed to be leaders. As soon as it comes down to them being challenged in any way, when it comes down to them being questioned in any way,
yes,
they need to throw their authority and force it onto.
And nastiness. Very nasty, say some shady shit. That's, you know, all of that stuff is a sign of heavy insecurity. It goes back to the very first thing that she said. And so these are the things that the Black male doesn't want to address about himself. And this is why the narcissism is always pointing at you and saying, well, this is who you're choosing. Well, this is who you're choosing. But then he's not still going to do the work for himself because he's a male. And this is why I still reflect it back to the woman. And I say to the Black woman, you have to look at why you are staying around when you are attracting something like this, because the Black male's insecurity is seen a million miles away. The Black male's need for attention and validation is seen a million fucking miles away.
Me, in my experience, or whoever it is that is a Black woman, they just want to keep a Black woman down and keep a Black woman in her place. Now, the next reason why I don't date Black men is because they're just too feminine. I'm going to be honest with you. Extremely feminine, lazy. Black men are just lazy as a hell. They're hella unhealthy. They die very young because they don't take care of their health. I get up and I go to the gym at 5 o'clock, 5:30 most mornings. On weekends, I'm at the gym when it opens, 8 o'clock. I don't ever see Black men in the gym. Now, granted, I live in San Diego, so there may not be that many Black men in general, but there are still some percentage. I shouldn't be the only Black person in the gym or the only one of 2 Black people in the gym. I see so many Black men walking around looking like they have one foot in the grave and one hand in the chicken bucket. And it's really unattractive. I don't need to be canoodling. I don't need to be cooperating. I don't need to be associated with any man that can't take care of his health. And again, from all the Black men that I dated, whether they were skinny, whether they were bigger, they just did not take care of themselves. And
and even if he, okay, let's just see what she's reflecting. Let's go.
Unattractive. I can't date him. Too feminine, in addition to being lazy. A Black man's masculinity is not inherent. They're not masculine because they embody the qualities of masculinity, like being strong, like being organized, planners, like being disciplined. No. Black men are masculine relative to women. For example,
and I hear a lot of
chronically online every day to get interrupted with an ad every 5 seconds. No, I'm trying to escape reality.
I hear a lot of heteronormative women say this about their perception of an alpha male and what a male is or a man is. And I've noticed that is the main thing that they say, is that the Black male is too feminine for them. So that's very interesting.
Example, Black men's favorite line to say about Black women is that
they're too independent.
Too independent relative to who, babe? To you, babe? For the Black men that say that Black women are too independent, they don't live alone. They don't own anything. They're in hella debt. They're living paycheck to paycheck. Yet they turn around and they look at a Black woman who has all of these things going for herself, and they want to take her down, again, a peg to their level because they're insecure. But really going back to this masculinity versus femininity thing, which I think is kind of hogwash anyways, Black men are very well known for expecting women to submit to them and listen to them, and you can't argue with them. You are to be seen and not heard. And it's just really not the way that the world works. They expect that when you say something that you need to believe it because they said it and because they're a man. Negating or brushing under the rug all of the other factors that they don't have going for them, that makes it so that it's very hard to trust even what they're saying or to listen to their advice. Because why would you take advice from someone who you don't want to switch places with? I wouldn't do that. And that's why I'm the typical undesirable Black woman in the eyes of a Black man, of course. Moving on to the third reason why I do not date Black men anymore. I'm never going to date Black men anymore because, I mean, after 10 or so, I'm pretty much going to take the L.
I want to say something. Me and her have a very similar look, especially with her being in the long face game. Don't really catch long face women like that actually show their long face like this, okay?
When I'm seeing
this look that she has, and when I look at her, I can see myself. It's very interesting. Phenotypically, the first thing everybody's going to think, whether she wears her natural hair or not, that you are mixed something. You're classified as this is a level of an exotical in Black culture, believe it or not. Her small frame, the way her eyes, her lips, literally how I was just describing myself, and then she pops up on the screen, okay? Just from the way she looks, she's a challenge for Black males. If you look like this, which I look like this, you are a challenge for Black males. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Something about this particular facial feature, eyes and lips and personality can be something that can be almost threatening to people. And again, this is something that took me time to see as I've grown older. Because you could tell this woman is very smart. She's really analytical. She pays attention. And she's really a sweetheart. I don't really say that about many people, but she really is.
The same qualities in all of them. And I'm seeing these same qualities in my elders. And I'm seeing these same qualities in people who are supposed to be mentoring me, people who are my peers. It's a loss. Like I'm not interested, right? So unmotivated. They're just extremely, extremely, extremely unmotivated. And it kind of goes back to that crab in a bucket thing.
And I want to say too, that this type of look on a Black woman too is also very threatening of other races. Because when you look, because see me, I gained a little bit more weight, but I still have this feature that's still, it's funny. It's like I'm not as slender as I was, but you can still tell from my body feature. All I need to do is lose my belly. But the point is this, something about this look, even in other races, they feel some type of way about who you are.
If you try to motivate them, they're not accountable. They don't hold themselves accountable to their health, to their wealth, to their well-being, but they also don't let you hold them accountable. Like say you set a goal or have something that you want to accomplish with a Black man, you will be the one who's pulling all of the weight in that. And when you end up getting results and he doesn't, again, he just wants to bring you down a notch. The demotivation of being with a Black man, interacting with a Black man, being romantically involved with a Black man is very contagious, actually. And I'm not going to say the point of this video is to get Black women to not date Black men, but I'm just telling you that that's why I don't do it. Because in my experience, when I take a step back and I observe what's been going on, I'm just so, and have been so happy and fulfilled just not dealing with them. To the next point of being unmotivated, they expect
let's get into her. Let's get into her. Now, this woman knows who she is. I didn't want to keep her face like that.
Recognition for doing the bare fucking minimum.
We'll get to that in a minute. We'll keep that face. Okay, we'll keep that face. This needs to be on a shirt. I love that. I love that facial expression. Listen. Okay. This is a woman that knows what she wants. And honestly, when you're manifesting, you're not supposed to focus on what you don't want. Okay. You're supposed to focus on everything that you want to manifest and focus on that and keep your energy there. What I'm saying to you is, because she knows who she is, she knows who she ain't. Number one, this woman is goal-oriented and ambitious. Number two, this woman is not insecure. Number three, she doesn't have a problem with listening to what other people have to say in or opinions or comments. It doesn't have to be her way. She doesn't have control issues. She's very open and she likes to meet people. So she knows her person. I'm just speaking from what the woman is saying. I'm not saying I know. I'm just speaking from just a psychoanalysis of what this woman is showing. So then the argument that many people are going to try to say is that, oh, well, it's the kind of Black guys that you're choosing. Maybe subconsciously it could be that. It could be that her experience with Black guys is what it is, or just maybe she just doesn't vibrationally align with them because she's not insecure. And she doesn't have control issues. Don't take away her experience. Don't try to tell her to find a unicorn and this and that. Don't do that to her. Whatever her experience is what she experienced. She needs what fulfills her, what she needs. And a Black guy ain't it. There's no ifs, ands, and buts, or no way around it. Now let's keep going.
Behold, the Pomodoro method, which dates back to, well, some guy with a tomato.
I got a college degree. I have my own place. I have blah, 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 blah.
I like her nails.
Okay, and like overall, I feel that Black men, when it comes to the whole like range of men and the whole spectrum of men being from on an axis, and you have the lowest level of men and then you have the highest level of men, I feel like Black men are at the very, 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 very lowest. And I don't mean this to be racist. I mean, how could I be racist? I'm melanated, right? Black people can't be racist against Black people. But I'm saying it to be speaking my truth of my observations. And this, again, this is not a divestment video. This is not a,
oh, ladies, you need to go and you need to date outside your race because these other men are so much better.
No. This is just to say, though, that the whole idea and the propaganda for Black women to involve themselves, to dedicate their life to Black love, and to always hold a Black man down, and to always worship a Black man, and to always see a Black man as your provider, as your protector, as your leader, when he doesn't fulfill any of those roles, when he doesn't tick any of those boxes, is strictly that. It's
propaganda.
It's all words, no action. It's lip service. It's just not true. And I'm speaking just from my experience in dating them and saying that's why I will never date them again. Yes, the whole entire race, that whole entire category of men, they can no longer access me. Now, I am going to conclude this video with what the next steps are for me and what the next steps have been for me. I've only dated pretty much foreign men since 2021. The last Black guy that I dated was in 2021, and he was the weirdest. He was actually adopted by white people, funny enough. So he sounded like this. And he was telling me just super like, oh, he was saying that when he was in high school, his parents sent him to boarding school. And I said, why did they send you to boarding school? Because I was a little shit. And he literally sounded like that. I'm not one to talk about someone sounding nerdy and goofy because I sound very nerdy and goofy myself, but that voice was just too goofy. Anyways, like I said, ever since 2021, and we're now in 2024, I have not dated Black men, and I've only dated foreign men because I just, maybe I'm a passport girl. No, I'm just kidding. I like dating different cultures though, because I just don't experience the insecurity. And I also really love nerds. Like I only date engineers, kind of cool engineers, but engineers nonetheless. And they just don't have that level of insecurity. Maybe
okay, before we get back into it,
because they're not Black, maybe because they have very good incomes, maybe because they can afford to take me on a date and I don't end up putting out, it's not like they spent their last meal money for the year. It's not like they're at a loss. They're fine. You know what I mean? I didn't have that experience with Black men. They just seem to be very,
I don't care about your job. I don't care that you live in this place. I don't care about any of this stuff.
When at the end of the day, they totally fucking cared about everything that I had going on for myself, because it made them look at themselves and realize that they wasn't popping big shit. It made them realize that they not the bomb. They not even a spark that lights the motherfucking flame. Dating me is not very easy. I'm mouthy. I have an attitude. I'm independent. I'm responsible. I'm an adult. I'm not trying to be your mama. You can't sit up in here and sit up on my teat. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't date Black men. Should you, as a Black woman, date Black men? Absolutely. Why not? I want you to experience what you need to experience in life to make the decisions that help you improve your life moving forward. If all of the decisions that you make in life lead you to being involved with Black men and that makes you happy in life, then I really love that for you. That's just not been my experience. Now, that's pretty much the finale of this.
I'm going to tell you what it is. It's a vibrational thing. It's a vibrational thing. When you live your life a certain type of way and a certain type of lifestyle, you are not going to, your frequency is not going to attract certain people. That is the absolute truth and the reality of all of this stuff. That's what it all comes down to. And depending on your frequency and your level of life and how you live your life, you're not going to resonate with Black people. Something about this look right here. This people, us that have this kind of look, something about us always goes interracial, outside of our race. Something about us just naturally does that. Sometimes we are ourselves mixed with something. We find out down the line, or we know that we are, but we just still, because we were raised around blackness, we just identify with that. But at the same time, something in other people can sense that about us. This look right here, this is something about this look. I never met a woman with the long face gang look, with these type of eyes, lips, everything, who is not a very smart woman. Looks like Dory. That's what we look like. We look like fucking, even though Dory wasn't really smart from fucking Finding Nemo, but the fishes from Finding Nemo. You know what I'm saying? That's what we look like. But at the same time, we're very fucking smart. We're very analytical. We are very good at taking people and just ripping them apart with our eyes. That's how we don't look people in their eyes. Because we look through people. We see through them. We don't just look at people. And that's something people need to understand. She said out her mouth, I'm not insecure. I'm not dealing with insecurity, because all the traits of what she said about the black male that she has experienced, which I have experienced, a lot of y'all probably have experienced, is that these are traits of insecurity. The need of control, the need of somebody to submit, and all this type of shit. These are all traits. But when you're not a person who's insecure, you don't have these kind of fucking problems. Okay? You don't have these problems. And also, people can choose who they want to. Nobody is limited to who they're supposed to be with. All right? Here's another thing, from what we get from this. Let's just listen a little bit more to this lady. Leon.
This video, I'm Leona Worldwide. And on this channel, we all improve ourselves to inspire those around us to level up and do the same. And of course, if you're a black man, you unfortunately can't sit with me. No, actually, I'm not kidding. I don't have a hatred for black men, but I just don't deal with them. I don't see them. I don't interact with them. If I went my whole life without seeing another black man, well, I mean, I do have to see my father every now and again. And let me just take a quick sidebar there. There's been videos that I posted in the past where people comment and just say,
oh, that's just a fatherless girl.
Like, I have a father. Half of my negative experiences of dealing with black men came from my father. He was emotionally, verbally abusive to me and my sister. He was pretty much everything that I described in this video. So trust me, and I have a brother as well. I have seen firsthand, with like kind of researching and observing black men. Now, if you have different experiences.
And see, here's the thing. Don't take away people's experiences. If our trauma makes us say, I don't fuck with you dog niggas. Y'all abusive, y'all nasty, y'all fucking mean, y'all spiteful, y'all send people after people. And you short, dark-skinned ones are far more evil. If that's my experience in my trauma, that's my experience in my trauma. No one should be trying to shake me out of that or make me try to heal anything. If that's what I see, and that's what I constantly see, and I constantly see that shit through other people besides myself and the behavior besides that, then I'm going to stand on what I feel. Okay? That's another thing people need to understand. But the main thing of being self-centered is looking at yourself and your own personal experience and why you have them feel the way you feel and move the way you move, and you keep going on with your life. You are not a certified psychologist and therapist. And even if you black and you tell me you are, I might still not even give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck what you got to say about me, about any experience that I had in my life. I don't give a fuck what you think. You have to stand on understanding. I know why I attract what I attract. I know why I'm with what I'm with, and I know when I'm gonna marry why I'm gonna marry. It don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what anybody out there got to say about my life, not even my own mama. Okay? I don't give a fuck. Because one thing about me in my life, the things that I stand on, I'm correct in the things that I stand on. Okay? The things that I stand on are the things that I'm correct in standing on. I don't need to explain nothing. I don't need to fucking talk about nothing. But what I need to do is live my motherfucking life for me and attract the things that I want to attract in my motherfucking life. And I want y'all to do the same goddamn thing. The problem is people walk around here and like you gotta ask yourself, why this nigga wants you to be with him so goddamn bad? That's insecure behavior right there. Why he always did like here's the thing. When you live life a certain type of way, there's shit you're not gonna do with. I literally got something in my personal world, and I was just talking to Sage about it, and I said, you know what? And you heard me tell her, I don't got time like that. I don't got time like that to be doing nothing with this and that and somebody. I don't got time for that shit. Unless it comes to me directly and I gotta do what the fuck I need to do, that's what I'm gonna do. But I don't got time for that shit. I don't have time on my hand to be going into wars and petty wars back and forth with people. If somebody in my life, this raggedy motherfucker is their friend, that raggedy motherfucker is their friend. That raggedy motherfucker just need to stay out my way. Okay? I don't got the time. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You live your life to a certain kind of vibration and frequency, and the people as yourself will be there. I know somebody like me will be in a party just like you see on the screen. I'll be right in the crowd, dancing with my drink, glow sticks, whatever the fuck, probably some whatever on my ears, dancing and having a good fucking time. And nobody in that room will talk to me about racism and white supremacy or baby daddies or none of that shit. I will be having a good fucking time. We might just talk about the music, the song, the DJ, but knowing who I am, I'll probably meet the DJ, meet somebody who's in the band, because why? That's my fucking frequency. And this is the life that I live. And I enjoy exploring that life for multiple people because that's just me. So when you have people who live this very superficial, on the surface, root chakra type of lifestyle, they're going to say stupid shit like, it's about what y'all are choosing. They're not going to go into the psychology of it all like I'm doing. Where you go, where you choose to hang out, what you choose to do at your time, the books that you read, the hobbies that you take upon, the way you clean your house, the way you don't clean your house, the way you keep your bathroom, the way you like to organize things, the way you like to keep things clean, the way that you rake your yard, the way that you like to keep, the way that you live your life, the things that come out your mouth is all a reflection of you because you are the universe. The people who are around you and the way that they talk and the situation and the relationships that you are in. And this is all a reflection of you. And you have to do your own dark psychology and shadow work to see what is this reflection of you? Who are you? What is this reflection of you? And why do you keep getting it? And you have to start looking at the people who's around you and the energy that they carry, the energy that they bring to you. You have all these different things. You have all these different things. Okay? Like, and when you can have this level of self-reflection, then you will find your answer. It's not that hard, people. That's another thing. Like, some of y'all make things harder than it needs to be. The black code, the people, it's not even a black thing. It's a culture thing. Anybody that I know of another race, Hispanic or Latin or whatever, that is amongst themselves in the work world, they're insecure. They don't take care of their health. If they do take care of their health, they walk around at work for everybody to look at them. People are clingy as fuck. They have work relationships and work friends and work family. People who are gossipy, people who fuck at work. We have all of these degenerates when we work these jobs. And you have those people who you can tell they're doing something more than the job that they're doing because they don't really fuck with everybody like that. They sit in a corner and they read, they write. Sometimes they don't even talk to nobody. It can be straight dicks. But either way, this is the world that we are in amongst people. So however you vibrate is what's going to reflect upon you. There are people that they straight up lie, and you know, people like us, we can't say too much. We gotta be quiet and listen, because if we say something, we're gonna trigger motherfuckers. Sometimes our presence triggers motherfuckers, and we have to tone ourselves down while we at work. And why does this happen? Because again, it does not matter. Whatever you go out there and date, whatever you go out there and attract, you are the universe. Therefore, it's a reflection of you. If you choose to go be with somebody who's with somebody, you need to look at that for yourself. Some people are just spiteful. Some people just be like, hey, I don't like that bitch. Let me go fuck who she with. Let me go take away what she got. Because I don't like this bitch. You got people that's their fucking logics out here. Oh, I just need to show, I need to show this bitch who's in control. Let me just make sure I call the girlfriend or husband and just ask them to come over. You got people who got time for that level of pettiness. But that's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is your association with that. Your association with, this is the kind of person that you call a friend, but I'm still with you. But I need to look at you side. Like, you see what I'm saying? People try to tell you not to judge, but the universe does. Like, everything is judgment. People are going to judge. People are going to get a perception, but you're not supposed to care about that. But people are going to do that all day. For me, I know it's jealousy and envy. For me, I know how I carry myself. For me, I know that I don't give people of other races a chance to try to put their hierarchy on me, or they get ignored. You understand what I'm saying? That, you know, when I walk into a room, I'm not saying hi, hello, fuck I don't give a shit about who's in this room. I care about what I want. That's the thing. So you have to understand that there are people who would just, that people are just going to people in this world. But as you go out here in the world of relationships and people, go to that word again. As you go into this world of making these kind of connections with people, i.e. calling it dating, you need to understand what is coming with that. I told y'all a whole story of how who I had around me was the part of why I was attracting what I was attracting in my relationships. Who I had around me was a part of why I had to cut loose in order to get to this relationship I'm in now. But you have to have that level of self-reflection to understand that. And it's so deep. Because even the person I'm with literally has the best friend whose birthday is not too far away from the person who I call the best friend. See how the life reflects back? And so it felt like it's karma. Like the person I was with looked and was like, this motherfucker ain't nobody. You see what I'm saying? And now here I am on the other side of the drama. On the other side of that experience. But again, you have to have, okay? You have to have the ability to self-reflect in order to see this. All right? You have to have the ability. Okay? Okay, that's not it. You have to have the ability to sit down and sit with your goddamn self. And be kind to yourself. Let me make that clear. Be kind to yourself. What does it mean to be kind to yourself? To be kind to yourself means that you're not so hard on yourself. It's okay, because there's a lot of things that you're going to find that is not your fault. It's okay. Because there's a lot of things that you're going to find it took healing in order for you to realize this about yourself. It's okay. You're going to realize that there's things about yourself that you learn and you fully accepted about yourself. It is okay. And only you can do that relationship how you can do that relationship for yourself. It's okay. I encourage women to be self-centered. I encourage you to get out your goals and your ambitions, whatever you want to do. I encourage you to beautify your space in your life. I encourage it 100%. I encourage you to pick up books, all that. Okay, all of that. I encourage you to have your own mind no matter what you listen to, but you resonate with that which works for you. I encourage that. But I need you to go back to one of the Black women's guys. Don't put yourself in these spaces with these certain type of conversations. See, let me tell you something. See, if you do not fuck with it, you should not be around it. I do social experiments over here. I do social studies over here. You understand what I'm saying? And through my social experiments and my social studies, what I have come to learn is that I'm writing and observing what it is that I'm psychoanalyzing, but I'm not involved with it like that anyway. I sit back and I listen to these shows and these people, and I kind of scribble things down that I learned from it, and I come back and talk to you all about it. But there's going to get to a point where all of this stuff is going to be out of sight, out of mind for me. Because it happens that way. It's going to get into a point of unsubscribing for me. Because it happens that way. I have these moments where I kind of dig into things and write it, and then I come out of it. That's the artist in me. I'm able, and I have the capacity to do that. I do things for research reasons. And I've always been this way. And I'm very transparent even about my personal life. But the thing that I keep seeing is you can't get away from understanding that it is important to cleanse your aura, that is a thing. That it's important to cleanse yourself from the SW, that is a thing. That it's important to start self-reflecting, that is a thing. Somebody can sit here and run it through the ground and tell you all this stuff about whatever race of males, black cultures, and whatever about males and this and that. It doesn't matter what anybody say. What happens when you turn off that computer or you put that phone down? You have to live life. Do you apply it to your life, or is it just entertainment? Are you just simply entertained? And if that's the case, don't waste your time like that. If that's the case, don't waste your time and don't waste anybody else's time like that. You got to find your own self-healing. You have to put in the work to do your own self-healing. Okay? That's just the facts. That woman did her own work. She said, you know what? Can't do it with black males. They're too insecure. They're lazy. They don't want to work out. And this, that, and the third. And somebody probably would have told her she need to go get her a goddamn Caribbean or island man or a man that's foreign, right? It doesn't matter. She would have still got the same experience. She does not like them. She doesn't resonate energetically with them. So she's done. I just wish black women did it more quietly. That's all. I just want black women to just do it a little bit more quiet. That's it. There's no need to go on video and talk about it. Like, I mean, you do what you want to do, but it's just do it quietly. In my real life, they don't fuck with me. Nor do I care. Work, I gotta pretend. But there's a lot of things that gotta change. My partner says she don't agree with, with whatever percentage that I say about males or black men. Oh well. It ain't gonna stop me from doing what I do and talk about what I talk about. I'm still gonna be me. And I said to her, I said, if you didn't have a nigga best friend, a nigga woman best friend, you will believe 98% of the things I say about black males. And she started cracking up when I told her that. And I was dead serious when I said that. I couldn't remember what I said to her. I finally remember what the fuck I said to her. But this ain't how I live my life. This ain't my personality. It ain't. But Nogs, and they are walls to me. When I go to work, I cringe when one of them call me sister or whatever, but I let it roll off my back. I mean, I when I tell you I let it roll off my back. I take my ass home, I take my shower, I do what I do, I write, I draw, whatever it is that I do. And I focus on what's important to me. Those be the babies and all the Amazon getting stuff that I done sent to them and whatever else they need. And that's all that's important to me. And then on top of that, okay, when I get up here and I do the Black Woman's Guide in Dark Psychology, I told y'all the purpose of why I do that. But I sit back and I listen to other people and I listen to what they say and I listen to their panel discussions. And some panel discussions are actually pretty good. And some of them, they're snoozers. But that is not the point. Every day I'm learning myself. Every day I'm healing. Every day I'm learning how to navigate this world. Every day I'm playing the invisible chessboard. Every day I am beautifying my life. Every day I am manifesting high vibrational energy in my home. Every day I'm doing this. Every day I'm thinking about what I'm going to talk about on this show and what I'm going to do and how I'm going to talk about it. Every day I do this. Every day. And every day anything can come up and I can just start talking about it just like that. That's just how I am as a creative. This is how I am as a person that likes to do unique, fun things. Every day. Every day of my life, y'all, I've always been very goal-oriented and ambitious. I have done dumb shit, but I know the dumb shit I have done, and I did it in my 30s, and I didn't take long to do it. I say in a 2-year span, maybe 3-year span, I did the dumb shit. And when the dumb shit was over, the dumb shit was over. And then I had to get rid of more shit in my life that was not working for me, that had to go. That kept putting me in a financial bind. And I was like, why am I in this financial bind? What is going on? Had to let shit go. And that shit changed. But one thing I kept doing throughout my path for the past 4 years is I kept self-reflecting. I did, I went to the therapy and I just kept self-reflecting and self-reflecting. Even when I had got upset at somebody for saying something to me and I ran to go date and all this stuff, and I had to realize how fucking miserable that person was, like how miserable. I did not realize that. It takes me now to realize what misery really is. Misery is something that is the most toxic. When you are around the miserable and the unhappy, they are the most shady and the most toxic people that you can be around. They don't have any way of wanting to better themselves. They do not take care of their body. Miserable people are fucking dangerous. Okay? You stay away from them. Misery. Miserable people will bring very low vibrational things into your life, and they will encourage low vibrational things into your life. That's what miserable people do. They will try to push everything and everyone out of your life, because you got to understand, and I'm going to tell you this real talk, right? When people will try to do to you what they do. So if they pushed people out of their lives, they will try to make you push people out of your life. If you have a friend that you like and they're your friend, they're going to want to push that person away because they want you for themselves, even if they don't even like you. You have to be able to recognize this. You have to know how to really vet people when you get involved with them. Anywhere in your life, your world, your galaxy, wherever the fuck you at. You got to know how to vet people very, very good. And you have to become a master at vetting people very good. Do you understand? What am I saying? I'm saying that if you're sitting here in this life, right? And I'm being serious when I say this. When you're sitting here and you're in a space and you pretty much, you're trying to elevate your life to something, and you're noticing that, again, this is inside the temple type conversation. And you're noticing that like it's not happening, right? It's not moving. It's like, why is this like, why is it so hard to obtain this? I guaranteed you, if you look around you, you will find the answer. It is the person you are the closest talking to. It's the person you are always around. It is someone's energy that you constantly may be in their car, in their house. It's going to be an energy. It's going to be, and it's so deep because it's like an energy. Sometimes it could be an ex person that you still got their letters or their clothes. It could be something so minute, but yet so big, to why you cannot obtain what you're trying to obtain or get to what you're trying to get to. I know a woman who had complications coming from state to state concerning her car, or concerning getting a car, and concerning her license and IDs and all this shit. It's just like she kept having this issue, right? And eventually she just was like realizing something. One day she had mentioned about getting a car, and the person that has been riding her for like a year or two or whatever, he felt this energy over her body, like just like kind of like this energy of like, you know that energy. And I began to ask her, what did the energy feel like? It's just like, she was like, I felt like, she described it, and I was like, okay, I knew what was going on there. So that means intuitively she picked up that woman's vibes. So eventually this same woman, said, fuck it. Fuck the driver's license, the ID, whatever the fuck I need. I'm going to do what I need to do. I'm going to just get whatever I need to take this test, whatever. But I'm about to go out there and look for a car. For a car. And she said, fuck that. I'm going to still go out there and look for a car. And then she learned that she didn't have to go to a car dealership to get a car. She can go privately somewhere to get a car and buy one off somebody and just understand the consequences of what comes with that, with the, these different things. But the point is, she took action. She didn't understand. She had to realize, wait a minute, I give this person money. Of course they don't want me to let go to drive a car, because I'm probably funding their rent. I'm probably funding their gas bill. I'm probably funding their light bill. I'm probably funding just their fucking alcohol, their liquor that they share with me. You see, all of these different type of things. And she began to say to herself, like, okay, I'm going to take the steps to get my fucking car. But guess what? Because of that vibrational alignment, because she took the steps, she's going to get that car. And she might not even have to have all the paperwork that she needs to drop the bitch. Do you understand? But why she was afraid? She was trying to follow the rules. She had her own little hang-ups from people that she known from the past that died in car accidents and stuff like that. She also kept feeling like she was getting exhausted with trying to get the paperwork done, or feeling like she could never pass the test. And she had all these hang-ups. But it took her to decide and say, fuck all this. I'm just going to go buy me a car, find out how much my insurance costs, add it to my bills, add it to my savings. I'm getting me a fucking car. This is what this woman did. And she's still out there doing what she needed to do, saving, but she took the action. So now the universe is going to move forward for her to receive this car. Me, I said, you know what? I want to stop smoking. And not only do I want to stop smoking, I want to stop going to this particular gas station or any gas station to receive the things that I smoke, right? I'd rather vape now. I'd rather get my vape fix. I'd rather see, these are the things I start telling myself, because I want to pull myself into a different kind of vibration energetically. Start vaping more like I did before, whatever. Find a fucking battery piece, whatever. Save more money by vaping. Shit, get a disposable one. Whatever the fuck I gotta do. And my thing is with the whole shebang with that is these are steps that I'm taking for myself because this is something I want to do. But not only do I want to stop the smoking, I really want to work my body out to the level I want it to be. My relationship, I don't talk much about my relationship, but there's a lot of changes happening with that too. So all of these different things that's happening, it is all a part of vibrational alignment. Now, what about a dating world? What about any of this stuff? These are, you have to have the capacity to self-reflect, write things down, pay attention, and look at the pattern. You have to look at the pattern. I always have relationships with people who have fucked up ass fucking friends. That's just the karma. That's just what happens. They have fucked up ass fucking friends. The people that I have in my life. I have people in my life that I have cut off. I have people in my life that I had long distance relationships that I never get close to me. I have people in my life when I did get close to them, I got away from them because of some shit that they said. This is just who I am. I don't like people close to me. I'm going to find a reason to not like you. I don't want you close to me. You see what I'm saying? It's like I'm in there, then I'm back, and I'm in. That is my psychology. That is my shadow work. And I'm aware of that. And the one person that I allow close to me is the person that I'm super clingy to. So it's all of these different type of things that play a part. Okay? Then there's the other part of things. How can I help you when you live? Well, first of all, let me tell you something about where I live. I constantly get told that this place is projects. And if you could see the face that I make when I'm being told that this place is the projects, you will understand why I make this face. This is not the fucking projects. Okay, I don't know why. Maybe because the behavior of the people made it the projects, but this place is not the projects. I could never rake in front of my yard. I could never build a garden. I could never have a backyard and put a garden in the backyard. I never had a place to hang my clothes outside. I never had I could go on and on and on about the things that I do in this place that just does not scream projects to me. And even though I don't like the floors, guess what I bought? I bought a goddamn steamer. So we can fix that problem with the floors, right? So all of these things in them that I have going on here. But I still am tough enough and strong enough and wise enough to embrace and love where it is that I lay my head. I've bought investments in this place where I lay my head. I've treated myself where I lay my head. Starting this week, I will not be ordering out or eating out anything anymore. I might make tonight the last night that I do. But this is where I lay my head. You understand me? Another thing to note. This is where the place that I beautify things. in my life. And I will continue to beautify things in my life. This is a space that is mine and a space that will be shared very soon. And all of these different things. So I put love into this space that I'm in. You get my point? Now, it's not where you live, it's how you live. Quoted from a wise woman by the name of Shante. It's not where you live, it's how you live. Now, what if you live smack in the hood where there's shooting, where there is debauchery, where you are a witness to crimes, but you can't say nothing because there's no snitching rule in the hood and all of that? I'm not saying that you cannot manifest in that space. I'm not saying that you can't vibrationally get yourself out of there. You definitely can. You can do magic anywhere you go, but you're going to have to do heavy protection magic, right? But here's the main thing. You have to go into the space where you want to be. This is how you do it. You live your life, you live your space in the space that you want to be in. And when you go outside, you go into the spaces of the space you want to be in. You walk in the neighborhoods of the spaces you want to be in. You begin to take on the look, the vibration, the energy, and the reflection of these spaces that you want to be in. And eventually you will be in, if not in the exact space that you want to be in, but you will be vibrationally in a space that is as the space you want to be in. You can literally transfer from the projects and get you a much better neighborhood area that you in and won't even feel like you in the projects. It is very possible to do that. Okay? So it's multiple things. Again, that's the conversation in the temple for you. But, you know, these are things that can be done. These things are possible. These are the things I'm talking about in your life before another person even comes along. Because once you start vibrating to the level of where you need to like vibrate, you know, the people you need to start letting go of too, people you need to take off, because believe it or not, you need to take people out your phone. Because that's a frequency too. People don't want to believe that, but you need to start erasing numbers out your phone that you no longer use or people you no longer talk to. They gotta go. Somebody from a dating site that's just just sitting in your phone, erase them. They come back around on the dating site, that's where you talk to them at. Don't be so quick to give people your number. Get you a text now, get you a distant, a Google Voice number, something. Only have people on the phone that you know that you're going to guaranteed talk to. I don't have it no other way. Listen, now, from that, also, when you start focusing yourself and vibrating for yourself, what's going to happen is the people will start coming in. And I'm going to repeat myself. When you are manifesting and you are testing your frequency, I call it frequency testing, right? And you walk outside, right? You're going to be tested. Just know that you always know it's going to be a test. And you're walking outside and some random is in your face about some random ass shit. That is your test. That is also telling you what frequency of energy is still around you and still trying to come around you, and you have to have a way of understanding, okay, this is a frequency that I need to get rid of. See, my problem was I was still chit-chatty with the people in the hood. That was my problem. I was still too chit-chatty. And that was something I needed to stop doing. But, you know, when you live in a certain place and you're surviving, you know, it was a lot of things. The person I was with talked to everybody out there, put me, you know. So I had a lot of things coming in with that. And that's why it was that way. Some of the people I didn't know them and stuff like that too. But eventually, all of that ceased. Once I started wearing my shades and dressing a certain way and putting a certain energy out there, a lot of people stopped fucking talking to me. Okay? It really worked. A lot of people really just stopped fucking talking to me. And I mean, just didn't talk to me at all, right? And as you know, eventually I was out of there. And I come down here and I still kind of get, oh no, hold on. And I still kind of get the same type of energy. And I get the same type of energy. Okay? Why does that happen? Why does that happen? Because I kept the same frequency in myself and I kept it going. And then I really saw how it was working because I don't get approached, I get looked at. You see, it's like these different type of things that tell you what is. Then there is the aspect of, how do I say this? Sex. Not having sex, clearing your energy out. Some of you may feel that, you can have sex with, outside of yourself, and that'll probably help move frequencies. I mean, I'm sure some of you, if y'all know what y'all doing, you do what you do, but still, you have to still be careful and understand what sex can do when you basically, if you don't want to be where you are, don't fuck where you are. Okay? The frequency is already there before the people come. I always tell a story of how I always tell a story of how I attract someone who clearly was still married. It was lying about it and all this type of thing. Just clearly still married. And then I attracted someone who were not over their ex. And then it's like all this stuff I was attracting, I was like, bro, I don't attract this. I don't like, I don't attract people who are married. I don't attract this. This is crazy. And when I began to realize where it was coming from, everything was different. I ended up attracting someone who was divorced for a whole 2 years, now 3 years. See what I'm saying? I attracted someone who was being honest about that they're not married anymore. You get what I'm saying? Hold on. Yeah. I don't attract that. Another thing. I just feel like oh boy. I just feel like I just felt the energy on something, y'all. I just had to look. Like, oh boy. What happened is, oh shit, let me hit up my homie. What happened is, it goes into the fact that I think that you need to understand the of energy is already there before it gets closer to you. You need to understand that your subconscious mind is the most powerful thing. You need to know that SW is real and that sexual exchange energy is real. You need to understand that. You need to understand you can't half step in this shit. All right? You need to understand that too. You cannot half step in this shit. You need to understand that, how do I say this? You can't, what's the name? And I think you understand when I say what's the name. You cannot sit here and say that this is what you want, but subconsciously you're like, well, maybe there is a unicorn out there. You're gonna get what you ride the fence about is what you're gonna get. You have to be clear. You have to be clear on knowing. Hold on, y'all. Gotta do something. I'm gonna go ahead and play this music. I gotta go do something. What the hell is going on? Disco. Oh, not do no disco, girl. So, anyway, the frequency is already there. Now, question you all probably gonna ask. What if I work a job and I'm around them? What if I work a job and I say I'm not attracted to a certain group of male, but the job that I have has a certain group of, like, not even just male or female here, just a certain group of energy that, the job carries the energy of what I don't like. I'm going to tell you the truth. Work world can be funny. It can be, but it still does vibrate to your frequency. Okay. Some people would rather, I get it. Some people, you might want to do a job at home that satisfies you at home and make your money at home from what you love to do, versus going into a space and doing what you love to do, unless you have a career or whatever have you. But that world is a different kind of world. God. Okay? And my thing is this. Okay? It comes down to just going back to the work environment thing, right? Because you have to understand, you go to work, you have a purpose. I mean, whatever energy you are is the energy that's going to vibrate towards you, whatever, right? I think that work doesn't necessarily count because you are a character at work. You're not necessarily yourself at work. And even that character at work, you still have to be smart enough how to remain that character at work, correct? Yeah. Now, with that being said, I have a bigger thing to say about the at work situation. If you decide to hang out after whatever, if you decide to get to parlay, if you decide all of these type of things, then you may find yourself in a bind energetically with the people at work. Okay? Unless your work is your neighbor, but we have our cordial relationships that we have with our neighbors. Like, we don't always have to go to their house and chill and be in there and crack a beer, right? That's the relationship that we have, right? So that vibrationally is not going to affect you, though. Everything vibrationally is going to be a part of you. But again, I think work is a place where we pretend. Some energetic people may disagree and say we should work a job that we love. We should be in a career that we love. And I agree with that. But it just depends on what you're doing. I actually like my job. I really do. I really like my job. And I can say I like my job. And I mean it when I say that I like my job. You feel what I'm saying? And on top of that, it also comes down to, like, I don't take things personal at work either. I do pay attention to a lot of things, but I still remain who I am at the same time. But I notice the different caste system at work and who's who and what's what, and I don't really get too involved. You get what I'm saying? In my personal world, that's where things matter to me the most. In my personal world, that's where I consider things the most in my personal world, okay? Meaning my home world, like right now. I don't want to play this music because this music is going to definitely put me in the goddamn category of goddamn copyright infringement. Let me see. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Come on. Come on. This is what I'm talking about. And this color is pretty cool, though. Heavy ghetto tech and techno mix in New York warehouse, huh? I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh gosh, it done got to hip hop world. I'm trying not to go into hip hop world. Listen to this, y'all. Yeah. V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio. What's going on, everybody? I done chatted for like an hour and a half. All laws of attraction, vibration, the shit that I always talk to y'all about. I play some videos and all that. I mean, it always ends up coming to this conversation because of the very docile, very asinine, very superficial, shallow conversation that people always end up having. And I have to always pull it back to people in psychology in this, and as you see when Sage came on the panel, shout out to Sage Guru. Like she said, if I believe if my friend had a relationship and this person began to start acting right, I think they'll leave the relationship. Confirming everything that I be saying, like this person subconsciously wants the drama. They want the problems. They want the struggle love. They feel like that's the only way that love is by having some kind of struggle, having some kind of problem, or some kind of back and forth because they're anxiously attached. It goes to what the woman was saying. She was like, she went in on Rihanna, but like she said, the key is to stay away from women like this. That's what she said. She said, I just stay away from women like this. Okay? That's what she said. And so therefore there's the answer to everything. Boom. I'm divested and I saw what she did and I don't want to fuck with that. So I don't fuck with her. See how simple that is? I'm living a new lifestyle. This person keep trying to pull me back and all this kind of shit. I don't want to fuck with her. I don't want to fuck with none of them. And these are the different things and the reasons for the things that it is. What's this? Yes, hold on, y'all. I'm looking at my money. Yes, it was transferred to the cash balance. So let's see what happens. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out what this 3851 payment is. Is that the fucking waist trainer? Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and get this music going. I'll be back. Okay, it's just wait. Hold on, y'all. Can I be heard? The internet just said bloop bloop. Word. The internet just said bloop bloop. That took me back to blue. That's how I know this shit fucked up. It's not supposed to be blue. Don't even match. God damn. Can I get back my colors, y'all? Thank you. What happened? I'm gonna jump in here because I'm not trying to get no copyright because this is sounding very, very, very hip hop-ish. So this shit right here. Hell to the nah. That's what we not fucking doing. Not trying to get no copyright strike. It don't matter if I play the video because I'm talking over it, so it's not necessarily that I'm getting any monetization or anything like that. Because the monetization comes from the music that's being played, right? Oh, she got it. Now I'm hungry. Now my ass is hungry, and I hate it. My ass is hungry. Listen, y'all, and I mean this when I say listen. You can level up. And it could be a small level up. It could be your body leveling up. It could be your speech leveling up. It could be your reading leveling up. It could be what he's doing, learning how to DJ leveling up, how to become a better radio host leveling up, or a podcaster leveling up. Whatever leveling up style that you want to do, you can do it. Okay? That's the point. The thing is, if when you are finding yourself disappointing and it's disappointing what you are attracting, you have to now check your own frequency to understand why you are attracting that very thing that you yourself say that you no longer want to attract. Boom. Bada bing, bada bam. This is what I want you to see. This is what I need you to understand. As long as you continue to wallow and feel sorry for yourself, as long as you tend to think that you're going to get that. At the end of the day, that I attract what I attract, and I say to myself, I have to become the woman that I want to be with, I'm doing that day by day. You see, I'm meeting the standards for myself to become that woman. I'm meeting the standards for myself to, like, it's not easy, but I'm like, I need to stop smoking. I need to vape. Sometimes I just want to go cold turkey and not smoke, but I need to at least vape just so I can branch all the way off. Whatever I need to do. Because I understood why I was smoking tobacco the way that I was, because that was my way of connecting with my grandma / mama that passed away. And I started smoking more when she passed away. I was smoking, but I really started smoking more when she passed away. That was my way of connecting with her. And another thing is you have to start looking at the type of people that you attract around you and why you attract them in your personal world. Why am I attracting these kind of people? Why do I attract these people who are like this? You have to look at that. You have, these are the answers. I don't give a damn what certain type of people have to say. If you are not an MD, if you're not a certified therapist or psychiatrist, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. That's my rule. You can say whatever, but I'm going to take it with a very big grain of salt. Or I might laugh, or I might not even entertain it but for 2 seconds, or not at all. I don't care what you have to say. I'm more prone to listen to certified, experienced people who got it, who worked to obtain it, to have the title for real. And if you are a black male with the title, I may need to see proof. That's just how it is. And that protects me from the hoopla. You get what I'm saying? The fugazi shit. Also, don't be afraid to have standards in your dating world. Let me put that down. Don't be afraid to have standards in your dating world. Let's get to the music for a minute. We're gonna get that topic prepared for you. Hold on. Let me get my hold on. We're gonna get that topic prepared. I just wish the computer stopped fucking up. Oh, I probably gotta plug out this damn stuff. Oh yeah, I do. Actually, I do. Okay, let me plug this out. Hold on, y'all. Did it go away? Like, did it completely disappear? Absolutely, it did. Goddamn StreamYard, don't y'all get my money? You need to get y'all shit together. This ain't fair. The fuck is this shit? This is not fair. What am I sitting here paying y'all for shit to fuck up and screen shares not to work? When y'all give me all these deals and the new layout scenes and you want to share all this shit with me, but then you want to sit here and just do me dirty when I'm doing my shit live and I look all sloppy and I'm not sloppy. Listen to this song before we get to the next topic, y'all. Let's go. Listen, V314, baby.
Sweet dreams are made of things. Sweet dreams are made of things. Everybody's looking for something.
Definitely looking for something.
Sweet dreams. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of things. 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 Who am I to disagree and travel the world and the 7 sees. Everybody's looking for something, looking for something, looking for something, looking for something, for something, for something, looking for something, looking for something, looking for something, for something, for something, for something, 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 something.
Right, looking for something.
Sweet dreams are made of things. Sweet dreams are made of things. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams.
Oh damn, they got me big. What's good? What's good? Actually like that layout a little bit though. Oh, okay, you can hear the music. That was kind of fire though. Got me mad big. That's crazy. I want some flashy shit in the background though. This ain't really doing it. We need some like flashy shit going on. Like, hold on. We need some like flashy shit going on in the background, right? We don't need like this shit waving. I'm about to find some right now, yo. I think I found something, y'all. Hold on. Giphy take up so much space. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Alright, I'm about to find this flashy shit. I'm about to see this shit work for me. Did it work? I think it did. Okay. Well, there we go. I thought I had a new. Did I have a new folder? I did have a new folder. I had another folder, y'all. Hold on. V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio. What's good, everybody? This is the first untitled folder. Okay, now this is like a meme untitled folder. But I had another one. That's untitled folder 2. There we go. Video editing clips. That's what it's called. I had to remember. Yeah, there we go. It's supposed to go in here. All right, hold on. Let me see if these Giphy images are gonna work. All right, y'all, hold on. About to see if this shit work. All right, hold on, y'all. I think I found something. All right, let me see if I can put this shit in the background. Let me see if my shit's still working. All right. All right, here we go. Let's see how much it works. Fair use 107, y'all. I wish I could just. I actually can drag it in here. Okay, so I have to like download it. All right, hold on. So I have to actually download it as a Giphy. I think it only goes by the picture. Hold on. I might have to do it like this one. Let me see. Okay, it's not coming up as a Giphy. I have to fucking sign up for Giphy, which to me is fucking retarded. I already have an account up there. trying to use my old fucking account. All right. I don't forgot the goddamn topic that we was gonna get into. I'm trying to find my old fucking account, bro. Hold on, y'all. I'm about to find it right now. Okay, just download it. Hold on, y'all. Let me just see how it works when I download it. Sometimes it's best to show it in the folder. All right, that's a gift.
You're gonna want some of this.
Kiehl's Better Screen SPF 50 with collagen peptide. It's better. You use this every day?
Every day.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna see if this one is gonna work. Hold on.
Beach resorts with spas. Ski resorts with spas.
This music is pretty good. He's older. He got some experience. He know what he doing. Now he's gonna do background. Pretty much playing around.
Good evening. Thank you for tuning in to Freak Radio 88.9 on the FM dial.
Okay, this is
Coming
the
at you
gift.
with all the hit music from uptown to downtown to the Motown to the Paradise Garage. Taking you back to 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. You know what I'm talking about.
Free MB for gifts.
Your childhood past and your memories.
Okay.
First going out, having a first good time. Let yourself go.
So let me just see if I could do it as another way. Hold on, y'all.
Moving your body to the beat, you know what I'm saying?
That background probably not easy to do, but the video clips are probably easier.
Nothing you can do about it, man. It just takes you over and you just move.
Okay, this is the music I'm not trying to listen to. I'm not trying to do no funk or none of that shit. Because that's just not what I'm on right now. I don't even like this music. Oh, come on. Da, 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 da.
Meu amigo branco, muito mais que branco, meu recado. Vou lhe dar, não existe nada neste mundo, meu amigo, que nos possa separar. Preconceito existe, eu não sei. Hey, hey. Preconceito existe, eu não sei. Hey, 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 hey. Meu amigo branco de lei.
We can't do this music, y'all. I can't do this music, y'all. This music puts me to fucking sleep. This music puts me to fucking sleep. Okay. No fucking way. Yeah. Then we listen to Dark Wave. Dark Pot Club mix at Haunted Rave. Doobie Dark. Let's do Dark Pop. Let's see what that's about. I'm just curious. Time to change the colors up though, but hold on. While that's putting together, I'm over here messing around with this background. I feel like we listened to this one before. I don't know how y'all can hear me or not. This is definitely Dark Pop, yo. I'm probably gonna go ahead and let this play on while I do some things in the background, y'all. Then I'm gonna come back and do some chit chatting. Give me like a good 5 to 10 minutes. Enjoy the music, dance. You know what I mean? Do your thing. I need to put the title when I put these videos up.
Jeszcze pod razu і несли мене подалі, мов невидимі педалі.
Nightshade, goddess spent, a heart whose love was innocent. She was forced to flee. A glistening rock, the screech of the brakes, and the smell of lemon rind. A total eclipse of the moon. I knew something was not right. And that, my friend, is how a riot starts. With chaos and madness and everything in between. Deadly. Because my heart it's bleeding for you, Nightshade. Nightshade.
One night to be confused, one night to speed up truth. We had a promise made for hands and then away. Both under influence, we had divine instead to know what to say. Mind is a razor blade. One night to mighty crush, the start to see the touch. One night to push and scream, and then release. 10 days of perfect tunes, the colors red and blue. We had a promise made. We were in. We were in. We were in.
When they see sweat, you sweat. When they see cry, you cry. You can make me love you if you. 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 Put it in a DK. You can make me love you if you. You can make me love you if you. Я скажу на место, проститут повесишь, а теперь навечно я твоя госпожа. Я скажу на место, это время вместе, и теперь навечно я твоя госпожа. I want to see you dance. I want to see it more. I want to see it.
All right, all right, all right. She's definitely gonna get me copywritten out here, bro. This sound like some shit playing outside right now. There you go. I wasn't trying to turn her off though. Just trying to turn her down. There we go. Fuck around. I'm about to get copyright strike with her. Word. Fuck around and get a big ass copyright strike with her ass. Anyway, y'all, I'm back. And I was looking over some stuff. And I'm like, I can do this. I can assemble this. I got this. I've done this type of stuff before. It ain't hard. But the problem is, when I look at it, it says I need extra tools. And bro, I don't got these extra tools. I can only use the tools that I got. Now I do have, not the electric joint, I do have a screwdriver. And you know what? I think I have a hammer too. Hammer's always my first tool. But the last time I seen my hammer and screwdriver, it was on where my clothes is at right now. And that's a flathead. I don't know if this is per se, this is not a flathead screwdriver work. But a lot of times they give you tools that you can to put this together. It says pure and easy. Most of the time, these stuff is very easy to put together. For some reason on Amazon, it would not let me put it together. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead, let y'all listen to a little bit more of this. I'll be back.
It's the same old thing that in 2016 in your head, in your head, they're still fighting. When they're gone, when they're gone, when they're gone, when they're gone, in your head, they are lying. In your head, in your head, come on, babe, come on, babe, come on, babe, babe, babe. What's in your head, in your head, come on, babe, come on, babe, come on, babe, 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 babe.
Oh, I got comments. Oh, okay. They played Judas. What's good, everybody? What's good? Y'all know I gotta pause and all that for the copyright strikes. Judas was playing 11-12. Okay. Yeah, that's the Lady Gaga. You can't play dark pop without playing Lady Gaga. She gotta be up in there somewhere. Like how? You gotta have the Gaga. All right. So, everybody, besides the fact that it's a lot of pieces to put in this desk together, and they claiming I need extra. I've been putting beds and all kind of stuff together, and not goddamn once did I necessarily need to use my tools, because they already give you tools that you can use to put the stuff together. You know, just so you can make it tighter. You feel me? Yeah, so I'm just sitting here looking at this like, and I see the pieces that's the dresser, the drawer, you know what I mean? What I'm really trying to look at is how big this desk is, like how wide and spread out it's gonna be. And I also have to separate the stuff before. It's like I have to put up this desk before I set up the end tables and everything. I gotta do that way before a certain time. I'm on a deadline. So I got today between now and all the way until next day to at least get this desk up and stuff like that. All right. So let's get back to the topic at hand. Shout out to everybody who's been hanging around, enjoying the music and all that there, enjoying the dancing and everything. But we also got to chit chat because, hey, even though it's Article 107 fair use, you can still get a copyright strike. And the way I can still get one is because at the end of the day, these people monetize from these videos, from their music, from their DJing. But hey, what I can do for you is definitely drop a link. You know what I'm saying? If you want to just go ahead and tune in on your own. I'm just gonna continue talking on the show. It's not a big deal. I think the fucking book club radio is fire. I fucks with them. Okay. So, you know, you can check out that particular one that's on the screen right now. You know what I'm saying? But right now, it's here to play some music, here to get the vibes going, here to chit chat and talk and all that stuff. But also, you know what I'm saying, put the energy out there with the vibes and the energy and the way everything is going. We're just going to talk it out. All right, so listen, everybody. Here's the thing, okay, about laws of attraction. You have to. That key, the key is to know thyself. That is a very, like, that is not no cliche. That is not no, that's not no woke shit. Like, you have to truly know thyself. You have to know you. You have to know how you move. You have to know how you act. You have to know why you behave the way you do. You have to be in tune with yourself. Because when you're in tune with yourself, you don't make excuses for other people's behavior. Nobody's a victim, none of that. You don't make excuses for other people's behavior. And you understand that nobody is a victim. I'm not saying that people don't become people's victim, but nobody's a victim, okay? There's no innocent bystanders. None of that stuff exists. When you understand laws of attraction and energy and why you attract that. When you sit here in life and you are going through something, the key to anything that you're going through, you're going to have to take a step back and you're going to have to sit with yourself. That's the number one thing. You're going to have to sit with yourself. I don't care if you got kids, whatever. You can still occupy your time with them, but you can make time for yourself. You have to make your children respect that mommy needs time for herself. And you have respectable children, understand that, then the discipline, you can get that. But you have to sit with yourself. You have to energetically sit down with you. If you gotta cry, cry it out. But take the steps necessary to really get to know yourself. And I stick like, as long as look, one thing I notice about older people is they would tell you they know themselves. And that's why they can be so stubborn. That's why they can be so sure. That's why they could be the way that they are, because they know themselves. And when you walk around in life that way, when you begin to deal with other people, you will know what the fuck you don't want to deal with, because you know yourself. You know what is not a reflection or anything about what yourself is. You know that you probably had a bad day and it's a glitch in the goddamn matrix. I know right now that this person is upset with me because they at work, but once they off of work, they tune gonna change. Okay, the tune gonna change. Because I got to know that person and I know myself as well. I know that we go through this pattern when we get mad at each other and then one thing say one thing and say another, and then we do something else. But see, that's knowing yourself in the relationship, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people may call that toxic. I don't call it toxic. It is what it is. Why? Because I need control. Why? Because I want things to be my way. And guess what? They call it out. You being a brat. Tell me straight up. You being a brat right now. Because they know that that's a part of my personality, and that's how I get when I get bratty or when I get in my mood. But that's my personality with this particular person. For those of you out there, I hope you're not struggling when it comes to finding somebody, okay? But let me just help you along the way. Some people, y'all live in places that y'all should be leaving. I'm going to keep it real with you. Y'all are constantly dating people in other states, across the seas. Y'all are constantly dating people who live in like y'all might be dating the same people in a particular state all the time. Y'all are living in places y'all need to leave. That's number one. A lot of y'all in towns and places that you don't really belong either. So you need to try to get out of there. That's another thing that I have seen as well. Now, with all that said, some of you may feel this. Oh, goodness. Why am I hiccuping? 1 second. Hold my breath. All right. Is that 10 seconds? All right. Some of you are in a place where you feel you're in the land of the lost. Everybody's MAGA around you. Everybody's conservative around you. Everybody is everything that you're not. And so you may feel like you're drowning. But then I begin to ask you, where the hell are you at? And why are you living in such a place like that if this is not a reflection of who you are? Okay, because then that's when I pose the big question. And if you are attracting people who are negative and SMAGA and super conservative and you're not, then I would ask you to tune into yourself and be like, well, are you not conservative and MAGA? Or are you just in denial of that about yourself? See, these are the type of questions I'm going to ask you. Okay, I live in the very small town. And it don't make me no never mind to live in this small town. I live my life. I go outside. I do what I want. And I don't fucking care. And I come across even the same people, and I know their energy, and they get my attitude, and they get it the way they get it, and I do not care. Okay? But they did that to themselves. That's how it is when I walk out the door. Now, another thing to know. Let me see how I'm going to say this. You have to start asking yourself, if you're out here dating, and I'm just using MAGA and conservative because that's what's out there, you know. If you're meeting people who super MAGA, super conservative, then you have to start examining yourself. If you are attracting things that are the opposite of what you're seeking, then you have to examine yourself. What is the frequency that you're putting out there that you're attracting people who are MAGA or super conservative? Again, I'm just pulling out an example. If you are heavy into rock, but you keep attracting people who are hip hop, you need to start looking into yourself. Why am I attracting hip hop people when I'm into rock music? So when these type of things begin to happen to you, the thing that happens is it makes you lean more into yourself. You understand? You have to lean into who you are and be who you are. You may be around somebody that is influencing your energy, but you still have to stand strong in who you are. That's what I say about that. Another thing, I also stand on something else, all right? And what I stand on is you got to be honest with yourself. And this is, I think, is the hardest part about self-reflection is you have to be very honest. You have to look at the energy that you have been attracting, i.e., let's say your energy has been around niggas for a long time and you've been dating them and you've been in the hood and you've been around niggas and you smoke weed with them and you parlay with them and niggas, all these kind of things. Let's say that's your energy. What's going to happen is it's probably going to be a little bit tougher for you to go into the rock world. So you might halfway, you might go into like the trap metal, the trap rap, or the metal rap world, you know what I'm saying, before you go away in. And people who are having these experiences, this is when I say you have to do the healing, the meditation, and the energetic clearing to clear that nigga energy out of your life. Because, you know, to me, this stuff is very simple. It really is. Because, you know, once I start picking up certain energies or go places, like I noticed that when I go out with a certain person, I see a ton of tall, very black, dark men that I don't pay no attention to. But I know that that is that person's energy. And that's why when I'm walking, I don't really want to walk with them. I walk my own kind of way because I don't want my energy to be associated with them. But see, because of the frequency, it doesn't even matter if I walk with that person because my energy tells them that I don't fuck with them. Do you see? But that's how you hold strong on your own energy. Also, you have made a complete 360. It is your fucking life, and it does not fucking matter what anyone has to say. It doesn't matter what somebody say. They remember when you this, that, and the third. Guess what? That's the person you need to be cutting off because you don't want to remember that. If they want to, then you need to move on. Okay? When you make changes and transformations, you stand on it. Princess Nokia was all about Afro-Latina shit. Taino Indian. Princess Nokia hit 26, 27 years old. She's straight Puerto Rican. She erased all that shit. She took all that shit down. She don't fuck with none of that. Straight up motherfucking Puerto Rican. Okay? Remember Princess Nokia used to do Afro-Latino and all that shit. She don't fuck with it no more. You got to have that same mindset. You have to stand in that mindset. And if you when you put your 10 toes down in your new mindset, you have to put your 10 toes down as if it never existed. You don't give a fuck what they saying. To women who have divested, it don't matter if anybody known that you had dated black men and now you're dating other races. It don't fucking matter. What matters is what you are now. What you become now. Who you are now. Okay? This path is not an easy one, but it don't gotta be hard either. It's not easy, but it don't gotta be hard either. When you walk this path, when you are learning yourself, when you are building yourself, you need to understand what is going to come with it. And the number one that's going to come with it are the naysayers. You're going to eventually have to cut off the what you cut off in your life has to be cut off with it. Okay? It's so deep that the friend span, the people you made friends with in the time of the friendships and the friend span, and then the time you had that relationship and they had theirs, and then the time you leave that relationship, you have to leave other people behind too. I'm speaking this from experience. I tried to think that I could cut people off and I could keep some around. It don't work that way. When an energy that you have had was a certain way, it has to be cut off in order for you to manifest better in your life. That's what you have to do. In order for anything to manifest, there has to be a cutting off. It goes back to that analogy of the person who was trying to get a new car while an old beat up car, unused, that couldn't even drive, was sitting in the driveway. And until they cleaned up their car, got rid of that car and cleaned up that driveway, they were able to get their new car. Whether used or not, it was a new car that was working. It takes action. The person that gets a ride around from somebody that they pay eventually said, fuck all the paperwork stuff. I'm going to go get me a car and see how much the insurance is and get it privately and all of that. They're taking steps. Even if they purchase that motherfucker and pay the insurance and get the paperwork later to still be driving that motherfucker to get where they gotta go. You got what I'm saying? They're still taking action to manifest what it is that they want to manifest. Okay? There are people you're going to have to accept that if you were a part of a certain circle, a certain group, and that person was there with you, even if it implies online, you're going to have to cut people off. They're going to have to go. You're going to have to clean house. I'm just saying. These things matter, even if you think that they don't. All righty then. That was my thought. I'm going to go ahead and get back to the music. And then I'm going to continue from what I was talking about. I'm going to bookmark this whole show, so it doesn't matter. Oh boy, not share. This is gonna tear me up. It's like that song. That song just seemed too perfect for what I was talking about.
You're standing on the edge of nowhere. There's only one way up, so your heart's gotta go there. Through the darkest night, you see the light shine bright. When heroes fall in love or war, they live forever. This is a song for the lonely. Can you hear me tonight? For the broken hearted, battle scarred, I'll be by your side. And this is a song for the lonely. When your dreams won't come true, can you hear this prayer? Someone's there for you.
All right, all right. This is a song. This is a song for the lonely. Do you hear me tonight? That's funny. That's fucking funny. Here's my thing, guys, and I'm being dead serious when I really express these things to you, or when I talk about you, these different things that I talk to you about, and I speak 100%, and I mean 100% from experience and things that I've already done, and things that I see work and things that I see don't work. And I have time and time again, I have told my stories in so many different transparent ways. I have told my story. And the story doesn't change. Just told in multiple transparent ways, and there's more stories that need to be told. But the point is, for those of you looking for a relationship, number one, you have to tell yourself that you really want a relationship. Number two, you have to be honest with how you really want this relationship. Number three, not only do you have to be honest about how you want this relationship, you have to be honest with what part do you play in a relationship in somebody's life. What do you add? What do you subtract? Where are you toxic? Where are you a problem? Where you have to look at all of this stuff when getting involved with somebody else. And sometimes this stuff will come beneath the surface very, very unexpectedly. Okay? And when I say unexpectedly, I mean unexpectedly. You have to understand that I think that the number one thing that is the most understood, okay, is that I think that what the problem is that you have people who we're going to go ahead and do this. They are too busy putting everything in the perspective of making you look outside yourself. They are too good at making you, how do I say it? They're very good at making you believe that the other person is a problem. That's it. Okay? They're very good at making you believe that the other person is a problem. Right? And because of that, this is why there's such irresponsibility, back and forth, yelling, complaining, and misunderstandings in these conversations about relationships. And y'all are listening to the wrong people about relationships. So we have to get into that. Where's my hoodie? Y'all are listening to the wrong people about relationships. Then, on top of listening to people in the wrong relationship, not once, when you do express what you are going through, you get abused for what you are going through, instead of somebody bringing a compassionate spiritual perspective of helping you understand why you are going through what you are going through, or teaching you yourself to see why you are going through what you are going through. This is all the problem with these relationship spaces. I tell you all the time, low key, I can talk about relationships. I can tell people a lot about relationships and how I've learned and how to communicate, things to do and how to handle things. I low key can do that, but I choose to do it in my own kind of way. Okay? Another thing. Okay? Another thing. Okay? These people want to bring you closer to them so they can be your guru, your relationship coach. Come behind the wall. Come in here. Come back here with me so I can be your relationship guru. And that could be more detrimental than anything. You have to be honest with yourself. Some of you are asking for relationships, but y'all really don't want relationships. Let alone not even relations. Some of you are out here and you're not putting in your part when you go out here and date. You're not being honest with how you communicate, how you're quick to ghost, how you make excuses, that you're not really ready. And a lot of y'all doing that too. Anybody in a relationship can tell you when they were ready, that relationship came because they were ready. And my thing was, I was ready, but I had a hang up. I had a hang up. And therefore, people had to go. Here's another thing to consider. Here's another thing to consider, all right? What is it that you truly need? What do you need in somebody in your life? What do you need for yourself? How do you fulfill the things that you need for yourself? That's the first thing you got to look at. Let's start there. How do you fulfill the things that you need for yourself. That must be that fucking bug. It's that bug. Okay. That's what she was trying to tell me. That's why she told me not to kill it. Okay. How much do you need? And how are you fulfilling the needs for yourself? That's another thing. What are your jealousy? What is your envies? What are the things that you do? That's a problem in your life. Now look at that. What kind of trouble? What kind of trouble do you cause in your life? Huh? Yeah, what kind of trouble do you cause in your life? How are you toxic? Where are you a narcissist? What kind of narcissist do you attract? These are the things that you have to look at. You have to also consider so much. What is it in you that you gotta, what do you gotta get together? What is it about you? What part of your shit that you gotta get together? Huh? Yeah. What part of your shit that you gotta get together? What is the pattern of your attraction? Gotta look at excuse me for laughing. You gotta look at what mistakes have you made and what mistakes do you keep making? I'm going to tell you mine because I'm just that goddamn vulnerable, right? I'm just so in a sharing mood today. I got a stink bug in my house and I threw it, and I didn't kill it because it's worse when you kill it. And I'll figure out something tomorrow. I don't want to bother that thing. I'm like, what does it smell in my house? That fucking stink bug. But it's in the kitchen though. At least it's not spreading out through the house. It's literally in my kitchen. So this motherfucker stink. God damn, it smelled like a nasty, dirty water bug. And I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do about this shit. I might just have to get my gloves on and just put it in a bag, right? Because I'm not trying to go to bed with this shit. I don't like odor in my house. Odor is energetic and I hate odor. Okay. So, with that said, what's going on is I feel like y'all got to really, and when I say this, I mean it from my heart. Y'all got to learn how to put in the work for yourself and listen to other therapists, psychologists, and psychiatrists, okay, who are telling you from a very medical professional perspective. Yeah, I'm about to put that thing in a bag and throw it outside. Yeah. Of what type of whatever the type of things you need to look at in yourself and how you do relationships, even to a point if it makes you fucking cry. even if you have to break down and cry from what they are telling you. Okay? That is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. You have to also have the proper discernment of, this person that I'm listening to, are they truly qualified, to listen to this person that I'm listening to, am I really getting something out of it? Like, you gotta just consider all of these goddamn things, and this motherfucking bug really do stink. You have to really consider all of these things when making these type of choices for your life, especially when you're serious about relationships. Because let me tell you something. If you listen to people rant on and rave on about what they don't date and how they don't date people with kids and how they don't fuck with people, that you're going to feel like shit. If that applies to you, because actually it doesn't apply to you, because that's somebody ranting and raving about what doesn't work for them. And if you are triggered by what they are saying, then get the fuck away. Don't let nobody try to tell you what your life is supposed to be. Don't let nobody try to tell you this is how you're supposed to be navigating and this is what you're supposed. No. You may be a simple person. You may like simple things. You may just want something as simple as, I just want somebody who's respectful. I want somebody who listens to me. I want someone who knows how to have a talking conversation. I need somebody that challenges my mind in the way I think. I need, whatever the case may be. Somebody who's a musician too. Whatever the case may be. Whatever the case may be. And so therefore, I'm saying all this to you to say, this is where it begins for you. Maybe relationship ain't the thing for you. Maybe the kind of connections is actually going out with people as yourself, talking to people as yourself, having a good time and going and never exchanging numbers, but you always go back to this place and you see the same people, you have a good time and you go home. That's okay. Maybe you just need to go back to learning how to be an avid reader again. All of these things, whatever it may be. But don't be so hard on yourself. It's fun that you can have millionaire dreams. I mean, it's cool that if you have millionaire dreams, understand that with that level of thinking, you're going to push a lot of people away from you. You're going to be, nobody's going to ever meet the standard of what you want. I mean, just to let you know that. And that's fine. That's fine. This bug smells horrible. All this time I thought that was the water bug, but that's that stink bug. I don't know what to do. Usually I crack my back door, but as long as it don't come in my room, I handle it tomorrow because I'm not trying to tonight. I don't think y'all understand. Let me make sure I send a message to these fucking idiots. Hold on. Now, what am I talking about? I think that people can get distracted I think people can get very distracted. Okay. And I mean, when I say they can get distracted, I mean that they can get distracted in the sense of, okay, let me tell her your mouse was. Because we are living in a time, and see, here's the thing. It's been this way. Nobody wants to acknowledge that this kind of detached millennial Gen Z is just that Gen Z is a little bit more extreme about it, but it's been this way. Okay. And what has been going on with everybody is that, how do I say this? I'm trying to find the words. People are far more detached when it comes to connecting with people. People are far more comfortable getting on video and talking to people. People are far more comfortable being on the phone with you all day and never showing their face. People are more comfortable talking to you on the phone or on video. People are far more comfortable that way, and they don't want to meet people face to face. People are more comfortable having friendships that way, and they don't never want to go to the state to see them, or they don't even really trust them to go see them. This is the dynamic of what relationships have become in the world in which we live in right now. This is what I'm saying. 1 second, y'all. Let me get my spray. Goodness gracious, it's killing me. Okay, my spray is open. Jeez. That was a lot. That's a lot. I was like, let me get my cinnamon spray. Man, killing me. At least I got my day tomorrow. Appreciate that shit. So, as I was stating, because my trash is clean, it don't really gotta get dumped out. So, last time it got dumped out good. So, and depending on the trash person, they might actually walk up there and dump it out. So, getting back to the topic, everybody is so much more detached. Okay. Nobody is really trying to meet you. Nobody really trying to see you like that. Nobody really, if things get kind of crazy, they ready to leave you. They don't want to talk about it. They're quick to ghost you. It's ugly out there. That's why I say people, that's why everybody be looking so confused about what people be choosing. But it's like, bro, it's ugly out here. It's a drought in this dating world is a drought. If you can find somebody to talk to, if you can find somebody that's genuine, that can be in your face on a consistent basis, you're doing really good. You're elevating to something really good. I'm just saying. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and blast some music for a little bit, and I'll get back into another topic. All right. It's so hard to do this, but go ahead. The hell? Music, please. Here we go. Got the Prince going on, okay.
I'll make you jack. Yeah, I'll make you jack. I'll make you jack. Yeah, I'll make you jack. I'll make you jack. So turn the bass up some more, and you're walking to the dance floor. I'll make you jack. Yeah, I'll make you jack. Jack your body, back and forward. Jack your body a little bit more. I'll make you jack. Yeah, I'll make you jack. Smoke machine, lights are flashing, lights of lust, lights of passion. I'll make you jack. Come on, I'll make you jack. Yeah, 7 a.m. We're still jacking. The beat's still beating, the bass still pumping. Jack, I'll make you jack. Come on, close your eyes. I'll take you higher. Body so hot, like you're on fire. I'll make you take you back to 86. Give you your acid fix. I'll make you jack. Come on, I'll make you jack. Crazy freaks of all night, always living the acid life. I'll make you jack. Come on, I'll make you jack.
Hey.
Yeah, I'll make you jack. Come on, I'll make you jack.
Yeah, I'll make you jack. No, don't give me no copyright strike, baby. Please. Let me make sure I don't got none. I've been doing good. I've been really doing good with this copyright strike. All right. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Listen, everybody. You have to know what you are dealing with when you are communicating with people online, people in these platforms, these relationship platforms. You need to be careful. Now, there's a woman who I listen to, or people I have listened to, who are certified and specializing in the psychology of relationships, the psychology of connections, different type of attachment styles, and these different things. And one thing that you will learn is everything won't be perfect, but there's healthy disagreements and there are unhealthy disagreements in a relationship. There are healthy arguments and then there are unhealthy arguments in a relationship. Okay? And that is the thing. And that is the thing that most relationship people do teach. We're about to get into that in a minute. We're going to get back to the music. I just had to cut this off because I was going to get a copyright strike for that song. Oh, nah. It's a new song. Okay, here we go. I've been doing good so far. They ain't strike me down. Come on, mute, unmute. You don't want to unmute, y'all. It's gonna mute back because I pushed it too many times. Hold on. All right, let me unmute it again. Here we go. Be back, y'all. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, it just completely paused on me. Now let's get back to healthy and unhealthy in a minute.
Control. I'm here. Control. I'm here.
I never heard this song before.
Shut the door. Shut the door. Control. I'm here. Control. I'm here. Get this. Get this. Get this.
I'll be back in a minute, y'all.
Let me take you on a trip around the world and back. And you won't have to move, you just sit still. Now let your mind do the walking, and let my body do the talking. Let me show you the world in my eyes. I'll take you to the highest mountain, to the depths of the deepest sea. And we won't need a map, we'll leave.
Alrighty then. Now we get into the Gothic part. God damn, people be taking forever. Here's the thing, all right, everybody. At the end of the day, and I mean this from my heart, y'all. There is no such thing as a relationship. Okay? There is no such thing as a relationship guru. All right? There is such thing as someone who may specialize in different logically in relationship. Okay? But to sit here and have an actual relationship guru is not it. Not going to happen. It does not exist. But you can have someone who properly guides you in your relationship, who properly all right, I'm back. There are people that specialize in literally in, you know what I'm saying, in like whatever, like even just the topic of do we really love? There are people that they specialize in these topics. Okay? Give me a moment. I'll be back. And we're going to continue from these specialized topics that these therapists. Hold on. Okay, the music done just took another turn. Be back in a minute, y'all. All right, I'm back again because the music done got a little crazy. Not crazy, but oh my gosh, that's that music you tune out while you're at work, like that. That's that music you tune out while you at work. That's crazy. Oh man, I've been hosting for 8 hours now. That's like shift. That's a whole work shift. But I ain't been hosting here. I've just been playing the music. Usually I fall asleep on your asses, right? Usually I just like hike up, get up under the blanket, get everything set up, and just roll over and go to sleep. And let y'all have a good show and dance or whatever y'all got to do. Listen to audio books or whatever y'all got to do. Okay. I'll just say, like, look, everybody, look at me. Listen to what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying in a whole is that people are making the topic of relationships much more complicated. It's like people are making relationship topics so much more complicated and deeper than it needs to be. When the relationship is simply about yourself. Let's get into the actions of others. You get on a dating site, you're talking to people, you're getting to know them, and they're getting to know you, right? You get on a dating site. Every time I talk to this person, or when I try to get this number one, you could be dealing with a catfish. Scammers, they don't work like that. They need to work in a way of they have to keep love bombing and lying and emotionally tossing you up. So, you have to understand this. The real reality is you need to understand that dating online ain't it. The fact that these attachment styles that avoidant attachment people are online, that tells me everything that I need to know about dating online that I wish I knew years ago. If avoidant attached people are all online dating, or they are the most popular people, or 90-some% of people that are dating, then dating online is not the way to date. Okay? Dating online is not the way to date. All right? Another thing, when it comes to this dating world stuff, dating is where you get your feet wet, where you get in a conversation, where you can see if you could even talk to people. Dating is where you learn yourself, especially if you're doing it online. But there's speed dating out there. There's so many places to go and have the intentions of dating. There's events with the intentions of dating. There's so many things out there. But I personally say go into spaces as yourself, with yourself, group settings, and all these different things, and you will find people or date or find somebody more of what you like to date. I'm not saying that you can't go on a dating site and actually find someone decent, but from my experience and from what I see with other people, it ain't happening that way. The last person that I take serious for dating is the person I'm with today. But our situation is a tad bit different. And like I tell everybody, it was highly possible the universe lined us up because we were very close in proximity to each other, but we had to find a way of getting close to one another. That's how the universe did it for us. All right. All right, I had to do something. Here's another thing. Another thing that needs to happen is that I think that I'll do that later. I think that we have too much people just venting. It doesn't mean there's not no truth to what they're doing, but we have too many people that's venting. We got people who are not really single, people who are trying to get over people who just want somebody to have fun with and all this stuff, and they don't know how to just be honest and say it because things turn into things more than what they expect. I think people are in situations where they want to find somebody to love bomb so they can live with them instead of just stating their intentions. You see, we don't understand that, you have to understand where all of this, what's going on online. Everybody online has some kind of problem. Something is wrong with everybody online. Trust me when I say it. Yeah. Okay. Good. Hopefully it's in there because I don't see it. So the thing is, what I'm saying to you is that something is wrong with everybody that's online, and you need to understand that. And you got to dig, and you got to understand, and you got to see. And the further away that they're dating, the more is wrong with that person. Okay? I need you to understand that reality. If you are talking to people, a majority of how they connect with people is through online, and every time they cross paths with somebody, they fuck them, that's something's wrong with that person. Okay? Something is wrong with that person. You also got to understand that I'm trying to just get the words out for you. The more you understand. Jeez. I'm just texting you. Yes. Jasper, right? Thank you. Good night. Yeah, we got here quick, buddy. Oh, here real quick, bro. Oh man, I'm about to go. I'm done. I'm about to go in my room. All right. I'll finish and fix up all this stuff tomorrow. I'm done. I'm done. I look how much time I did. That's crazy. I gotta bookmark this so y'all can see what I had said and shit like that. I gotta go.